Chapter 6:15. The finals that everyone was watching. All of this seemed simple, but it was a test of one's martial foundation. At least, there weren't many people present who could do it, nor did they dare to. Lin Ling's martial foundation was comparable to the 36 scholars. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling, victory. Yes. At this moment, the referee's voice rang out. His voice carried a trace of shock. This youth was truly hiding his strength. From the start of the competition until now, he had overcome all difficulties and was unstoppable. Now, he already had the qualifications to fight with Blood King Duan Tianya. This kind of battle record was like a dream, but also incomparably real. Then, the referee bitterly smiled. 3 days ago, when Lin Ling fought the martial demon, he was worried for Lin Ling. But now, it seemed that his worries were unnecessary. Lin Ling had even defeated the demon god Scarlet Flame. He was truly amazing. The surroundings were still silent. Lin Ling had won once again. Moreover, he had fulfilled his promise. As long as one dared to enter the arena, they would all die. Under everyone's gazes, Lin Ling returned to the lakeside. Ouyang Feiyang looked at Lin Ling in silence for an incense stick's worth of time. He couldn't find any words to say. As for the 10 rising stars in the distance, their faces were pale. Many people even quietly left the lakeside to avoid Lin Ling. At this moment, they felt that they were laughable. Lin Ling didn't let them see a good show at the restaurant, so they were angry out of shame. But now, they realized that they didn't have the qualifications to be angry. This was because Lin Ling was stronger than them. If there was a good show to watch, it would be Lin Ling watching them. What a terrifying genius! Drunken Sword Xiao Ying was thoroughly impressed. The difference between his sword and Lin Ling's was like heaven and earth. Rest for 6 hours. The finals begin. The referee's voice rang out once again. There would be 3 people fighting in the finals. They were Blood King Duan Tianya, Vermilion Bird Lin Ling, and Drunken Sword Xiao Ying. However, in reality, Drunken Sword Xiao Ying had already lost the qualifications to fight for first place. Therefore, this battle was between Blood King Duan Tianya and Vermilion Bird Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't have the time to pay attention to the voices around him. He sat down cross-legged and cultivated. The previous battle had consumed a great deal of his spiritual energy. But in his heart, he was overjoyed. He had finally succeeded in cultivating the final boundary of the Tyrant Sword art, a half-step 50% sword intent. If he fused in some more materials and increased the power of the Tyrant Song Sword, then he would be able to reach at least 50% sword intent. Of course, he was able to comprehend the final realms so quickly. First, at the critical moment of life and death, the thoughts in one's mind were the clearest. Secondly, the memories left behind by the limitless Sword Saint had become even more profound after reaching the late stage of the King's Spirit Realm. It made him feel that he had the potential to become one of the 36 scholars. And while Lin Ling was recovering, the water of the dragon coiling lake gushed out, and a new martial stage rose up. In the distance, Duan Tianya's face was ice-cold as he calmly looked at the ancient lake. Lin Ling's sword had surpassed his expectations. Only those who had faced the demon god Scarlet Flame would know how powerful he truly was. It was difficult for a bystander to perceive just how terrifying he truly was, but he had still lost. This also meant that in a true battle, Lin Ling was even more terrifying. Most importantly, Lin Ling was only at the late stage of the King's Spirit Realm. Every 10 years, a monstrous genius will be born in the 7 profound martial house. Lin Ling has the qualifications to be a monstrous genius. But facing me, I will still kill him, Duan Tianya said to himself, and then closed his eyes in meditation. On the other side, on a mountain peak, Great Sun Elder frowned. Her heart was as disgusted as if she had eaten a fly. She couldn't understand. Lin Ling was just a nameless junior, so how could his talent and strength be so terrifying? Moreover, Lin Ling had only been in the 7 profound martial house for 3 months. What would happen after a year? It was hard to imagine. I thought that old sword was the one I feared, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would be my rising opponent? Kill him, I must kill him. Don't worry. Lin Ling cannot defeat. Lin Ling Duan Tianya is a member of the Justice Duan royal family. He has the bloodline of the 5 great countries. Lin Ling is nothing but a lowly commoner. Master Su Fanxue gloomily said. But the truth was that he was also extremely unhappy. In the past, Lin Ling had killed his nephew and disciple. He had thought that Lin Ling was just an ant, and that he could slowly toy with him to death. But who would have thought that this ant would turn him from a dignified apprentice into an elder, and even shake the 7 profound martial house? Great son elder nodded. She also knew of Duan Tianya, because Duan Tianya's background was not small. 2 hours quietly passed. The battle that everyone was looking forward to had arrived. Dragon Coiling Lake was stirred, shaken. It was certain that no matter what the result of this battle was, as long as 2 people did not die, they would inevitably enter the 7 profound heavens chosen list. And the 7 profound heavens chosen list was the battle list that countless geniuses yearned for. If one could enter the list, their name would shake the lands of the 100 domains. But what a pity! Many people could see that in this battle, one of them was bound to fall. Lin Ling, a Star Guard disciple, was the greatest dark horse of this year's Dragon Coiling Mountain Tournament. Up until now, he had not lost a single battle, and had maintained a perfect record of victory. What was most terrifying was that his strength was unfathomable. It increased with his opponent's strength, and he had many hidden cards in his hands. In the last battle, he had been the dark horse, cutting down the demon god Qi Yen with his sword. Duan Tianya, the strongest of the secret disciples. He was deeply praised by the 36 apprentices and had the qualifications to enter the 7 profound heavens chosen list. But in his battle with Lei Jiang, he had not even used 50% of his strength. No one knew what his hidden cards were. These 2 people were the most terrifying young geniuses of this year. When these 2 powerhouses collided, who would fall and who would rise, everyone was looking forward to seeing. Lin Ling, you can do it. Go. Sakura and the others waved their fists at Lin Ling. Especially Long Xiaochen, they were even more excited than Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He stood up and looked towards the ancient Dragon Coiling Lake. The battle had finally arrived. I will kill him. Without saying any nonsense, Lin Ling jumped and shot towards the martial stage in the ancient lake. Lin Ling had harmed him not long ago and played with him like an ant. Then he played with Ouyang Feiyang. This enmity, Lin Ling would take revenge. He would return an eye for an eye. And he believed that Duan Tianya would not let him go. But on the martial stage, Lin Ling's body landed. You really want to die first? Pa! On the other side, Duan Tianya landed on the martial stage in an extremely shocking manner with a bloody mist trailing behind him. His majestic movement technique caused countless people to gasp in shock. You are still too inexperienced. You just came to the rainforest Holy Land, so you don't know how powerful this Holy Land is. Do you know my origin? Do you know the origin of the demon god Qi Yen? You disrupted my plan, so you won't satisfy me even if you die? Pa! Duan Tianya's voice was incomparably cold. He believed that Lin Ling would die without a doubt. After all, he had offended Great Sun Elder. But Lin Ling did not satisfy him before his death and wanted him to form a relationship with the fighting evil lineage. This made him very dissatisfied. He came from the Justice Duan lineage of the upper 3 regions' 5 great nations. And what was Lin Ling? Cut the crap. Between you and me, only strength can end everything. Words won't let you win. Chapter 616. Dazzling Light. Your battle with Qi Yen was actually very dangerous. If you didn't die, then he would die. You were just lucky enough to let Qi Yen step into your sword domain. Winning against Qi Yen made your confidence inflate. Do you know that if Qi Yen were to face me, I would only need to use 70% of my strength to defeat him? Duan Tianya's aura burst out from his body. Blood mist billowed and covered the entire martial stage. Boom! The martial stage exploded and the 2 of them floated above the lake. How terrifying! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Just his aura alone caused the martial stage to explode. Was this Duan Tianya's strength? However, they approved of Duan Tianya's words. Lin Ling had won against Ghost God Crimson Flame, but that was because he had risked his life to do so. However, Duan Tianya didn't need to risk his life to fight ghost god Crimson Flame. Far away, the old man frowned and said, "Young master, I'm afraid the Duan family's people want to kill Lin Ling. If young master wants to recruit Lin Ling, then he will have to make a move." The red-robed youth's eyes flickered and he shook his head. If Lin Ling is inferior to Duan Tianya, then he doesn't have the qualifications to be recruited by our great Qin dynasty. He must cross this line. Hearing this, the old man fell silent. The Justice Duan family was an ancient royal family and the great Qin dynasty was also an ancient country. These two countries were one of the 5 strongest countries in the 100 territories and they had been fighting openly and secretly for many years. Puff, puff, puff. At this moment, above the ancient lake, Lin Ling's long hair fluttered and his clothes fluttered. His dark eyes were as calm as water. He was neither arrogant nor humble, and he was fearless. It was as if Duan Tianya's aura couldn't affect him at all. He said indifferently, "Did the number 1 of the 10 rising stars rely on his mouth? It's hard to say who will live and who will die." "All right, I won't waste time. What about now?" Duan Tianya nodded and an even more terrifying aura burst out. The 5th grade king body was revealed, causing huge waves to rise in the lake. Among the countless waves, he was like the king of this year's geniuses, looking down on the crowd. Peak of the king's spirit realm. His cultivation is higher than Lin Ling's. Coupled with his 5th grade innate king physique, Lin Ling is like an ant in front of Duan Tianya. At the lakeside, Thunder General Zhu Laiyin muttered. Only he knew how terrifying Duan Tianya was. That overwhelming innate talent of his king body, even if it was any martial arts or true meaning of martial arts, it would still be unable to resist. It would be easily suppressed. A 5th grade talent with a king physique. Not to mention a moon guard disciple, there weren't many geniuses on the 7 profound heavens chosen list that had such a talent. It could be said that even 10 Lin Lings wouldn't be Duan Tianya's match. Many people also knew this point, especially the 36 students. They did not think highly of Lin Ling, and Great Sunchild Elder and the others were laughing coldly. Lin Ling already had no way out. Lin Ling was a genius that Lin Ling could never surpass. Duan Tianya was a true monster. "Are you still confident now?" Duan Tianya said contemptuously. His aura continued to rise, as if it would never end, madly rushing towards Lin Ling like an endless river of blood. Duan Tianya was crushing Lin Ling's pride, and also crushing Lin Ling's heart of martial arts, letting Lin Ling know the strength of his Duan Tianya, making Lin Ling never dare to face him, Duan Tianya. Many people understood this layer of meaning, and looked at Lin Ling with pity. Lin Ling was very strong, but second place was still second place. In the end, it was just a flash in the pan. Under everyone's gazes, Lin Ling's expression was still calm, shaking his head, looking up at Duan Tianya, and in the next moment, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. "I said, who will live and who will die, it's hard to say now." As the last word fell, the air around Lin Ling became illusory, and then it exploded, like an abyss dragon soaring into the sky. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying flame energy erupted, and 3 vermilion bird king elephants appeared above Lin Ling's head, a flame even more terrifying than the one in the previous battle against ghost god Qi Yen erupted. Boom! The ancient dragon lake was no longer a world of blood, but a world with half of it turned into a sea of fire. The flames of a 5th grade vermilion bird appeared at this moment. Around Dragon Lake, there was a deathly silence, and after about 3 breaths of time, horrified voices rang out. "What? Lin Ling also has a 5th grade king physique. How is that possible? He is the same as Blood King Duan Tianya, hiding his final trump card, a king physique. If that's the case, he has the qualifications to fight Blood King Duan Tianya." The crowd was flabbergasted, not daring to believe it. A 5th grade king physique is very rare even among the Moon Guard disciples, and it only appears on the 7 profound heavens chosen list. He has such a talent, he must be killed, he cannot be left alive. On the mountain peak, Great Sun Elder could not help but stand up. No wonder Lin Ling was able to overcome all difficulties. It must be known that in the previous battle, many people thought that Lin Ling had used all his strength to win, But in reality, Lin Ling had won very easily. This was because a 5th-grade king physique could easily crush other geniuses, just like Blood King Duan Tianya. Ha! The flames of the Vermilion Bird, Limitless number 1 disciple, the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial School's innate king physique, has been passed on to him. Sword Elder was stunned for a moment, then he laughed loudly. He was not familiar with the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial School, but in front of him, Lin Ling's talent had surprised him. This youth had hidden his strength deeply. In the distance, the red-robed youth nodded in appreciation. If that's the case, then it's hard to determine who will be first. But young master, other than the 5th-grade king physique, Lin Ling's other areas are also very strong. Currently, Lin Ling's chances of winning have only increased from 30% to 50%. Beside him, the old man solemnly said, "Keep watching and you will know." The red-robed youth smiled. At this moment, the crowd was still in an uproar, but they were even more expectant. They wanted to know what other trump cards Lin Ling, this terrifying dark horse, had hidden. At the same time, they also wanted to know how strong Duan Tianya, who was about to unleash his full strength, was. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, above the dragon-coiling lake, the lake water was turbulent, and 2 figures stood quietly. Duan Tianya's face was incomparably ugly. He wanted to use his own pride to humiliate Lin Ling, and even cause his martial heart to collapse. However, Lin Ling gave him a resounding slap. A 5th-grade king physique, he was not the only one who had it. Then, he looked into the distance and saw that his blood river aura could no longer affect Lin Ling. On Lin Ling's side was a world of flames, so he simply restrained his aura. "You are very arrogant, hiding such a trump card in the finals. You surprised me, but do you think that I only have a 5th-grade king physique? You only gave me the qualifications to be serious." Duan Tianya's gaze was level with Lin Ling's. His tall figure was like a mountain, an unreachable peak. Unfortunately, his words did not move Lin Ling. His face was still calm, his eyes burning, and finally he slowly said, "Let's fight." Instead of talking, "Let's fight." Along with his voice, Lin Ling's aura became terrifying. It was like an ancient volcano erupting, surging violently and destroying everything. The young and frivolous aura, coupled with his blue and white robe, appeared elegant and otherworldly, but also had the air of a ruler. Many girls in the distance saw this and their faces instantly turned red. At this moment, the young man was very dazzling, faintly becoming the star of this year's competition. Sword Tyrant Soaring Sky. Chapter 617. His trump card, Blood Kirin. He's actually taking the initiative. Since the start of the competition, he's always been passive. The crowd's hearts trembled violently. They couldn't see through Lin Ling at all. After all, facing the strongest Duan Tianya, Lin Ling actually took the initiative to attack. It seemed that since the start of the competition, only Duan Tianya had the qualifications to make Lin Ling attack. So arrogant! Only now did the crowd know what a sharp edge was, what an unsheathed sword was. Kacha! A huge sword slashed toward Duan Tianya. "Bastard!" Duan Tianya roared. Lin Ling taking the initiative to attack was also a kind of contempt for him. Sky Blood Armor. The blood mist had just turned into armor when the sword slashed over, causing Duan Tianya's body to tremble slightly. However, in the next instant, the terrifying sword attack came again like a storm in the sky. Earth-shattering, heaven-shocking. Under countless shocked gazes, Lin Ling took a step forward, and a series of crazy sword slashes appeared, slashing Duan Tianya's body, causing Duan Tianya to continuously retreat. What a terrifying sword! The 10 rising stars all swallowed. Lin Ling had always been low-key, but when he erupted, they also felt that it was terrifying. However, they could also see that this alone wasn't enough to shake Duan Tianya. Sky-shattering, heaven-shocking. After the last slash, a huge sword descended from the sky, causing Duan Tianya's expression to turn ugly. He clapped his hands together and said, "Blood sun tearing heaven." A blinding bloody light appeared, stirring up the wind and clouds, causing the roiling dark clouds in the sky to part. A river of blood appeared, blocking Lin Ling's last slash. Boom! That sword was extremely terrifying, and although it was blocked by Duan Tianya, it split the ancient lake in two. Is that all you've got? Duan Tianya's voice was extremely low. Lin Ling was very crazy, and he could only defend with his continuous sword attacks. This made him very unhappy. Vermilion bird dance. However, at this moment, a blood-red flaming fist, unparalleled and shocking everyone, approached from the distance. Lin Ling. Duan Tianya roared angrily again. He thought that after Lin Ling's move ended, it would be his turn to explode. However, Lin Ling showed off his abilities, and his moves were not finished at all. He was once again suppressing him. One had to know that he was the number one among the 10 rising stars. To be suppressed and beaten by a junior, this was utterly humiliating. Boundless sky. After he roared, an ancient martial art was displayed in his hands. It turned into a huge blood-colored vortex in front of him and collided with the flaming fist in front of him. Rumble. At the center of the Dragon Lake, a huge ball of light appeared. It was at least a few hundred meters wide. On one side was a world of fire with countless vermilion birds flying around. On the other side was a world of blood with the firmament map. The two of them collided violently and exploded with a loud bang. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Countless people gasped. Was this still a battle between disciples of the Moon Guard level? This was simply a battle between the prodigies of the 7 profound prodigy list. Clang, clang. After the eruption of power, the battle did not end. The two figures once again engaged in a frenzied battle above the ancient lake. The Dragon Lake seemed to have been cut apart. It was incomparably terrifying. The 100th move, the 200th move, the 500th move. The crowd was transfixed and had already forgotten how to breathe. Compared to Duan Tianya, they already knew how powerful this genius was, so they were not surprised. On the other hand, Lin Ling had been suppressing Duan Tianya since the beginning of the battle. This was what made them terrified. Especially Thunder General Zhu Leiyin, his face was a little pale. Not long ago, when he fought with Duan Tianya, he could not shake him no matter what he did. However, Lin Ling could. His right hand had half a step to 50% sword intent, his left hand had 50% fire intent, and 20% cloud intent. This was an all-round suppression. Lin Ling, this genius is really at the perfect level. Zhu Leiyin finally said in shock. Boom. Above the ancient lake, after another confrontation, the two separated. They floated in the sky hundreds of meters apart and looked at each other. Duan Tianya breathed heavily and his face was ferocious. Only after the battle did he realize how terrifying Lin Ling was. He was simply abnormal. From beginning to end, Lin Ling had been suppressing him, making it difficult for him to breathe. On the other side, Lin Ling was also breathing heavily, but the corner of his mouth raised into a disdainful smile. Is this what you mean by I have the qualifications to make you take me seriously? His words floated out like the wind, causing the crowd's gaze to freeze. It was very ironic. After Lin Ling erupted with a 5th-grade king body, Duan Tianya had once said that Lin Ling had the qualifications to make him take him seriously. However, the result was that Duan Tianya was being suppressed by Lin Ling. This is just a warm-up. Next is the real battle of strength. Hearing Lin Ling's mocking words, Duan Tianya gritted his teeth and coldly shouted, "Can your skin be any thicker? Why is your breathing so unstable during the warm-up? If what you said is true, then what I did before was just a test." Lin Ling coldly snorted in disdain. His words caused Duan Tianya's expression to twist. Lin Ling was actually testing him when facing the number 1 ranked him. Blood River, no regrets in the firmament. With a roar of rage, Duan Tianya finally erupted with his trump card. No Regrets in the Firmament was an extremely powerful martial art from his Blood Firmament art. This martial art was not a king-level martial art, but one that cultivated the true meaning of Blood Sea. The power of this move reached a half-step 60% martial true meaning. One had to know that the further a martial true meaning was, the harder it was to improve, and the power would also increase exponentially. A half-step 60% martial true meaning was very terrifying. Chi-chi-chi. Countless bloody lights floated out, and actually caused half of the dragon-coiling lake to turn into blood water. The blood water surged and flew towards Duan Tianya, turning into a ball of blood in his palm. The ball of blood wriggled continuously, and a terrifying blood qilin appeared. Not good, my blood seems to have broken out of my body. Stay away, Duan Tianya's martial art has the power to extract blood and spirit energy. If you were at the edge of the dragon lake, you would have been sucked dry. His king body is so terrifying. The crowd was stunned at first, then they panicked and ran far away from the dragon lake. It's here, the totem of the Justice Duan family, the qilin. In the distance, the red-robed youth frowned slightly. To be able to become one of the 5 great ancient countries of the upper 3 regions, they naturally had an ancient bloodline, and the Justice Duan families was a qilin. Lin Ling, you've reached your limit, haven't you? Unfortunately, you couldn't beat me in the previous battle. Now, let's get to the main topic, but I can't guarantee that you'll survive. Countless bloody lights filled the air. Duan Tianya stood there like a king, one hand behind his back, and his right hand holding a blood-red qilin. The qilin's eyes slowly opened, and when one looked at it, one's blood surged uncontrollably. This blood qilin was very terrifying. It was majestic and dignified. Even an Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator wouldn't dare to take this move head-on. Sensing the king-like aura of the blood qilin, the crowd was shocked. Even the geniuses of the 7 profound prodigy list who were watching the battle from afar looked serious. Duan Tianya was indeed very strong. Then they looked at Lin Ling. Chapter 6:18. I haven't lost yet. My blood is beating, it's actually affecting me. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He could feel that the blood in his body was rapidly circulating. If his body wasn't strong and he hadn't tempered it before, then just this crazy blood flow alone would have injured him. But compared to the others, Lin Ling's situation was much better. This also showed that his talent king body was formidable, and it wasn't affected by the Kirin at all. Since you've used your trump card, then I should also use mine. Lin Ling slowly put away his sword. The blood-red flames around his body surged even more. 3 king elephants appeared above his head, and a massive number of small vermilion birds circled around him. At this moment, he was just like the lord of the vermilion birds. Lin Ling really did have a hidden card. Does this monstrous genius not have a limit? Hearing Lin Ling's words, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they had expected Lin Ling to have a hidden card, after Lin Ling personally admitted it, they couldn't help but be shocked. As for Thunder General Zhu Lei, Drunken Sword Xiao Ying, and the others, their complexions were even more bitter. He still had a hidden card? No wonder Lin Ling had dared to point his sword at them and humiliate them. He actually had such confidence. Luckily, they had been sullen and hadn't fought, otherwise they feared they would have already died. Lin Ling was simply too powerful. He was younger than them, and he had entered the 7 profound martial house for a shorter period of time, but he was still far above their heads. Chi. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling raised his hands high, as if he were holding up the heavens. Endless flames gathered in his palms, and 5,000 vermilion bird flames quietly formed an even larger vermilion bird. The flames of the great vermilion bird. Bang! As this vermilion bird appeared, half of Dragon Coiling Lake turned into a sea of fire. The water was also ignited, and waves of fire soared into the sky. This fire swallowed the mountains and rivers. What? Duan Tianya's pupils instantly shrank. He had erupted with his hidden card, hoping to see Lin Ling's surprised or dignified expression. But who would have thought that even though he was strong, Lin Ling was not weak? He had also erupted with his strongest card. You're just deliberately mystifying things. I want to see just how you will face my half-step 60% true martial intent. Duan Tianya roared angrily. His expression was incomparably cold. He wanted to use the blood Kirin in his hand to devour everything about Lin Ling. Blood sea in the firmament. He lashed out with his palm and the sky shook. It was as if he wanted to conquer the world. An endless sea of blood erupted from his palm, and within that sea of blood, a majestic blood Kirin rushed out toward Lin Ling. Blood, the entire sky was covered in blood. It was incomparably terrifying. The Qilin bloodline of the Justice Duan clan is indeed very sharp. In the crowd, some ancient experts frowned and muttered to themselves. Then they looked at Lin Ling. They didn't know Lin Ling's background, but they guessed that he wasn't strong. However, to be able to force Lin Ling to use his trump card, this Lin Ling was also very terrifying. Now that all of their trump cards had been revealed, it was time to see whose trump card was stronger. Under countless nervous gazes, Lin Ling's face was indifferent. His eyes were resolute as he gently pushed out the flames in his hands. Flames of the great vermilion bird. Boom. Scorching flames filled the world like an eruption of lava. A huge flaming vermilion bird soared into the sky, drawing a beautiful trajectory as it pounced toward the Blood Sea Kirin. It's about to collide. Everyone, all of the students, Elder Xian, and even the experts from various factions stood up. They actually had an answer in their hearts. In this collision of trump cards, the descendant of the Justice Duan clan should be stronger. However, Lin Ling continued to create miracles, making it difficult for them to guess the result. Rumble. The two ancient divine beasts collided. First, the sea of blood erupted, drowning out the flames of the great vermilion bird. Moreover, the sea of blood was boundless as it flooded toward Lin Ling. Lin Ling has lost. The crowd shook their heads helplessly. Lin Ling had created miracles time and time again, blooming with dazzling brilliance. However, in the end, he still lost to Duan Tianya. This loss was in terms of background and cultivation time. After all, Duan Tianya's background was indeed terrifying. In addition, he was at the peak of the King Spirit Realm, while Lin Ling was only at the late stage of the King Spirit Realm. Therefore, Lin Ling had lost honorably. Puff, puff, puff. The endless sea of blood surged, causing a mouthful of blood to flow out from the corner of Lin Ling's mouth. The blood in his body was turbulent. Duan Tianya's attack was terrifying. It affected his blood and injured him. But did he lose? Don't underestimate the flames of the great vermilion bird, because these flames were even more terrifying. Boom. At this moment, a pillar of light shot out from the sea of blood. Then, a large number of pillars of light shot out from the vast sea of blood like a sea urchin. Under countless shocked gazes, the roiling sea of blood began to burn. What? The flames haven't been extinguished. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. When they saw the sea of blood submerge the great vermilion bird, they thought that the great vermilion bird had been extinguished. However, who knew that the flames of the great vermilion bird were not ordinary flames? Boom! Endless flames erupted, the sea of blood boiled, and a blood Qilin appeared, roaring majestically. However, the great vermilion bird spread its wings and flew past the blood Qilin in a beautiful trajectory, burning the blood Qilin. Impossible! Duan Tianya's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. One had to know that he had already upgraded the blood river to the blood sea, and the blood Qilin had reached half a step 60% martial true meaning. However, these trump cards were still destroyed. This also meant that Lin Ling's flames had reached 60%, which was stronger than his half a step 60% martial true meaning. How could he know that the great vermilion bird's flames were the condensation of 5,000 vermilion birds? Back in Iron Soul City, Lin Ling's great vermilion bird's flames could burn the entire city for a year. These flames were simply endless, as if they would never be extinguished. At this moment, a vermilion bird's cry rang out, causing Duan Tianya's heart to fiercely tremble. His world was occupied by a vermilion bird, and the vermilion bird pounced towards him, wanting to destroy him. Tianya, be careful. At this moment, a cold shout rang out. Countless rays of blood shot out like meteors, wrapping around the great vermilion bird's flames, trying to slow it down. However, the great vermilion bird's flames burned everything in its path. The blood rays were too slow, and the great vermilion bird's flames finally wrapped around Duan Tianya, incinerating him. Is he going to lose? Many people held their breaths as they stared fixedly above the ancient lake. This battle was extremely exciting. Duan Tianya, who had the bloodline of the 5 great nations, was actually unable to block Lin Ling's trump card. This was simply unimaginable. However, someone was helping Duan Tianya. This action was a bit unsightly. Many people secretly muttered to themselves, "Ah, this fire can't be extinguished." At this moment, Duan Tianya let out a ferocious roar as the flames wrapped around him. However, very quickly, a large number of bloody meteors shot over, touching his body and extinguishing the flames like filthy blood. Even so, Duan Tianya was still in a sorry state. His mind was buzzing as he constantly said, "How is this possible? How can I lose to Lin Ling?" After constantly shaking his head, he suddenly laughed maniacally. "Lin Ling, I haven't lost yet." There were still flames on his body, but the flames were clearly much smaller, so it caused him to go crazy, as if he was unwilling to admit that he had lost. On the other side, blood flowed from the corner of Lin Ling's mouth, and his expression was ice cold. Clearly, he also did not expect that someone would help Duan Tianya at this critical moment. Could it be that Duan Tianya's identity was not simple? Chapter 619. Lin Ling's silence made Duan Tianya even crazier. He seemed to want to regain his lost face. "My blood, Kiran, you're not feeling well, are you? You're injured." His wild laughter woke Lin Ling up. His face turned even colder. "I am indeed injured, but you are more seriously injured than me." As soon as he said this, the wild laughter on Duan Tianya's face froze. A ferocious look appeared on his face. Lin Ling had hit his sore spot. In fact, he knew that he had lost in the previous confrontation. However, he was too proud. He was a descendant of the Justice Duan family and the number one of the 10 rising stars. That was why he refused to admit it. That was why he had gone crazy. He wanted to regain his lost dignity. However, Lin Ling's words woke him up from his fantasy. Moreover, if it weren't for someone helping you, you wouldn't even have the right to speak. Lin Ling coldly said again, causing the entire dragon coiling lake to fall silent. Many of them knew this as well. If not for that crucial bloodlight, Duan Tianya would have been defeated long ago. He might even have been burned to death by the flames. Is the Dragon Mountain tournament so unfair? Duan Tianya, you actually need someone else to help you. You're a disgrace to the 10 rising stars. You're trash. Lin Ling shouted again. Dragon Lake fell silent. The 36 scholars' eyes flashed. In fact, they also knew who had helped. It must have been someone from the Justice Duan family. Obviously, this royal family didn't want their descendant to die in a tournament, so they anxiously helped. I was the one who did it. It's just a tournament, not a life or death battle. Why do you have to take someone's life? Such malicious intentions are too vicious. That's why I stopped you. On a mountain peak, a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes spoke. His hands were behind his back and he exuded a dignified aura. Justice Duan family. His arrogant clothes caused many people to look at him with dignified expressions. He was someone from the 5 great ancient nations. As long as one was in the 100 territories, in the rainforest Holy Land, there was no one who didn't know of the 5 great ancient countries. These were the 5 great ancient countries that were second only to the 7 great martial houses. They had a long history and were also the lords of the 5 great domains. I've never heard of the Duan clan of justice, but is your entire bloodline an ugly villain? Lin Ling stared at the middle-aged man and spoke coldly. Lin Ling, how insolent! You actually dared to offend the Justice Duan clan. Many people's faces twitched. Lin Ling's words had provoked the entire ancient dynasty. One must know how powerful the Duan clan was. Any one of them could destroy any region in the middle 3 regions. Yet Lin Ling dared to mock them. Your mouth is very venomous. The brocade-robed middle-aged man frowned. Did I say anything wrong? You said that this is a competition and not a battle of life and death. Then let me ask you, since the start of the competition, how many people don't see their opponents' lives as their own? Why don't you stand out and say something? And when Duan Tianya fought me, did he hold back? Why don't you say that Duan Tianya is vicious? Lin Ling coldly snorted in disdain, leaving the brocade-robed middle-aged man speechless. Previously, he had only acted in a moment of desperation, not wanting his bloodline descendant to be killed by mistake. If you can't say anything, then let me ask you again. You couldn't stand me, so you tried to stop me. But did you stop me? You were clearly helping Duan Tianya. If it weren't for you, Duan Tianya would have already lost. Lin Ling's imposing manner was overbearing as he shouted again. What a proud young man. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air again. They discovered that Lin Ling was not afraid of the ancient Justice Duan clan at all. He even forced the brocade-robed middle-aged man to be speechless. The Justice Duan clan is ugly. The entire Dragon Lake was silent. Only Lin Ling was proudly flying in the air, his disdainful voice entering everyone's ears. The brocade-robed middle-aged man's face was incomparably ashen, but he was also humiliated to the point of speechlessness. I haven't lost yet. At this time, Duan Tianya angrily roared. He was unwilling. Today was his stage, and he wanted to shake the rainforest's holy land. But now he had lost all face. In a great competition, he had to rely on a bloodline senior to help him. This was a disgrace that made him the laughingstock of tens of thousands of people. Blood sacrifice. His entire body shook. An eye appeared on his forehead. His eye was like the eye of a blood demon. After it opened, it turned into a blood shadow that floated out. You summoned me? A gloomy and ancient voice sounded out from the blood shadow. It turned into a half-Kirin, half-human form. Blood sacrifice. Tianya, why bother? Seeing Duan Tianya's actions, the brocade-robed middle-aged man gently sighed. He knew that things could no longer be changed. Blood sacrifice is a forbidden technique of the Justice Duan clan. By sacrificing one's life and potential, one can summon an ancient Kirin blood demon. Once the Kirin blood demon appears, it will dominate the world. But I fear that Duan Tianya will be crippled because of this. Some of the 36 apprentices sighed. In order to win, in order to kill Lin Ling, Duan Tianya had completely disregarded the rules of the tournament. Kill him. I want to win. I want to prove that I will always be number one. Duan Tianya seemed to have gone mad. He roared hysterically. Then he looked at Lin Ling and coldly said, "This is my final trump card. You will never defeat me." In the distance, Lin Ling frowned. He didn't think that Duan Tianya would still have a trump card hidden. But he disdainfully smiled. You already lost. An icy voice sounded out, causing many people to nod. Indeed, when the brocade-robed middle-aged man helped, Duan Tianya had already lost. This battle is the final battle. You can only face it head-on. You cannot avoid it. If you run, you lose. The brocade-robed middle-aged man's icy voice sounded out. Duan Tianya had crippled himself and summoned the Kirin blood demon. How could he let Duan Tianya waste his efforts? So, for the pride of the Justice Duan clan, Lin Ling had to accept the final battle no matter what. Moreover, he would use this battle to determine who would win and who would lose. How domineering! The crowd also knew what he meant. They all shouted in their hearts. Lin Ling had already won when he used the Great Vermilion Bird's flame. But the Justice Duan clan refused to admit defeat. They refused to lose their pride. So, they decided to use one more move to determine victory and defeat. Moreover, they were not allowed to refuse. They were only allowed to accept the battle. This made the Dragon Mountain tournament lose its flavor and become a true life and death battle. Does the Justice Duan clan still have any face? At this moment, Sword Elder's icy voice sounded. At this time, how could he let the Justice Duan clan bully Lin Ling? Sword Elder, this is a matter between their juniors. Why do you have to interfere? The brocade-robed middle-aged man frowned. He was clearly afraid of Sword Elder, but he still spoke up. That's right. The previous battle was a desperate move by the Justice Duan clan. It is indeed against the rules of the tournament. But he also cherishes his juniors. So, it is pardonable. But since he has already made a move, that battle naturally doesn't count. So, the next battle will be the real battle. Great Sun Elder also spoke up for the Justice Duan clan. At this time, she naturally wanted Lin Ling to die. Chapter 620. She said that the middle-aged man had acted out of concern for his juniors, and that he had acted out of anxiousness. But when he acted, Lin Ling's previous victory did not count, because the middle-aged man had violated the rules of the competition. However, she seemed to have blamed the middle-aged man's violation of the rules on Lin Ling, as if it was Lin Ling who had violated the rules, so the previous battle did not count. "Ah, old witch, you are also a piece of trash." In the silence, Lin Ling's arrogant laughter rang out, causing Great Sun Elder's pupils to constrict. Lin Ling dared to call her an old witch in front of so many people, and even called her a piece of trash. This Lin Ling is courting death. The crowd's pupils constricted. Witch? Lin Ling really dared to scold her. "If you want to frame me, just say it. Why do you need to resort to such schemes? But if you want to play, fine, I will play with you. Today, I will kill Duan Tianya in front of so many people, I want to see who can stop me." Lin Ling's eyes became even colder, carrying an unstoppable determination. He wanted to kill Duan Tianya, regardless of whether it was the Justice, Duan clan, or the 12 Shen elders. Whoever came to stop him, he would kill them all. Even if he was just a tiny ant in front of those ancient experts, he was still determined to kill them. Is he going to go against the whole world? At the side of Dragon Pan Lake, many people's eyes became dreamy. When Lin Ling was low-key, he was like a sheathed sword. However, once someone provoked him, this sword would be unsheathed and kill anyone who came. "Lin Ling, do your best." But for some reason, the young man's determination made many people admire him. Many people were cheering for Lin Ling. "Lin Ling, you can't." Sword Elder was incomparably worried. If Lin Ling refused to fight again, he would naturally protect Lin Ling and help Lin Ling obtain the glory he deserved. "Sword Elder, thank you, but this is also my heart of martial arts. No matter how strong he is, no matter where he comes from, I will kill all enemies." Lin Ling said one word at a time. His clear eyes were filled with determination. The Sword Elder finally nodded his head heavily. This young man was not afraid to fight, and this made the Sword Elder incomparably admire him. Therefore, he did not want to humiliate the young man any further. He wanted the young man to fight with all his strength. "Duan Tianya, die." After saying that, Lin Ling's body shot straight towards Duan Tianya. His ice-cold shout spread throughout the entire dragon coiling lake. Boom! The remaining water of the dragon coiling lake soared into the sky. Within the lake, the young man was like a king descending. At the same time, the youth's disdainful shout seemed to be heard. In the sky above, countless rays of light turned into shooting stars and shot down, causing the youth to be incomparably dazzling, like a rising sun. What is that? No one could see through all of this, only that the youth was very dazzling. 60% martial true intent, blood demon descends. On the other side, Duan Tianya's face was ferocious. In this battle, he had been suppressed by Lin Ling from the start. When his trump card was revealed, he had lost to Lin Ling once again. Therefore, at the final moment, he had to reverse the situation and take back everything he had lost. Rumble! The half-Qilin, half-human blood demon stared at Lin Ling. Its bloodthirsty gaze was incomparably terrifying. This Qilin blood demon was summoned. In fact, it was also a type of martial arts. It was even 60% martial true intent, and it was even more terrifying than the ordinary 60% martial true intent. In the Justice Duan bloodline, everyone had their own Qilin soul, and Duan Tianya's was the Qilin blood demon. Qilins were ancient vicious beasts that had once swallowed the heavens and devoured the earth. They were divine beasts of war, and the Justice Duan bloodline was a descendant of this bloodline. Rumble! The Qilin blood demon also pounced towards Lin Ling. An endless sea of blood spread out, as if the sea of blood was boundless. If Lin Ling continued to move forward, then he would become a part of the sea of blood. How terrifying! The crowd could only see the sea of blood churning in the skies. And within the sea of blood, a faintly discernible figure was rushing forwards, as if it wanted to reach the finish line and kill Duan Tianya. He won't reach the finish line. The Justice Duan bloodline middle-aged man coldly said. When it came to the eruption of bloodline, he naturally knew how strong it was. What is that? A massive number of headless people have appeared in the sea of blood. At this time, the crowd cried out in alarm. In the sea of blood, the headless people were floating around, and they were all rushing towards Lin Ling. It was said that within the Azura Blood Sea, Those who had lost their purpose in life, those who had lost their motivation to continue living, would be sucked into the sea of blood after they died. And anyone who touched the sea of blood would also be dragged into the sea of blood, becoming a person with no purpose in life. Lin Ling was in trouble. Cut! At this time, an icy cold shout echoed out from the sea of blood. Sword light flashed and tens of thousands of headless people were split in half. Do you feel any guilt? You killed me, so I want you to pay a life for a life. The sea of blood roared once more. A massive number of people with fierce expressions appeared. These people were all people that had died at Lin Ling's hands in the past. There was the Crown Prince, Iron Soul City's City Lord, and so on. An illusion appeared in the sea of blood once more, wanting to stop Lin Ling's advance. The Qilin blood demon that Duan Tianya had exhausted all of his potential to summon was truly terrifying. Cut! However, the icy cold voice was still indifferent and emotionless. It represented the unchanging heart of martial arts as it slashed out. Total annihilation. What a firm heart of martial arts. Lin Ling's goal is definitely to break through the sea of blood. The crowd's hearts trembled once more. Was there nothing that could stop Lin Ling? Lin Ling, you've won. You have won first place in today's competition. You truly deserve it. At this time, the sea of blood changed once more. An even more terrifying event occurred. Sword Elder, Sakura, Yu, Heavenly Concubine, Old Ancestor Extreme Flame, and others had appeared. All of Lin Ling's loved ones had appeared. They were all congratulating Lin Ling. The Qilin blood demon seemed to know the deepest secrets of Lin Ling's heart. It was able to sense any weakness. Everyone had weaknesses. Even demons had weaknesses. When they were weak in the past, they had maternal love, familial love, and even love and friendship. However, after experiencing great changes in their lives, their temperament had turned into a murderous demon. And to be able to find the weakness of a firm heart of martial arts, this Qilin blood demon was undoubtedly terrifying. Cut! However, it still couldn't stop Lin Ling's firm steps. He slashed out with his sword. Lin Ling's heart was indeed filled with familial love, friendship, and love. But these were not his weaknesses. In fact, they were part of how he became strong. He wasn't like other martial artists. In order to make themselves flawless, they had to hide everything or cut off everything. Lin Ling would never do that. He would never do that. He even revealed all of his weaknesses so that the world would know that these were his weaknesses. But if you wanted to use his weaknesses to threaten him, then even the heavens and earth would be cut apart. With a final sword strike, the sea of blood was split in two. Countless people's eyes widened. Even the middle-aged man sucked in a breath of cold air. Just how firm was this young man's heart of martial arts? As for Duan Tianya, his pupils constricted. Lin Ling's strength had once again surpassed his expectations. He roared out, "Stop him! Kill him! Formless blood sea!" All of the sea of blood began to condense and rush towards the terrifying Qilin blood demon. It was clear that Duan Tianya also knew that Lin Ling had arrived. Chapter 621. A moment of pride rumble. The Qilin blood demon grew even larger, and the sea of blood disappeared. Lin Ling's figure finally appeared in midair. At this moment, it was incomparably clear. However, that slender figure, that elegant long hair, and the blue and white robe that fluttered in the wind were even more shocking. Lin Ling also stopped. He was like a flame god descending. With one hand behind his back, his left hand gently lifted up a huge blazing sun. That blazing sun emitted a terrifying power, as if the sun in the sky was summoned by Lin Ling. If the Qilin blood demon represented the corruption of blood, then Lin Ling's sun represented endless radiance. When did he cultivate such a terrifying martial art? The crowd looked at the youth that was as dazzling as the blazing sun, and felt as if their hearts were ruthlessly slashed by a knife. It's the beginning of the light. From the moment he entered the sea of blood, he was already absorbing the light of the sun. That's a solar storm. Someone suddenly reacted, and his voice trembled. Lin Ling actually hid his final trump card. And this trump card was very terrifying. Without needing Duan Tianya to comprehend it, Even they could feel how terrifying it was. If Duan Tianya's martial intent was at 60%, then Lin Ling's was at 70% fire intent, absorbing the light of the sun to make his flames even more dazzling. This martial art is probably at the pinnacle of fire. The 12 Xin elders also spoke solemnly. They just realized that Lin Ling's fire intent was even more terrifying than the sword intent. It was just that the intent of fire rarely appeared, so they didn't know. However, once it appeared, it had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Kill him, kill him. Duan Tianya went completely crazy. He clearly felt the terror of that blazing sun more than anyone else. It's all too late. Blazing sun, sparrow sun. Coldly looking at Duan Tianya, Lin Ling raised his left hand as if he was holding a huge solar storm and pounced towards Duan Tianya. You dare! The middle-aged man's overbearing voice came out. He thought that Lin Ling would definitely die after Lin Ling summoned the Qilin blood demon. Who knew that he was strong, but Lin Ling was even stronger. This was a true monstrous genius. The most terrifying thing was that this genius didn't come from the 5 great ancient nations, but from some other tiny place. At this moment, a sword light descended from the sky, and a sword stabbed into the ground in front of him. The sword was swaying, but it was emitting a strong sense of warning. This is his moment of pride. No one is allowed to interrupt him. Otherwise, I will kill him with my sword. The sword elder's dignified voice sounded, causing the middle-aged man to tremble. Was it his moment of pride? The crowd faintly heard the sword elder's voice, and their hearts trembled. Was this Lin Ling's moment of pride? However, it was true that Lin Ling had overcome all difficulties, killed the Qilin blood demon, crossed the sea of blood, and finally faced Duan Tianya. Wasn't this a moment of pride? Yes, this was Lin Ling's moment of pride. Lin Ling, show me your flames. In the distance, Long Xiaochen was excited and couldn't help but shout. Gradually, his voice was followed by the shouts of countless Star Guard ranked disciples. Even the nominal disciples who admired Lin Ling shouted. Lin Ling had convinced them today. Show me your flame. Countless loud shouts resounded through the sky. Boom! The terrifying sun finally erupted. In the countless rays of light, the Qilin blood demon's ferocious face finally revealed its appearance. It had the face of a Qilin, but the eyes of a human. At this moment, it was wildly roaring, but it instantly turned into ashes. All the corrupted blood was incinerated. In mid-air, a solar storm appeared, and a huge fireball burned with the sun, destroying everything. Countless people stood up, and their eyes widened. What a terrifying power of martial arts. Was this the power of a young man? Rumble. The entire Dragon Lake's water evaporated and turned into volcanic lava. It gave people a feeling that this volcanic lava would not be extinguished for a year. The aftermath was turbulent, and 3 incense sticks of time were emitted everywhere. Gradually, the solar storm disappeared, and countless flames sputtered in all directions like meteors. In the center, a slender figure stood there quietly. His long hair fluttered, and his handsome face was cold. His left hand stretched out and grabbed a person's neck. That person was Duan Tianya. At this moment, Duan Tianya was like a stray dog. He was held by the neck and hung in midair. This scene caused the entire Dragon Lake to go silent. This scene was incomparably dazzling. Above the volcano, the young man was like a god of fire, holding the enemy in his hand and looking down at the world. What you gave me, I will give you back. What you gave to my friend, I will also give you back. Now you can say that you lost. A crisp slap sounded. Duan Tianya was slapped in the face by Lin Ling. It was an incomparably humiliating slap. He had lost before, but did he still have the right to deny it? In the distance, Ouyang Feiyang was excited, and his body trembled. In the battle not long ago, he was defeated by Duan Tianya. He lost all face and set the first-place record in the Dragon Lake competition. But now Lin Ling had regained his dignity for him. An eye for an eye. Lin Ling was going to slap Duan Tianya's face and lose. Is the justice of the Duan clan so shameful? Pa pa pa. Crisp slaps rang out continuously. Although the sound was not loud, it appeared in the hearts of the crowd. In the distance, the middle-aged man's expression was incomparably ugly. Lin Ling seemed to be slapping Duan Tianya's face, but he was also slapping their proud Qilin bloodline. You are very glorious. Today is your stage, but you have offended the Justice Duan bloodline. Now, I advise you to let him go immediately. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, his voice filled with killing intent. Is the Justice Duan bloodline that great? It's just a gathering place for a bunch of scum. I will still slap their faces and humiliate them. Lin Ling turned around with an indifferent expression. The corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. I said that I will kill him. No one can stop me. You dare. The middle-aged man roared. Lin Ling dared to kill Duan Tianya in front of him? Boom. Endless flames erupted. Lin Ling seemed to be holding a ball of fire. Those flames burned Duan Tianya crazily. Since Duan Tianya wanted to kill him, he would not show mercy. The middle-aged man roared. Lin Ling really dared to kill. Dragon Pan Lake competition, the result is actually like this. The crowd also swallowed their saliva, as if they could not believe their eyes. The number one of the 10 rising stars died in front of their eyes, burned alive, and Lin Ling once again fulfilled his promise. If he dared to go on stage, he would die. Today's Lin Ling was not only dazzling, but also terrifying. Harming others will eventually harm oneself. Wanting to step on others and curry favor with the strong is just digging one's own grave. Sakura coldly smiled. All of this was brought upon by Duan Tianya. If he did not want to harm Lin Ling, then how could he die today? Papa. Only after the person in his hand turned into ashes did Lin Ling clap his hands. He looked at the middle-aged man with a cold gaze. There was a strong provocation in his eyes, as if to say, I'll kill you, what else can you do? The middle-aged man's breathing became heavy. He wanted to move several times, but the sword under his feet kept swaying. The sword elder kept reminding him. Chapter 622. Reward. In the end, he could only watch as Lin Ling seized the glory, but there was nothing he could do. Also, you bunch of scum, it won't be long before I slap your faces. Kill. Lin Ling didn't care about the middle-aged man's murderous intent. He looked at Great Sunchild and Su Fan, his lips curved up in a cold smile. These people wanted him dead, so he would not be lenient. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. Kill. Great Sunchild was truly enraged at this moment. Her hatred for Lin Ling even surpassed that of Elder Jian. This was because although Elder Jian was Elder Xian, he had never caused her to lose so much face. But Lin Ling had succeeded, and had succeeded several times. Most importantly, Lin Ling was only a junior. But she believed that as long as Lin Ling was still in the 7 profound martial house, Lin Ling would die. Now, admit that I've won. Kill. Lin Ling didn't care about the enraged Great Sunchild. He looked up at the sky. He knew that that person had been watching, and also wanted to see him lose face, or even be obliterated. It was just that that person's status was too high, so it wasn't good for them to move against an ant like him. You've won. Kill. In the sky, a vague figure finally appeared, causing many people's complexions to change. The 7 profound martial houses' martial house master had appeared. Was this the legendary senior Skylin? But indeed, the martial house master had been waiting for Lin Ling to fail, and also believed that it was impossible for Lin Ling to succeed. But the reality was the opposite. Lin Ling had cut off all means of retreat, and had swept away all obstacles in his path to victory. This result was not what he wanted to see, but he couldn't stop it. After all, he was the martial house master, and his prestige was great. How could he make things difficult for Lin Ling in front of so many people? Otherwise, he would be lowering his status. What are you talking about? Kill. Lin Ling softly said, causing the crowd's pupils to shrink. Lin Ling still didn't know what fear was. He actually dared to speak to the martial house master like this. The sky was silent. The martial house master naturally knew that Lin Ling was deliberately making things difficult for him. Lin Ling had already won the previous battle, but he had remained silent. Lin Ling had not announced that Lin Ling had won. Now, Lin Ling was retaliated. Di Wuji's disciple? Skylin calmly looked at the youth. He wanted to find a trace of panic, fear, or even awe in the youth's eyes. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. The youth was still as fearless as before. Even in the face of a colossus like him, the youth still didn't retreat. "You've won." The dragon lake was silent as countless pairs of eyes stared at the young man. Their hearts were filled with shock. Had he finally gotten first place? All of this was like a dream. Since the beginning of the Dragon Lake competition, no one had ever thought that Lin Ling, a Star Guard disciple, would end up in first place, becoming the biggest dark horse of the year. Not long ago, they even thought that Lin Ling would lose the bet with Elder Sunday. His strength is probably enough to fight against an expert of the Emperor's spirit realm. Among the Star Guard disciples, the 8 heavenly kings revealed a bitter smile. Lin Ling's growth was too fast. They remembered that Lin Ling's Star Sea Pagoda record didn't take more than 10 days. 10 days later, his current achievements: "You have created 2 great records. Today, the 7 Profound Martial House will make an exception and allow you to enter the 7 Profound Proud Son of Heaven list." At this moment, a voice came from the sky again, causing the crowd to gasp. The 7 Profound Proud Son of Heaven list's requirements were that one had to be a genius of the Emperor's spirit realm under the age of 20. Although Lin Ling hadn't reached 20 years of age, he was only at the late King spirit realm. Yet, an exception had been made. This was the first time someone had entered the 7 Profound Proud Son of Heaven list. The crowd was stirred up. Countless youths looked at Lin Ling with envy. There were even some young girls whose faces were flushed red, secretly admiring him. However, Lin Ling frowned. The Martial House Master had allowed him to enter the 7 Profound Proud Son of Heaven list. Although it seemed like a reward, the truth was that there was another layer of malice in his heart. After all, he was only at the late King spirit realm. If he were to make an exception and enter the 7 Profound Proud Son of Heaven list, he would definitely arouse the dissatisfaction and jealousy of many geniuses. The Martial House Master's move was to kill with a borrowed knife. However, the 7 Profound Proud Son of Heaven list was Lin Ling's next goal. If he were to make an exception and enter, then so be it. He had no fear. At that time, he would see who would dare be dissatisfied with him. There are 3 great rewards for first place. First, a 7th grade King Step martial art. Second, spirit crystals. Third, natural treasures. I don't want the 7th grade King Step martial art, but in terms of natural treasures, I need one more. Lin Ling said lightly. The Martial House Master, Tian Lin, nodded and said, "Okay." Lin Ling smiled and suddenly said, "As far as I know, the geniuses who enter the 7 Profound Proud Son of Heaven list all have their own cultivation places. I should have one too." The Martial House Master wanted to kill with a borrowed knife and put a big hat on Lin Ling. Lin Ling had also agreed to enter the 7 Profound Proud Son of Heaven list. However, he would naturally fight for the rights that belonged to the top geniuses. Anyway, there were benefits to be had, and he would not waste them. It should be known that not long ago, Dan Luofan was a genius on the 7 Profound Proud Son of Heaven list. He had the qualifications to open a restaurant, so naturally, Lin Ling should have his own cultivation place. In the sky, the Martial House Master was silent and his face seemed to be a little ugly. The corners of the eyes of the surrounding people twitched. Lin Ling was really bold. He was negotiating with the Martial House Master. "Okay, you choose your own place." After a moment of silence, the Martial House Master, Tian Lin, said in a low voice. Then, he looked at Lin Ling indifferently and disappeared into the sky. "Take care, I won't send you off." Lin Ling shrugged. His indifferent look made the hearts of the surrounding people tremble again. Looking at Lin Ling's appearance, he seemed to be very relaxed in front of the Martial House Master. Moreover, the Martial House Master seemed to be leaving unhappily. "Lin Ling, you won't be proud for long. Let's go." Great Sunchild and the others also snorted coldly and left. As for the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes, he looked at Lin Ling coldly and remembered Lin Ling's appearance. Then he snorted and left. Since he dared to provoke the Justice Duan clan, he would definitely take revenge. The crowd left one after another, but they all looked at Lin Ling. They also remembered Lin Ling's name. Lin Ling, good job. I knew that I would definitely hear your name in the rainforest's sacred ground. In the distance, a bell-like voice sounded. Far away from the Dragon Lake, a young girl flew past like a fluttering butterfly. It was the heavenly concubine. Heavenly concubine? Lin Ling shouted in surprise. It seemed that the heavenly concubine had gone to the ancient Tao martial palace. Heavenly concubine, is he your friend? Not bad. Beside the heavenly concubine was a beautiful woman in her 30s. Her strength was unfathomable. At this moment, she smiled and nodded at Lin Ling. Master, he's a friend from my hometown. Of course, he's very powerful. The heavenly concubine looked at the beautiful woman and said, she knew very well that her master had always been aloof. For her to take the initiative to say that he was not bad meant that he was very powerful. One had to know that in the ancient Tao martial palace, there were very few people who could make her master say that he was not bad. I'll leave first. Come find me at the ancient Tao martial palace next time. The heavenly concubine said and did not stay any longer. She left with the rest of the ancient Tao martial palace. Okay. Chapter 623. 10,000 dinging at night, in the 7 profound martial house, all was quiet. But at this moment, 10,000 Swords Peak was bustling with noise and excitement. Elder Sword, the Sakura brothers, Ouyang Feiyang, and Tai Yen were all celebrating for Lin Ling. They were all drinking wine and eating meat. The battle during the day had been very satisfying, and they were all excited. Second brother, you are amazing. Your strength has almost caught up to mine, and this is only in 3 months. Sakura was incomparably happy. Seeing Lin Ling become so strong was like seeing his own little brother become strong. This happiness came from the bottom of his heart. I was just lucky, Lin Ling said as he drank wine. But he was really lucky. If today's battle had not been sunny, but had been cloudy, or even at night, then Lin Ling might not have won. It could only be said that the geniuses of the 7 profound martial house were truly fierce. It would be difficult for Lin Ling to jump ranks and fight. But the blazing sun, Sparrow Sun, was truly powerful. After absorbing the sun's fire, it had already reached 70% of the true meaning of fire. Lin Ling, today your name will shake the 7 profound martial house. I will say this, you have to protect me. Tai Yen said as he drank wine and suddenly laughed. Can your face be any thicker? Lin Ling entered the 7 profound martial house later than you, and you actually want him to protect you. Ouyang Feiyang jokingly scolded. Tai Yen curled his lips and said, who told him to be so fierce? In any case, he can't be judged by common sense. Lin Ling smiled as he looked at everyone. From time to time, he would interject a few words. His heart was incomparably relaxed. Although he had only been at the 7 profound martial house for 3 months, he had already made a group of friends. Lin Ling, let me tell you, if I encounter a martial arts problem that I don't understand, you have to teach me. Long Xiaochen said with a smile. Now, he no longer regarded Lin Ling as a genius of the same generation, but as a senior apprentice brother, or even a teacher. They laughed and chatted until late at night, when everyone finally left. Lin Ling temporarily stayed at Myriad Swords Peak. He thought about the upcoming competition and what to do next. Now, he had finally entered the 7 profound prodigy list as he wished. He was getting closer and closer to the position of Mansion Master. However, the higher he stood, the further he could see. His next opponent would be even stronger. The Fighting Evil Faction. The Duan Family of Justice. Great Sunchild Elder and Su Fan. A genius on the 7 profound prodigy list. Many. Therefore, Lin Ling knew that he had to continue working hard. With a flip of his right hand, 2 pieces of divine melting mud appeared in his hand. This was the reward of the tournament, and he had 3 pieces in total. It was enough for his king body to reach the level of 8 Adi true fire. The 8 motifs true flames were 80% of the true meaning of fire. What kind of concept was this? It could be said with certainty that if he reached that level of king physique, he wouldn't even need to fear Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators. An 8th grade king physique was indeed terrifying. Take a king spirit realm powerhouse for example. The peak of their martial arts was a 7th grade king step martial arts, but their true meaning of martial was 50% to 60%. Above 50% was the strength that an Emperor Spirit Realm powerhouse could control. Now that Lin Ling was able to erupt with 70% of his true meaning of martial, his combat strength naturally reached the early Emperor Spirit Realm. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't ask for a 7th grade king step martial art today, because it wouldn't be of much help to him. Tomorrow, I should go to the practice area. Lin Ling's eyes flashed, and a memory flashed in his mind. There was a practice area in the 7 Profound Martial House that was very good. It was deeply favored by Senior Limitless. If he cultivated there, he would be able to save a lot of spirit crystals. His next goal was to obtain that practice area. Like this, he would have his own territory in the Rainforest Holy Land. At that time, he would be able to invite the Fire Ancient clan to come. Without further thought, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate, consolidating his late King Spirit Realm cultivation. As he cultivated, 3 clear vermilion bird king images appeared behind him. This was the capital that allowed him to jump ranks and fight. His cultivation and foundation were the most solid, and his spiritual energy was extremely rich. Therefore, during the tournament, that rich spiritual energy had supported him in his continuous battles. If it were any other genius, they might not be able to do this. The next day, the sun was bright and there were no clouds for 10,000 miles. Lin Ling brought Ouyang Feiyang deep into the 7 Profound Martial House. The 7 Profound Martial House was very large. It had a massive number of mountain peaks, lakes, and valleys. The practice area was at the 10,000 Court Hall. This hall was located on a flat mountain peak. From the foot of the mountain, it looked as if the peak had been cut in half by a saber. The cut was smooth, and there were a large number of buildings. TSK, so many senior apprentice brothers. As they ascended the mountain, Ouyang Feiyang couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the winding steps. There were also a large number of youths ascending the steps, but each one of them had unfathomable strength. They were obviously Moonguard level disciples, and there were even many 7 Profound Heavens Chosen list of Heavens Chosen. Yes, the 7 Profound Martial House is one of the 7 great martial houses of the 100 territories. Naturally, it has absorbed a massive number of geniuses. Lin Ling nodded. He wasn't as flattered as Ouyang Feiyang. Before long, the two arrived at the 10,000 Court Hall. This building was grand and magnificent and had 8 gates. At this moment, disciples were entering and exiting from each gate. Lin Ling also entered one of the gates. This is where you can receive your benefits. Take out your identity jade card. Behind the gate was a vast and boundless hall. There were all sorts of treasures, spirit crystals, pills, and so on. An indifferent old man looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling and Ouyang Feiyang nodded and took out their jade cards. After the old man looked at them, he nodded and said, You are a Moon Guard level disciple. You can receive this month's spirit crystals and body tempering pills. A 7 Profound Martial House Moon Guard level disciple could receive benefits every month. There were 100 medium-grade spirit crystals. In the middle 3 regions, this was absolutely a huge sum of money. Elder, I also came to receive my practice area. Lin Ling calmly said. The old man's eyes narrowed. In the 7 Profound Martial House, to have their own practice area, the lowest qualification was to be a 7 Profound Heavens Chosen list of Heavens Chosen list of Heavens Chosen. This was obviously the first time that this youth had come to the 10,000 Court Hall, but was he already a 7 Profound Heavens Chosen? There were many disciples around, and at this moment they were looking at Lin Ling with a bit of horror. There are many 7 Profound Heavens Chosen, but there are also those who want to deceive others. Don't let me know that you are a fake, otherwise the crime will be great. The old man frowned and said. He didn't believe Lin Ling. Then he looked at Lin Ling's jade card again, and his complexion instantly changed. You are Lin Ling? The old man's face was dignified. He is Lin Ling? The first 7 Profound Heavens Chosen list of Heavens Chosen list of Heavens Chosen with strength at the King's Spirit Realm. The crowd's eyes flashed. Yesterday, Lin Ling's name had shaken the 7 Profound Martial House, but it was impossible for news to spread so quickly. Many people had heard of Lin Ling's name, but they had never seen him before. Now they finally saw him. I heard that he is a very arrogant newcomer. He has just arrived at the Seven Profound Martial House and has already offended many people. He doesn't even give face to the Martial House Master. For such a person to still be alive, he is really lucky. But I wonder, does he really have the qualifications to be a Seven Profound Heavens Chosen? Humph, he's just fishing for fame. Chapter 624. A place of practice. Lin Ling didn't seem to hear those words. He already knew that the Martial House Master had made him a Seven Profound Heavens Chosen child, but in truth he had pushed him to the top of the waves. Naturally, there would be many people who would be jealous and dissatisfied. Moreover, he also knew that many people wanted to see him fall in the Seven Profound Martial House. However, Lin Ling had already faced great winds and waves, so he was fearless. Now, can I receive a cultivation ground? Lin Ling asked again, his voice light and indifferent. The old man frowned, but still walked deeper in and took out a sand table. On the sand table was a map of the Seven Profound Martial House. Choose for yourself. Let me remind you that the places with the red flags are occupied. You do not have the qualifications to go to those places. You can choose anywhere else. The old man lightly said. After learning that the other party was Lin Ling, his attitude became even worse. In the past, Su Fan had given him a lot of help. Now that Su Fan had been framed by Lin Ling and had become an elder, he naturally looked at Lin Ling in a bad mood. After all, he had lost a backer. Where there are no red flags, I can choose anywhere? Ignoring the old man's attitude, Lin Ling looked at the sand table. Lin Ling, Sky Sand Lake is good. The spiritual energy there is quite rich. There is also Mystic Spirit Mountain and Waterfall Gorge. Ouyang Feiyang excitedly said. These places were all very famous. If they could become Lin Ling's cultivation ground, then he would be able to bask in his glory. After all, cultivating in a good place with rich spiritual energy would yield twice the results with half the effort. The old man frowned. These places were indeed good, but did he really want to benefit Lin Ling? Sorry, these places have already been reserved. The old man lightly said, causing Ouyang Feiyang's eyes to narrow. The old man had said that the places with the red flags were occupied, but these places did not have any red flags. This old man was going back on his words. He was obviously making things difficult for Lin Ling. Are there any empty places for cultivation in the area around the street? Lin Ling asked indifferently as if he didn't know that the old man was making things difficult for him. There are no more streets. If you want to choose, I suggest you go to the Great Desert Sand, the Cold Astral Sea, and other places. These places used to be the cultivation grounds of the seven mysterious heavenly talents. They can be considered as heavenly paradises. The old man suggested. The surrounding people were stunned for a moment, and then they all began to snicker. Those places are all places with poor spirit chi, and the mountains are barren and the rivers are treacherous. If you have such a place to cultivate, you might as well stay in Star Sea Pagoda. Elder Thousand Leaf, this move is beautiful. These places are a bit far from the Martial House. How about this place? Lin Ling's expression remained calm as he suddenly pointed to a valley on the sand table. Good eyesight. This valley is called the Mountain River Valley and is also a paradise. In the past, this place gave birth to the top 100 geniuses of the seven mysterious prodigies. Are you sure you want to choose this place? The old man's gaze didn't change as he spoke indifferently. The crowd snickered again. Although the Great Desert Sand and the Cold Astral Sea were poor in spirit chi, at least they still had spirit chi. However, the Mountain River Valley was a mystical place. Not only did it not have spirit chi, but if a martial artist cultivated in the valley, their spirit chi would be absorbed. This Lin Ling, he was really stupid. The old man sneered in his heart, and then continued to bewitch Lin Ling. But Lin Ling simply nodded as if he didn't know. His right hand was about to insert the small red flag into the sand table to prove that this was his territory. Lin Ling, I've heard of this place before. It is a forbidden cultivation ground. Ouyang Feiyang had stayed at the Seven Profound Martial House for a long time, so after he thought about it, he anxiously said. However, he was still too slow. Lin Ling had already inserted the small red flag into the sand table. Once the decision was made, no one could change it unless they gave up. But after the decision was made, this place would belong to Lin Ling. If a Moon Guard-level disciple dared to provoke him in the Mountain River Valley, Lin Ling would kill him without mercy. After all, Lin Ling's status was higher than that of a Moon Guard-level disciple. Hey, it's good that you've chosen. Take the Jade Token and go find the Mountain River Valley yourself. The old man was instantly overjoyed. He gave the Jade Token that represented the Mountain River Valley to Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled as he received it, and then turned to leave. After he goes to the Mountain River Valley, he will surely cry until there are no tears left. Idiot! Seeing Lin Ling casually leave, many people couldn't help but laugh out loud. After all, to become a proud son of heaven of the Seven Profound was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Everyone could choose a cultivation ground, and if they missed it, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. However, Lin Ling had been bewitched by Elder Qian Yi, and had actually chosen this desolate land. Now, all that was left was to wait for his cultivation to drop. Qian Yi, well done. At this moment, a figure appeared in the main hall. It was Su Fan. Master Su Fan. Many people respectfully bowed, and Su Fan secretly nodded. Although he had fallen from the position of a master to an elder, there were still many people that regarded him as a master. He was very satisfied with this. That junior is only relying on Elder Sword support, but Elder Sword has already fallen into the sunset. That junior's good days will soon come to an end. Elder Qian Yi immediately flattered. Lin Ling dares to offend us, he will have a headache in the future. Did he go to the Mountain River Valley? I remember that the Mountain River Valley is currently managed by Elder Muba. Let Elder Muba go and make things difficult for him. After Su Fan coldly smiled, he left the main hall. After offending Su Fan, how could Su Fan easily let Lin Ling go? He wanted Lin Ling to not be able to stay in the Seven Profound Martial House and live a life worse than death. Elder Muba was in charge of the Mountain River Valley. This person's cultivation was tyrannical, and his combat strength was formidable. In the past, he was also one of the 36 masters. Unfortunately, he did not understand the ways of the world, and offended one of the 12 Xian elders. After that person made things difficult for him, his status dropped, and he became an elder. Now that he had come to make things difficult for Lin Ling was dead. After all, Elder Muba did not understand the ways of the world, and did not care about Elder Sword's status. If Lin Ling dared to be arrogant, he would kill him. Before long, Su Fan found Elder Muba. Without saying anything, he directly handed over a rune bag. This bag has many spirit crystals. Elder Muba, you only need to help me with one thing, and these spirit crystals are yours. Yes. He was very clear that Elder Muba was very strong, and was only slightly weaker than him. He was a cultivation madman, so as long as there were cultivation resources, Elder Muba would agree to his request. Then he voiced out his request. Elder Muba was tall and sturdy, and his complexion was dark. He looked at the rune bag, nodded, and then left. He was not good with words, but as long as the other party gave him a reward, then he would do it. But the other party was only a small disciple, it shouldn't be difficult to make things difficult for him. He was in charge of the Mountain River Valley. If Lin Ling wanted to obtain the cultivation area, he would naturally have to obtain his approval. The Mountain River Valley was not too far from the Star Sea Pagoda. With Lin Ling and Ouyang Feiyang's strength, they could reach it in an hour. Standing on top of a mountain peak, Lin Ling and Ouyang Feiyang looked into the distance. There was a huge mountain valley, and there was a hazy miasma drifting through the valley. Not only that, but there was also a massive amount of white bones on the ground. It really did look like an evil place. Lin Ling, is this a place to cultivate? Ouyang Feiyang could not help but ask. Chapter 625. Aren't you ashamed? It is said that after a martial artist enters this place, their cultivation will drop in 2 or 3 days, and the spiritual energy in their dantian will be sucked away for no reason. It seems that this is true. Lin Ling's clear eyes also looked at the distant mountain valley. Since you know? Then why did you choose this place? Ouyang Fang nearly went mad with anger. Hi, newcomer, is this the place you chose to practice? You are really stupid. Let me tell you, 3 years ago someone chose this place as their home. But in just a month, his strength dropped from a 7 profound heavens chosen disciple to a star guard disciple, and then he went crazy. Not only that, but Elder Muba, who is in charge of this place, is a ruthless man. He doesn't even fear old Xian. If you want to obtain the mountain valley from him, I'm afraid that he will make things difficult for you. Sigh. A 7 profound martial house disciple passed by not too far away. As he saw Lin Ling and Ouyang Feiyang, he couldn't help but mock them. This made Ouyang Feiyang extremely depressed. It seemed that Lin Ling's practice area had been wasted. Haven't you ever wondered why the spiritual energy in the valley is sucked away for no reason? Lin Ling simply ignored the ridicule of others. He smiled and gently asked. Ouyang Feiyang's pupils shrank, and then he shook his head. He really didn't know, but did it matter? Let's go. Sigh. Lin Ling didn't say anything more. His body moved, and he flew towards the mountain valley. As the two arrived at the entrance of the mountain valley, a tall and sturdy figure had been waiting for them for a long time. It was Elder Muba. In the distance, Su Fan sneered as he watched this scene. Beside him, a large number of disciples were also gloating. Lin Ling was very arrogant and did not fear anyone. But Elder Muba was even more arrogant than him. Therefore, when Lin Ling met Elder Muba, how could he still be arrogant? He was going to suffer. If things went wrong, Lin Ling would be killed by Elder Muba. Mountain Valley is not a place that anyone can enter. Scram. Elder Muba stood there like a giant. His aged face had a dignified look. He would not play any tricks, so he directly told them to scram. Elder, we have a jade token. Ouyang Feiyang hurriedly said, but there was a terrified expression on his face. Boom. Elder Muba released a powerful aura, causing Ouyang Feiyang to take a few steps back. Ouyang Feiyang's face turned pale. This elder is so domineering, he didn't even bother to talk to you, he just used his strength to suppress you. If you don't leave, you'll die. Elder Muba lightly spat out a sentence, cold and emotionless. Ha, Lin Ling has just become a 7 profound heavens chosen, but his first setback is already enough to make him return in disgrace. In the distance, the crowd burst into laughter. In their minds, Lin Ling would leave with his tail between his legs. Who would dare to refute? Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's expression remained calm as he looked at Elder Muba. Suddenly, a memory surfaced in his mind. This Elder Muba was actually an unnamed disciple of the previous mansion master. He was a martial arts maniac who lived by martial arts and was a cultivation maniac who did not understand the ways of the world. As an elder, don't you follow the rules of the 7 profound martial house? Lin Ling shook his head and calmly said. His words caused Elder Muba to reveal a disdainful smile. This junior dared to use the rules of the 7 profound martial house to suppress him? Was this useful? If he feared the rules, then how could he have fallen from his status as an apprentice to an elder? Although I have the status of an elder, I was also an apprentice in the past. It's just that I killed those that I didn't like, so I was demoted to an elder. Therefore, the rules are useless to me. Elder Muba shook his head. His feet didn't move, but he punched out at Lin Ling. Your nonsense is over, you can get lost now. Rumble, rumble, rumble. This was a terrifying aura. It was absolutely the strength of a peak emperor spirit. Not only that, but Elder Muba's king body was not low. This fist could take Lin Ling's life. He's dead. The crowd sneered. Ouyang Feiyang's eyes widened. Lin Ling's name had just shaken the 7 profound martial house, and now he was going to die here? Such an age, such a cultivation, and yet you're only at the peak of the emperor's spirit realm. However, facing this magnificent fist, Lin Ling stood there with his hands crossed behind his back. He stood there calmly, undaunted in the face of danger. Die! The fist did not stop. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Not to mention anything else, but just by Lin Ling's courage, It was clear just how great the disparity was between them and Lin Ling. To live by martial arts, to die by martial arts. You've spent your entire life exploring martial arts, but you don't even understand what martial arts are. The true meaning of martial arts is vast and boundless. However, at such an age, you still haven't touched it. These 3 words of disgrace were so magnificent that it caused many people's hearts to fiercely tremble. Lin Ling had gone insane. Facing Elder Mu Ba's murderous intent, he did not retreat, nor did he beg for mercy. Instead, he despised Elder Mu Ba. This was simply pouring oil on a volcano. At this moment, the fist stopped in front of Lin Ling's cheek. The heavenly wind blew against Lin Ling's handsome face, causing his long hair to flutter. However, Lin Ling was still fearless. You have guts. Elder Mu Ba's fist stopped in front of Lin Ling's face, almost touching Lin Ling's nose. However, Lin Ling's fearless courage made Elder Mu Ba admire him. This young man was like a sword that would never bend. You are trash. However, even though Elder Mu Ba praised Lin Ling would not praise Elder Mu Ba. He said disdainfully. On the side, Ouyang Feiyang's eyes widened. He almost knelt down and called him Grandpa. Lin Ling, can you stop cursing? Earlier, you walked 1 round in the hands of the Grim Reaper. Now, you even offended Elder Mu Ba? Trash? Elder Mu Ba's complexion turned ugly. In the distance, the eyes of the crowd also widened. Although they did not understand why Elder Mu Ba had stopped, they could vaguely see that Lin Ling was cursing Elder Mu Ba. The true meaning of martial arts is ethereal and invisible. You only follow the steps left behind by your predecessors and sincerely cultivate. But you have never thought of creating your own path. This is the reason why you have not broken through to the royal spirit realm. Your talent is good, but you are too rigid. Lin Ling lightly said. These words caused Elder Mu Ba to tremble. This boy had actually seen through his heart demon. That's right. He had never been able to break through to the royal spirit realm. He had always been brooding over this, and had constantly searched for the reason. However, he had always failed. He had read all of the ancient texts of the 7 profound martial house and studied them, but he still could not break through. But the boy's words suddenly made him feel as if he had grasped something important. On the road of martial arts, in the early stages, you must imitate the steps of your predecessors. In the middle stages, you must master the steps of your predecessors. In the late stages, you must create your own path. You must study the strengths of hundreds of schools and know all kinds of martial arts. You seem to have a wealth of experience, but because there are so many, it is chaotic. Lin Ling's clear eyes exuded a confident light, causing Ouyang Feiyang's eyes to widen. At this moment, the boy's clothes were fluttering in the wind, and he had the elegant demeanor of a great master. He seemed like one of the 36 scholars. Then how do I break through? Elder Mu Ba's tone changed, becoming urgent. You're crazy. Chapter 626. Treasure Mountain River Valley. Forget everything. Forget as much as you can. When there is only one move left in your mind, then you will have your wish fulfilled. Lin Ling lightly said, causing Elder Mu Ba's eyes to brighten. Faintly, he had caught onto that light. Indeed, he had sincerely cultivated and had mastered all sorts of martial arts to the point of perfection. But there were too many, so it was a mess. He had to forget everything and save the most essential move. Suddenly, as he looked at the youth's spirited appearance, his eyes were a bit dreamy. Faintly, he saw a familiar figure. It was his former teacher, the previous generation's 7 profound martial house master. Faintly, he saw the legendary Di Wuji. Was this a dream? Please enlighten me. Yes. Elder Mu Ba was worthy of being called a martial arts maniac. As soon as he heard this, he immediately asked without shame. He fell to his knees, causing the hearts of those watching to fiercely tremble. Just what was happening? Why is this happening? Su Fan's complexion was extremely ugly. He had asked Elder Mu Ba to teach Lin Ling a lesson because he wanted to see the scene of Lin Ling being humiliated. But who would have thought that not only would Lin Ling curse Elder Mu Ba, but he would also ask Elder Mu Ba to kneel and ask for guidance. This caused his wishful thinking to fail. Good, how much you can learn will depend on your luck. Yes. Lin Ling nodded. Mu Ba used to be a secret disciple of Senior Wuji's father. Since he saw him today, he would give him some pointers. In fact, the reason Mu Ba was stuck at a bottleneck was very simple. He was too stubborn. He thought that he could not break through because his martial arts foundation was too weak, so he constantly studied martial arts. But he didn't know that everyone's martial arts were different. Some people's foundation was too weak, but some people could not learn too much. They had to focus on one. Mu Ba was the latter. Although Mu Ba's talent was good, his perception was not high. If he wanted to learn too much, he would not be able to swallow it all. On the road of martial arts, sometimes it is not better to have a strong martial arts, but to control them as one wishes. For instance, I am fire and I can control fire like water. Yes. Lin Ling stretched out his hands. His left hand was up and his right hand was down. Between his hands, spiritual energy flowed down like a waterfall, forming a turbulent flow of water. But this was not water, but fire. Controlling fire like water. Mu Ba's eyes narrowed. What a terrifying control. This young man's strength was not strong, but he was very familiar with his own martial arts. Ouyang Feiyang's eyes narrowed as well. No wonder Lin Ling was so much stronger than him despite being at the same level as him. Controlling fire like water, this was the result of his martial arts being ever-changing. Mastering one technique, mastering all techniques, mastering fire like earth. Between Lin Ling's hands, the flames began to churn like mud. Controlling fire like wood. The flames transformed into countless trees that were vivid and lifelike, giving off a feeling of endless vitality. Amazing! Elder Mu Ba's eyes flickered continuously. The young man was handsome and otherworldly, but he gave him the demeanor of an expert. Comprehend it yourself, Lin Ling said, then led Ouyang Feiyang deeper into the forest. Elder Mu Ba nodded, and then sat down cross-legged. He wanted to forget all martial arts, leave behind his own martial arts, and then control his own martial arts. Lin Ling, how do you know the flaws of Elder Mu Ba's martial arts? I find that I can't see through you anymore. You've only been at the 7 Profound Martial House for 3 months, but you're already as mysterious as the 36 scholars. I really wonder if your youthful appearance is hiding the heart of an old monster. As they walked, Ouyang Feiyang exclaimed in amazement, full of admiration. Lin Ling wryly smiled. Did this guy know how to speak? He actually said that he had the heart of an old monster, but he did not have the heart of an old monster. He only had the heart of someone who had lived 2 lives. It's just a feeling. Sometimes, the onlooker sees more clearly than the player, Lin Ling casually said. But the truth was that he had seen through the flaws of Elder Mu Ba's martial arts because he had obtained the memories of the limitless Sword Saint. There was a massive amount of martial arts explanations, and these profound martial arts were naturally much more complex than what Elder Mu Ba had learned. Of course, Lin Ling knew these things, but that did not mean that he was stronger than Elder Mu Ba. After all, no matter how profound one's martial arts background was, if one's boundary was not high enough, then they would not be able to display it. At best, they could only talk. Chi-chi-chi. In the mountain valley, miasma filled the air. After entering, Lin Ling and Ouyang Feiyang immediately felt that their bodies were unwell. We really came to the right place. However, Lin Ling smiled with satisfaction. He had been looking for such a place, and he had finally found it. To the side, Ouyang Feiyang's face twitched. They had come to the right place? This place simply could not cultivate, and Lin Ling was actually right? There is a giant tree in the rainforest Holy Land. You should know about it. Lin Ling seemed to know Ouyang Feiyang's doubts, so he did not conceal them. I know. Every genius that comes to the rainforest Holy Land will be attracted by that giant tree. It is said that it is an ancient Bodhi tree, and its history is even longer than that of the rainforest Holy Land. Ouyang Feiyang said in awe. In the past, when he came to the rainforest Holy Land on a dragon boat, he had seen that giant tree for the first time. His heart had been immediately shaken, so he still remembered it to this day. That giant tree is a spirit tree. The 7 major martial arts halls are built on the roots of this spirit tree. That is why the spiritual energy here is so rich. There are very few places in the 7 profound martial house that have spirit roots. The mountain valley is one of them. Lin Ling lightly said. This caused Ouyang Fiang to be even more puzzled. Since this was a land of spirit roots, why would the martial artists that came here lose their cultivation? The spirit roots are the roots of the giant tree, so they naturally need to absorb nutrients. That is why every martial artist that comes here to cultivate will have their spiritual energy sucked out. But in fact, as long as the spirit roots can absorb the spiritual energy from other places, it will be fine. Moreover, we can use the spirit roots to feed back the spiritual energy from the giant tree, allowing us to cultivate twice the result with half the effort. Lin Ling said. This. Ouyang Feiyang's heart trembled. If this was true, then it was truly terrifying. It was unknown how many generations of powerhouses had been cultivated by that ancient giant tree, but no one had ever been able to suck out the essence of the giant tree. If they could continuously cultivate, then the effects would be even better than using spirit crystals to cultivate. Lin Ling did not choose a land of destitute mountains and rivers, but instead found a land of treasure. If what you said is true, then that elder Thousand Leaf who mocked you before will regret it to the point of vomiting blood. Ouyang Feiyang laughed. He knew that following Lin Ling would not cause him to suffer a loss. Elder Thousand Leaf was only following orders. The one who will vomit blood is Su Fan. Lin Ling coldly smiled. He could roughly guess the whole story. Then, the two of them walked as they talked. When they arrived at a quiet corner of the valley, Lin Ling immediately released his flames, burning the earth. Then, a memory appeared in his mind. It was the memory that Senior Limitless had wanted to occupy the spirit roots to cultivate. 5 elements yin-yang hand seal. Lin Ling repeatedly clapped his hands, creating complicated flame seals. Then, according to the rules, they landed on the ground, causing a huge seal to appear on the ground. This seal was circular and was at least a few hundred meters in size. Every 10 meters, there would be an ancient word formed by flames. This is an ancient array. Chapter 627. Breakthrough. Ancient arrays were a technique that ancient martial artists were good at. They could borrow the power of heaven and earth to enter the array. It was extremely terrifying. The origin of the array was an 8 trigrams array from a long time ago. Later on, countless ancient martial artists had deduced and created many other ancient arrays. However, the path of arrays was too difficult. It had a strict requirement on soul power. Many martial artists did not have the opportunity to come into contact with arrays. Moreover, it took up a lot of time, so no one studied it. Most people used it on weapons to increase the power of their weapons. However, Lin Ling actually used an ancient array? Reverse 5 elements yin-yang palm. At this moment, Lin Ling's forehead was covered in sweat. He clapped his hands again. This was the first time he used an ancient array. It came from the memories of the limitless sword saint. This array seemed simple, but it consumed a lot of soul power. One wrong step and the ancient array would collapse. He could not be careless. If not for Lin Ling's powerful soul power, he would not have been able to set up this array. However, although this array looked troublesome, it did not have much power. Its only use was to open the spiritual roots and borrow the power of the ancient tree. Rumble. The reverse 5 elements yin-yang palm was even more complicated. A large number of tadpole-like flame words flew out and landed on the huge circular seal. Ouyang Feiyang was so shocked that he could not speak. Lin Ling was indeed mysterious. Soon after, the earth began to shake. The soil rolled and a huge golden tree root quietly appeared. This root was like a human's arm, but it was rich in spiritual energy. It was like a dragon, emitting an ancient and majestic aura. This was one of the roots of the giant tree. It was a separate root, but the spiritual energy was already terrifying. It was hard to imagine how terrifying and mysterious the spiritual energy of the giant tree was. Lin Ling was also shocked. The path of martial arts was broad and profound. How did the ancient martial artists cultivate? How did they create so many mysterious methods? After a long time, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. He'd merely set up a simple ancient formation, Yet the exhaustion of his mental strength was almost comparable to a battle with an expert at the Emperor's spirit realm. However, this ancient formation was the simplest in the end, so Lin Ling was lucky enough to succeed. 3 days later, everything in the mountain river valley will be different. Lin Ling lightly nodded. His face, which was no longer childish, was now filled with a brilliant smile. This was his first home in the rainforest Holy Land. In the future, his family and friends would live here and witness his rise in the rainforest Holy Land. On the side, Ouyang Feiyang shook his head helplessly. If it weren't for Lin Ling's youthful appearance, he would have thought that there was an old monster hiding within this young man's body. Pervert! In the end, Ouyang Feiyang could not help but say. Lin Ling smiled and stood up. Let's go out and take a look. Ouyang Feiyang nodded his head excitedly. He had also noticed that the valley was beginning to change. The spirit root was no longer absorbing nutrients, but was instead feeding back spirit chi. However, it seemed to be suppressed by the ancient array, so the spirit chi could only stay in the valley. In the future, he would also cultivate here, and his strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Outside the valley, Elder Mu Ba sat cross-legged. His body was trembling slightly, but when the dense spiritual energy surged from the valley, his face turned red. The spiritual energy was extremely moist. It was the spiritual energy of life. He felt that it was the ancient spiritual energy of the ancient trees. With a roar, with the help of the endless spiritual energy, he finally broke through the bottleneck of 10 years and stepped into the Saint Spirit realm. Boom! A terrifying aura shook the valley. In the distance, Su Fan and the others' eyes widened. Elder Mu Ba had finally broken through. One had to know that Elder Mu Ba was already very strong before. With his Emperor's Spirit Realm cultivation, he could fight those above him. Now that he had broken through, his battle strength would be even more terrifying. Congratulations, Elder, you've finally broken through. Congratulations. At this moment, Lin Ling's figure appeared, causing Elder Mu Ba to hurriedly stand up and kneel before Lin Ling. To a cultivator, the most important thing was not money, but cultivation. When one's cultivation reached a new level, it would be of great help. Therefore, he knew the value of Lin Ling's previous words. In other words, if Lin Ling wanted him to slaughter all his enemies, he would do it. Thank you. Thank you. Elder Mu Ba said gratefully. That kind of reverence came from the bottom of his heart. Although Lin Ling's cultivation was very weak, he gave him a very mysterious feeling. This is your own effort. I'm just pushing the boat with the current. Lin Ling smiled faintly and did not take the credit. However, Ouyang Feiyang beside him rolled his eyes. Pushing the boat with the current allowed an expert to break through? When will you help me push the boat with the current? Lin Ling also saw this and smiled helplessly. However, when he looked into the distance, his eyes also turned cold. It was indeed Su Fan. This old dog was indeed always thinking of making things difficult for him. He also wanted to find his weakness and give him a fatal blow. However, this old dog wanted him to die. It was wishful thinking, but it was still lacking. Su Fan, old dog, you still have the face to come here? Lin Ling sneered in his heart and shouted disdainfully. In the distance, Su Fan's face was extremely cold. Lin Ling was very arrogant and dared to call him an old dog in front of him. He did not give him any face at all. If I were you, I would have retired long ago and found a peaceful place to spend my old age. Lin Ling's disdainful voice rang out again, causing the expressions of the people who were watching from afar to change slightly. Lin Ling was disdainful of Su Fan's apprentice? However, did Lin Ling have the right to do so? Although Lin Ling had created many miracles, he was only a disciple. However, Su Fan was a former apprentice. Even if he was demoted to an elder, he was more arrogant and more qualified than Lin Ling. You have the right to talk about me. Su Fan laughed. Su Fan, you are extremely arrogant, and condescending. You only dare to bully disciples like us. In front of Elder Xian, who is stronger, you are like a dog wagging its tail. If you are not convinced, then let me ask you, do you dare to face Elder Xian head-on? Do you dare to not fear the martial house master? If you can't say it, then you don't dare. You only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong." As the icy voice sounded out, Su Fan's complexion turned ugly. Indeed, he did not dare. He only knew how to bully the weak and find a sense of accomplishment in the bodies of weak martial artists. "Then you dare," Su Fan angrily said. However, after his words fell, his complexion instantly turned ferocious. "Lin Ling, you don't dare?" Everyone's pupils shrank. Su Fan's rhetorical question was simply slapping himself in the face. Lin Ling didn't dare? In the Dragon Coiling Lake Grand Tournament, Lin Ling did not fear Great Sunchild, did not fear the Justice Duan bloodline, and did not fear the Martial House Master. Lin Ling was not someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. If you were strong, he would be even stronger. This is a dignified apprentice. If you still had any face left, then you would have already left the Seven Profound Martial House. Also, do you regret it? In the past, during the apprenticeship ceremony, because I killed your disciple and nephew, you didn't ask me what was right or wrong. You framed me, thinking that if I didn't become your disciple, I would inevitably decline and be toyed with in the palm of your hand. However, what was the result? Lin Ling sneered again. Chapter 628. Seeking his own humiliation. To be honest, Su Fan was a bit regretful. He had never thought that such a small and insignificant youth would bring about such a great response. His name had shaken the entire Seven Profound Martial House, and he had shamed himself to become an elder. If history could be reversed, then he would have chosen to receive Lin Ling as his disciple. At that time, his situation would have been the opposite. He would have borrowed Lin Ling's glory to make his status as an apprentice even more dazzling. However, he did not regret anything. When he thought that Lin Ling had killed his nephew and disciple, he had taken a wrong step. He had misjudged Lin Ling's potential. Lin Ling is really fierce. Although the surrounding youths were all former disciples of Su Fan, it was undeniable that Lin Ling had done a lot. They were convinced and even felt inferior. What was laughable was that because of their inferiority complex and jealousy, they had followed Su Fan to see Lin Ling's good show. "You little beast, shut up for me." Su Fan was unable to refute. He angrily roared in shame. "Su Fan, you are an ancient apprentice of the Seven Profound Martial House. But you use your status as an apprentice to make things difficult for a small disciple like me, and yet you have failed time and time again. Don't you feel ashamed? You have failed several times and brought shame upon yourself. This time you want to borrow the hands of others to humiliate me, but you have still failed. I do not understand why your face is so thick." Lin Ling's every word was like a sword, deeply piercing into Su Fan's heart. After becoming a proud son of heaven on the Seven Profound Heaven's chosen list, Lin Ling did not want to provoke anyone for the time being. He only wanted to quietly grow. But that did not mean that he was a soft persimmon that Su Fan could play with in his hands. "No matter what you say, because you have no respect for your elders, today I will clean up the house." Su Fan's eyes were red. Lin Ling's words had obviously hit his sore spot, and also pierced into his heart. Therefore, no matter what the rules of the Seven Profound Martial House were, he had to obliterate Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a proud son of heaven, and he was an elder. Unless Lin Ling made a great mistake, he had no right to move against Lin Ling. After all, the Seven Profound Martial House was an orthodox hall of martial arts, and not the cruel outside world. But this time, he was ready to risk it all. "Old dog, I knew that you would always be shameless." However, Lin Ling was still fearless. The crowd in the distance gasped. Su Fan had obviously shed all pretenses of cordiality, but Lin Ling was still fearless. Lin Ling was really a ferocious young man. "Elder Mu Lin, Elder Lin Ling's elder." Lin Ling looked to the side, but his finger was pointing at a mountain peak in the distance. The eyes of the crowd narrowed. Lin Ling was actually warning Elder Mu Ba. "All right, I'll test that dog's strength." However, Elder Mu Lin nodded without hesitation. He and Su Fan did not have any friendship, it was only a transaction of money. But compared to money, Lin Ling's help was obviously greater. He naturally would not give face to Su Fan. "Old ghost Su Fan, let's fight." A loud shout sounded out, causing Su Fan to grind his teeth in the distance. No wonder Lin Ling was so fearless. Elder Mu Lin was already on Lin Ling's side. Moreover, he was the one who had invited Elder Mu Ba. But in the end, Lin Ling had used some kind of trick to make Elder Mu Ba make things difficult for him. This sharp contrast made him wish that he could grind Lin Ling's bones to dust. Mu Lin, I gave you spirit crystals, but you took the money and didn't do anything. Don't tell me you don't keep your word? Lin Ling is only a junior. For him, you dare to offend me. On the mountain peak, Su Fan's angry voice sounded out. Shua. A large number of spirit crystals were thrown over. These were the spirit crystals that Su Fan had given to Mu Lin. Mu Lin had already broken through, and these spirit crystals were nothing to him. Don't you know that I don't care about status? Lin Ling is my benefactor. Not to mention that you are only an elder now. Even if you were Elder Xian, I would still fight you. Elder Mu Lin's disdainful voice sounded out, causing Su Fan's hair to stand on end. What kind of magic potion did Lin Ling feed Mu Lin? Fight. Mu Ba obviously would not answer him. Su Fan's pupils constricted as his crazy fighting spirit erupted. Mu Ba was a martial arts fanatic, and once he decided to fight, he would fight until the heavens fell and the earth cracked. He did not dare to face such a madman. Most importantly, Elder Mu Ba had broken through to the next realm. Lin Ling, relying on others to help you, what kind of martial artist are you? Su Fan roared loudly. He realized that he had failed to make things difficult for Lin Ling today. You are indeed shameless. I am just a disciple, yet you use your status as an elder to make things difficult for me. Are you a martial artist? Moreover, since you are so arrogant, don't leave if you dare. Lin Ling shouted coldly at the bottom of the valley. You! Su Fan said in a low voice. He looked at Mu Ba with fear, and finally strode away. His anxious look made the hearts of the surrounding people tremble violently. Master Su Fan was afraid, and he was so embarrassed. You want to leave without a fight? Dog, don't run. However, Elder Mu Ba still chased after him, causing Su Fan's heart to tremble violently. Rumble. The battle between the two spread far and wide. Elder Mu Ba is indeed a martial arts fanatic. How terrifying! Many people were so shocked that they could not close their mouths. They had come to watch Lin Ling's show, but now, Master Su Fan seemed to have shot himself in the foot. He was being chased by Elder Mu Ba like a stray dog. Then, many people looked at the young man in the blue and white robe in the valley, and their hearts were filled with fear. Lin Ling seemed to have noticed the crowd's gaze. His right hand waved on a huge rock in front of the mountain river valley, and a few words appeared. Miscellaneous people and dogs are not allowed to enter. What? He is calling us dogs. The crowd's gaze froze. Lin Ling was still as frivolous as before, and he had scolded many people. Go! Go! They did not dare to stay any longer. At this moment, who would dare to watch a good show? You are asking for humiliation. Lin Ling's lips curled into a disdainful smile. How people treat me is how I treat them. If those people want to watch a good show, then let's see if they are qualified. After chasing Su Fan away, Lin Ling and Ouyang Feiyang once again returned to the mountain river valley. Not long after, Elder Mu Ba also returned, but after noticing the changes in the valley, he was shocked again. Then, he thickened his face and did not leave. After all, cultivating in the valley was twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, he could absorb the ancient spiritual energy from the ancient trees. Such a treasure land could not be missed. Lin Ling was also helpless towards Elder Mu Ba's thick face. However, with Elder Mu Ba, he could be considered to have one more bodyguard. In the next few days, Sakura, Long Xiaochen and the others came. After noticing the rich spiritual energy in the mountain river valley, they did not leave. Among them, Elder Sword also came. Hee, old people like to be lively. I will stay with you juniors. Elder Sword's face was obviously thicker than Mu Ba's, which made Sakura laugh helplessly. Chapter 629. Snow Peak. The years of cultivation had always passed very quickly. 10 days had passed, and Lin Ling's cultivation had taken another step forward. The power of the mountain river valley spiritual root had been revealed. He knew that if he used spirit crystals to cultivate, he would have to spend even more time. However, Lin Ling had not touched upon the peak of the king's spirit realm. This made Lin Ling feel some regret. Although not long ago he had made a name for himself in the 7 profound martial house, he was not the least bit arrogant or complacent. He knew that he was nothing. After all, the rainforest Holy Land was extremely vast. There were 7 great martial halls, 5 great ancient countries, and even 7 profound heaven's chosen talents. At present, he was only at the beginning. Take Su Fan for example. If he was strong enough, why would he fear him? Letting out a long breath, Lin Ling did not dwell on his cultivation. Just as he stood up, a voice sounded out. It was Ouyang Feiyang. Lin Ling, Gu Sushue is giving a martial arts lecture. She has invited you. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes twinkled. The 7 profound martial house had 36 academies, and each of the 36 academies were responsible for teaching martial arts. Every time there was a martial arts lecture, there would be a massive number of geniuses that would go. He had no friendship with Gu Sushue, so why would she invite him? On this point, Ouyang Feiyang was also very puzzled. But he guessed, the 7 profound martial house is a place to train geniuses. Generally speaking, the great ancient countries of the 100 domains often recruit geniuses from their martial halls. Perhaps this invitation also has this meaning. I just don't know which influence Gu Sushue represents. Lin Ling frowned. The rainforest Holy Land was a place where there were many great influences, and powerhouses were as common as clouds. However, he was still very weak. Sometimes it was better to have a friend than an enemy. So he wanted to see what this apprentice wanted. Then let's go take a look. The 2 people left the mountain valley side by side. The 7 profound martial house had 36 academies, and each of them was a place where the 36 academies would give martial arts lectures. This time's lecture was held at the Snow Peak. The Snow Peak was a strange sight. It was said that it was a cold corner of the rainforest Holy Land, and thus caused the climate to change. The entire mountain peak was covered in ice and snow. However, for martial artists who cultivated water or ice attribute, it was a pretty good place to cultivate. After arriving at the snow-capped peak, Lin Ling looked at the towering steps, his eyes twinkling. The peak of the mountain was covered in white snow. It was magnificent. Have you heard? Lu Xian's strength has increased once again. His ranking on the 7 profound prodigy roll has risen by another rank. What's the big deal? I heard that Murong Qi, one of the top 100 geniuses, was badly beaten by the geniuses of the Shoutian Academy 3 days ago. He returned with serious injuries and lost face. The rainforest's sacred land is too big. Every genius wants to rise, but the difficulty is harder than ascending to the heavens. There were many youths in the surroundings, chatting as they walked. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Geniuses from the 7 profound prodigy roll? Right now, he should be in last place. It said that the 7 profound prodigy ranking has recruited another genius. It's Tai Yuzhan. 10 days ago, he was lucky enough to break through to the Emperor's spirit realm. Another genius said, making the people around him envious. Entering the 7 profound prodigy list was the goal of every guard-level disciple. Unfortunately, the condition was too strict. One had to reach the Emperor's spirit realm before the age of 20. It said that he has a grudge against Lin Ling. Lin Ling has also entered the 7 profound prodigy roll. However, Tai Yuzhan is above Lin Ling. Tai Yuzhan will definitely challenge Lin Ling in order to advance his ranking. Someone said with anticipation. Lin Ling is dead meat. He entered the 7 profound prodigy roll with an exception. His combat strength is not up to par. Many people gloated. Most of them were jealous of Lin Ling, the dark horse. Therefore, they were looking forward to seeing Lin Ling lose face. Lin Ling had claimed first place in the Dragon Lake competition. It was said that he could fight against an initial stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. However, that was an ordinary initial stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. He was not a genius, let alone a genius. Lin Ling, these Moon Guard level disciples are all despicable. Ouyang Feiyong could not help but frown when he heard the conversation around him. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. It was as if the mansion master had allowed Lin Ling to become a genius, but he had harmed Lin Ling. Hee, no matter where you go, there will always be martial artists who deceive themselves. They think that if I lose, their status and strength will rise. They don't know that if you want to be respected, you have to become stronger, not by watching others fall. Lin Ling did not care. Moreover, he was not surprised by the current situation. The mansion master had allowed him to become a genius because he wanted to harm him. Soon, they arrived at the top of the mountain. Looking around, there was a white light flashing. It was a holy light. The snow here was different. In the distance, there was a crystal palace. This should be Master Gu Sushua's mansion. In front of the mansion, a large number of youths were entering. It was clear that a martial arts lecture by a master was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for these geniuses who were stuck at a bottleneck. Even some of the geniuses on the 7 profound prodigy roll had come. Hey, Lin Ling. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. Lin Ling turned around and found that it was the genius girl from his previous cohort, Tang Yu. The current Lin Ling was no longer a newcomer to the rainforest Holy Land. He also knew that there were 5 great ancient countries, and the Great Tang Empire was one of them. Moreover, Yu had gone to the Great Tang Empire. This meant that Tang Yu's background was not simple. Besides Tang Yu, there were also Zhou Mo and Lan Feng behind her. At this moment, the two of them had awkward expressions. In the past, they had come together on a dragon boat, and Lin Ling had been above them. They had thought that after becoming honorary disciples, they would definitely surpass Lin Ling. However, at the Dragon Pan Lake competition, Lin Ling's name had shaken the 7 profound. Now, their hearts were like dead ashes. Especially when they thought of how smug they had been during the competition, the two of them felt even more embarrassed. Lin Ling, I hope you don't take the previous matter to heart. I was young and frivolous. Sometimes I was not convinced by others, so I offended you. Zhou Mo finally said. Beside him, Lan Feng also had a sincere gaze. They were convinced by Lin Ling. The previous matter? What matter? I'm a bit forgetful, so I forgot what it was. Lin Ling said with a smile, causing Zhou Mo and Lan Feng to tremble. They apologized, but in reality, they were prepared to accept Lin Ling's mockery. After all, if it was someone else, they would definitely be proud and even slap their faces. However, Lin Ling did not. Instead, he gave them a way out, saying that he had forgotten the previous matter. At this moment, they suddenly became excited. They wanted to say something, but they could not say anything. No wonder Lin Ling could be above them. Such a broad mind was rare. We are all geniuses from the same cohort. How can there be so many things to remember? It's fine as long as we study together in the martial house. Tang Yu knew that Lan Feng were excited and could not help but smooth things over with a smile. However, she also admired Lin Ling's broad-mindedness. Little Princess Tang Yu, when did you like to be in the same company as these trash? Be careful not to be together too often. At that time, you will be implicated and forever be in the circle of trash. At this moment, a cunning and harsh voice came, causing everyone to look over. Chapter 630. Heavenly Dragon Empire. These 3 youths seemed to be 7 profound prodigies, and Lin Ling recognized one of them. It was Tai Yuzhan. What did you say? Zhou Mo was always proud and arrogant, so he immediately replied coldly. After all, the other side had called them trash the moment they arrived. This was too humiliating. Even though they were just nominal disciples, they were not the weakest among the nominal disciples. Impudent, do you have the right to talk back to me? The young girl's face instantly turned cold. Tang Yu took a step forward and stood in front of Zhou Mo. Long Ling, it's just a grudge between you and me. Why involve others? You lost to me last time, so by mocking the people around me this time, you can regain your lost face? Long Ling? The eyes of the surrounding youths flashed, and then they inhaled sharply. According to what they knew, there was only one place in the 100 territories that had the surname Long, and that was the Heavenly Dragon Empire of the 5 great ancient countries. Heavenly Dragon Empire, the second ancient country of the 100 territories. Like the Justice Duan family, they were ancient and had an ancient bloodline. Other than the rainforest Holy Land, no other power dared to provoke them. Now, the young girl's surname was Long? Zuomo's eyes narrowed. The dissatisfaction at the beginning was deeply buried in his heart. The other side was not someone he could provoke. However, the other side might not be willing to let him go. Tang Yu, I know you're strong, but that doesn't mean your friends are strong. They're just trash. Tai Yuzhan, slap their faces for me, 50 slaps each. The young girl shouted. She had a grudge with Tang Yu, but she did not dare to provoke Tang Yu directly, so she used Tang Yu's friends to vent her anger. I'll do it, 100 slaps each. On the side, Tai Yuzhan smiled and nodded. His gaze swept and suddenly landed on Lin Ling. There was joy and anger in his heart. He did not expect to meet Lin Ling here, and he was happy because he wanted Lin Ling to lose face here. 100 it is, it's best to slap their faces until they're swollen. The girl called Long Ling immediately nodded. Her unruly appearance made the hearts of the surrounding geniuses tremble. The people of the Heavenly Dragon Empire really couldn't be offended. Tang Yu's friend was in trouble. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a cold voice came from Tang Yu's side. Birds of a feather flock together. Like people make like friends. Those with cheap mouths make friends with cheap people. What's funny is that this kind of person actually has the nerve to call other people's friends trash. Silence. In front of the gate, everyone's eyes widened. The bloodline of the Heavenly Dragon Empire was noble and proud. However, there was someone who dared to insult the Dragon Bell Princess. Did this person think that because he was at the 7 Profound Martial House, the Heavenly Dragon Empire would not dare to move against him? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and found that the speaker was a young boy, who was also the youngest among Tang Yu's group. However, who was this boy? Zuomo's body shook. Before, he had been discontent at being insulted, so he had retaliated. But after learning of the other's origins, he could only swallow his anger. Yet he hadn't thought that the person beside him would dare to vent for him. That person was Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's face was cold and indifferent. If it was just a small insult, he wouldn't have had the time to pay attention to it. But this Dragon Bell had gone too far. Not only had she insulted him, but she had also slapped him in the face. He couldn't ignore her. Not to mention, the one who had been slapped in the face included him, and it was the extreme moon beheader who had slapped him. You insulted me? Dragon Bell's pretty face was covered with frost. She couldn't believe her ears. In the 7 Profound Martial House, there was actually someone who dared to insult her? It had to be known that she was one of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's princesses. She was aloof and remote. Even some of the elders of the 7 Profound Martial House had to treat her with respect. Yet this unknown youth dared to insult her? Extreme Moon Beheader, get back here, I'll do it. Come. Beside Dragon Bell, a young man in a gorgeous white robe stepped forward. This person was very tall, and his long hair was extremely soft. At first glance, one would think that he was a woman. He was handsome to the point of being feminine. However, this kind of handsomeness was a bit bewitching. Perhaps a woman would be attracted to him, but a man would have an uncomfortable feeling. In the 7 Profound Martial House, it has been a long time since anyone has dared to provoke my Heavenly Dragon Empire. Last year, all those who dared to provoke us died. This year, there is a newcomer who doesn't understand the rules. The young man's voice was very soft, but as it spread out, it gave people a sense of alarm and fear. His words were very clear. If anyone dared to speak ill of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, then they would be taught a lesson. Moreover, there would be no reason to teach them a lesson. So overbearing. Zuomo and the others' faces were gloomy. The other party was very overbearing. Only they could teach others a lesson, but they couldn't allow others to resist. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the rules. This is the 7 Profound Martial House. Zuomo couldn't help but say. This matter was caused by him, but Lin Ling was speaking up for him. How could he be a coward? So what? The young man's face was indifferent. He stretched out his right hand, and a fierce spiritual energy erupted. On his arm, it formed a blue poisonous dragon. It bared its fangs and claws as it stared at Zhuoremo with a majestic aura. As this dragon appeared, an irresistible majesty filled the air. All around, everyone stepped back, their faces filled with fear. A powerhouse of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Not just any ordinary Emperor Spirit Realm martial artist, but a proud son of heaven. What a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. A genius of the Emperor Spirit Realm, even if he didn't use any martial arts, still gave off a suppressive feeling. This was the suppression of spiritual energy. If the King Spirit Realm was compared to a vast river, then the Emperor Spirit Realm was a vast sea. No matter how wild the river was, how could it compete with the sea? Remember, my name is Long Zhe. If I want to teach you a lesson, you can try and see if anyone dares to stop me. The young man said again, his arrogance like the clouds. His right hand was about to strike the several people, but at this time, a calm voice sounded out. Apprentice Gusu is teaching martial arts. You people are making a ruckus here, what a scandal. An old man wearing a long robe appeared at the door. It was an elder. Zhuoremo and the others were overjoyed. An elder had come. Before, Long Zhe had said that it didn't matter who came, he would still teach them a lesson. But now, would he dare to say such words? However, they were surprised. Long Zhe's face was still indifferent. It's just teaching some newcomers a lesson. There is no need to trouble Elder Lu. Long Zhe is not afraid of the elder. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Long Zhe was very arrogant. Even though the elder had come, he still wanted to attack. It could be said that he didn't care about anything. But, would the elder allow Long Zhe to do as he pleased? Long Zhe, you can teach them a lesson, but can you not do it now? The elder's face slightly changed. Although he was dissatisfied with Long Zhe's attitude, he was afraid of the heavenly dragon empire behind Long Zhe. Long Zhe indifferently shook his head and directly refused. Hearing this, many people's faces changed drastically. Long Zhe was indeed powerful, he attacked without hesitation. No one could stop him. If you want to attack, I won't object. Some of the people here have been invited. If you attack them, Apprentice Gusu won't let you off. The elder reminded Long Zhe again. Elder Lu, these are just lowly commoners. They came here to secretly learn some martial arts. They don't have the qualifications to be invited. Even we don't have the qualifications to be invited. Brother, don't give them face. Chapter 631. Muddling through, what martial arts are you talking about? The surrounding geniuses had ugly complexions. Long Ling was also disdainful of them, saying that they were lowly commoners. Coming here to listen to Apprentice Master Gusu's lecture was stealing martial arts. This was a humiliation. However, although they were angry in their hearts, they did not dare to speak back. I said that if I want to fight, no one can stop me. Even the elders are not surprised. Today, in front of the elders, I will teach you a lesson. Long Zhe's complexion was calm from beginning to end. Even if the elders came, he was not moved. He was very arrogant, and also very overbearing. Just as he finished speaking, Elder Lu suddenly asked, "May I ask this disciple, are you Lin Ling?" Lin Ling? The crowd was stunned. They did not think that the Lin Ling who had recently shaken the 7 profound martial house would appear here. At this moment, Lin Ling's complexion was indifferent. Since Long Zhe wanted to fight, he also wanted to test the strength of this proud son of heaven. But as he heard Elder Lu's polite voice, he nodded. You are Lin Ling. Apprentice Master Gusu has been waiting for a long time. She thought you would not come. Elder Lu's attitude had clearly changed. He knew that Apprentice Master Gusu had personally invited Lin Ling. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would be blocked here? If Apprentice Master Gusu knew this, then he would have been convicted. It had to be known that in the 7 profound martial house, the martial house master had the highest status. The second was Old Xian, then the apprentices, and finally the elders, proud sons of heaven, moon guard level disciples, and so on. Elder Lu, what is the meaning of this? You know that I want to teach someone a lesson, so you deliberately came to stop me? You have to think about it carefully. What do I represent? Seeing Elder Lu politely speak to Lin Ling, Long Zhe frowned. I know that you are a proud descendant of an ancient country, so if you want to teach someone a lesson, I will not stop you. But if you want to attack Lin Ling, then I will not let you do as you wish. Elder Lu shook his head. His attitude was different from before. Lin Ling, you are nothing but a lowly commoner. Do you think you can compare to my noble dragon bloodline? Scram, or you'll have to bear the consequences. Long Zhe said angrily. Not long ago, he arrogantly said that no one could stop him, but now Elder Lu stopped him. Was he trying to embarrass him? Lin Ling was personally invited by Scholar Gusu. In the entire martial arts lecture, he is the only one who was invited. If you dare to make a move, it will be the same as offending Scholar Gusu. Scholar Gusu will not be afraid of your background. Elder Lu snorted coldly, causing Long Zhe's expression to change drastically. Lin Ling was invited? Even the noble people of the Heavenly Dragon Empire were not invited, but Lin Ling, this lowly commoner, was actually invited? How was this possible? Long Ling and Tang Yu's eyes also widened. They were obviously incomparably shocked, especially Long Ling. She was even more disgusted, as if she had eaten a fly. As a princess, she was not invited, but Lin Ling was. Did this mean that Lin Ling was more noble than her? If you touch a single hair on Lin Ling's head, I can't guarantee that you will be able to leave the snow peak. Elder Lu said in an overbearing manner. Before, he was enduring silently, but now, he was using Lin Ling's prestige to intimidate Long Zhe. All right, I will endure this for now, but you lowly commoners must remember, never leave the snow peak, or you will regret it. Long Zhe was so angry that he started laughing. Today, he had lost a bit of face, which made him very angry. Then, he wanted to take Long Ling and the others into the mansion. However, at that moment, a cold voice sounded. Lin Ling walked out step by step. He was not a soft persimmon that would allow people to bully him. What do you want? Long Zhe coldly looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was still walking forward step by step. Before, you were so arrogant, so awe-inspiring, you said that whoever came would teach us a lesson. Why are you running away like a stray dog? Are the people of the Heavenly Dragon Empire all so shameless? How bold! Long Zhe had not yet spoken when Long Ling shouted. However, Lin Ling had already arrived in front of her, looking down at her condescendingly. Opening your mouth a waste, closing your mouth a lowly commoner, I think you are even more lowly. But, as his words fell, Lin Ling simply slapped out, leaving a clear palm print on Long Ling's face. But Long Ling's eyes widened as if she could not react. You said before that I was the first to counterattack you, and that I was also the #1 person of the 7 profound martial house. Now, let me ask you, am I the first to slap your face? Lin Ling coldly said, leaving Long Ling speechless. This boy, he did not want to live anymore. You are just relying on the prestige of the ancient kingdom, that's all. You don't know that everyone respects you, but they respect the ancient kingdom behind you, not you. Without the ancient kingdom, you are nothing. Everyone here is more arrogant than you. At the very least, your strength came from your own efforts, not from your family or from others. Lin Ling's voice was indifferent. As he spoke, Long Ling fiercely clenched her teeth. Enough, I did not teach you a lesson. You should muddle through, not resist. Not too far away, Long Zhe's voice was incomparably cold. He was also surprised. This Lin Ling actually dared to hit the princess? Was he crazy? However, after his words fell, another crisp slap sounded out, causing Long Zhe's entire body to tremble. He had said enough, but Lin Ling had immediately given him another slap. This was ignoring his words and provoking his dignity. It is obviously this girl's mouth that is cheap, cursing everyone everywhere. But you are her brother. Not only do you not discipline her, but you indulge her. What qualifications do you have to speak? Lin Ling walked towards Long Zhe, causing Long Zhe's eyes to fill with murderous intent. This junior actually dared to hit his little sister, and even dare to ignore the Heavenly Dragon Empire. He wanted to see just how much of an idiot this junior's courage was. Lin Ling stopped in front of Long Zhe, his eyes indifferently looking at Long Zhe. Then, without saying anything, he also slapped out. A martial artist? Muddling through, what martial arts are you talking about? Long Zai did not dodge this slap. In fact, he had been wondering how much more frivolous Lin Ling would be, but he did not expect that Lin Ling would even dare to hit him in front of everyone. He had not been slapped in the face for many years, and the other party was just a junior at the late stage of the King's spirit realm. Good. I have always been curious whether there will be a moment of weakness in you, but I was wrong. Since you even dare to hit me, then you can die. Roar! Long Zai roared in anger, and a terrifying aura erupted. However, Lin Ling was not afraid at all. He also wanted to see how powerful a true 7 profound heavens chosen was. Perhaps this battle could help him break through. How dare you! Roar! However, as soon as Long Zai's aura erupted, Elder Lu's aura erupted in response. His strength was even stronger than Long Zai's. Furthermore, Elder Lu now had Apprentice Gusu's support. He would no longer be afraid of Long Zai's identity. This was because Lin Ling was someone that Scholar Gusu had specially invited. Whoever dared to touch Lin Ling would be beaten up without hesitation. Scholar Gusu would hold up the sky even if the sky collapsed. Rumble! A terrifying aura rushed over, causing Long Zai's face to turn pale. He was a heavens chosen, and was not afraid of any genius of the same age, but he was clearly not a match for Elder Lu. Chapter 632. Stone Carving. I'm not crazy, I'm very clear-headed, so I know that I can offend the Heavenly Dragon Empire for him. Elder Lu's voice was as deep as thunder, making the crowd's heart tremble. Lin Ling's face was so big, not only was he invited by Master Gusu, but Master Gusu was also not afraid of the Heavenly Dragon Empire for Lin Ling. What did this Lin Ling do? Even Lin Ling was surprised. He had a vague feeling that Apprentice Gusu wanted to get to know him. Long Zai breathed heavily, the anger in his heart was restless, but in the end, he suppressed it. He could kill Lin Ling, but he could not guarantee that Master Gusu would not kill him. He did not dare to gamble. Moreover, Lin Ling was just a lowly commoner. It was not worth it to exchange his life for Lin Ling's life. You are very lucky. Stop. Long Zai coldly looked at Lin Ling. He wanted to leave. He would remember this slap. Can you stop farting? Stop. However, as soon as he took a step, Lin Ling's cold voice came out, making Long Zai's face stiffen. The anger in his body surged again. You said that no one can stop you. Why are you still running away? I slapped you. Why are you swallowing your anger like a stray dog? Aren't you a proud descendant of the Heavenly Dragon? I am just a lowly commoner. Why are you scared? Stop. Lin Ling did not even turn around to look at Long Zai. He disdainfully humphed and said, Do it. Why don't you dare? Trash. Trash. Long Zai's blood was boiling. His brain was buzzing. In the end he clenched his teeth and said, Go. Go. Ah, Lin Ling, good job. Praise. The crowd was full of praise. Before, Long Zai was arrogant. He even scolded them, but now Lin Ling was not afraid of power. He retaliated with a slap. It was very satisfying. Long Zai has the blood of a dragon? How shameful. How can a dragon be so lowly? After being slapped, he ran away. It must be a title he gave himself. Lin Ling is just like the rumors. He doesn't fear any power, he's fearless. Then, many people looked at Lin Ling. The figure in the blue and white robe gave them the feeling that he was an unsheathed sword that would never bend. Lin Ling, go in. Apprentice Gusu has been waiting for a long time. Elder Lu looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling bowed politely. Thank you, Elder Lu. The one who should be thanking you is me. Without you, I wouldn't have dared to provoke the 5 ancient kingdoms, so it was you who gave me the chance to hold my head high. Elder Lu waved his hand. This was also the first time he had seen Lin Ling, so he praised him in his heart. This young man was neither haughty nor humble, neither fearful nor fearful. He was indeed a good seedling. No wonder Master Gusu had personally invited him. After that, the crowd entered the mansion one after another. I'm sorry, I implicated you earlier. I've always had a grudge with Long Ling. Along the way, Tang Yu said apologetically. If it wasn't for her, Lin Ling and the others wouldn't have offended Long Ling. Those people are arrogant by nature. Even without you, they would still bully others. Lin Ling shook his head. In fact, he also knew that as long as the extreme moon slash was there would definitely be trouble. Lin Ling, thank you for earlier. Zhou Mo and the others were grateful. Lin Ling had stood up for them earlier. However, they were also worried for Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling seemed to have offended the people of Heavenly Dragon Empire. As if he sensed their worry, Lin Ling smiled and said, "Some things can be endured. Once, twice, but not more than 3 times. After all, on the martial path, you can be low-key and endure, but others won't give way. Since you have to face it in the end, it's better to fight calmly. The road of growth will never be smooth sailing." Listening to Lin Ling's words, Zhou Mo and the others' hearts trembled. As they looked at Lin Ling, they discovered that this youth's eyes were extremely clear, and his smile was filled with confidence. Lin Ling's mentality was much better than theirs. He knew that as a martial artist grew, there were some challenges that were unavoidable. A moment later, everyone arrived at the center of the mansion square. They saw that the square was covered in white snow, and a large number of talented youths had already gathered there. Their eyes were burning as they looked at the high stage in front of them. On the high stage, there was a woman quietly sitting there. This woman wore a white fur coat that was as pure as snow. The white fur coat was as white as a fox, and the collar was very low, revealing her full snow-white breasts. Her face was like a hibiscus, and her eyebrows were like willows. This was a beautiful woman with the charm of a mature woman. It had to be known that in the 7 profound martial house, most of them were young girls. But a woman like this that was full of womanly charm was extremely rare. Therefore, to some youths, this kind of woman was extremely lethal. Student Gusu is the most beautiful of the 36 students. She really is as gentle as water. Every time she teaches martial arts, I come just to see her. Her breasts are full and firm. Every time I see them, my blood boils. Be careful not to let Student Gusu know. Student Gusu looks gentle, but when she is serious, she is also very scary. In the square, many people were whispering. When Lin Ling and the others arrived, they just happened to hear them. They could only helplessly shake their heads. When they looked at the high stage, they finally understood why this was happening. "So beautiful," Ouyang Feiyang said with appreciation. Lin Ling smiled and said, "Listening to her lectures is also a kind of tempering of one's heart of martial arts. Look over there." As he finished speaking, he pointed in another direction. Several people followed Lin Ling's finger and saw that far away in the square, under an ancient pine tree, there was a youth who was looking at Student Gusu. But his lower body was constantly moving. It was obvious that he was doing something embarrassing. Although geniuses made a living through martial arts, most of these geniuses were youths. They were young and full of vigor. For a beauty like Student Gusu, it was naturally difficult for many to control themselves. "Ugly!" Tang Yu cursed, causing Zhou Mo and the others to laugh. Then, they looked at Lin Ling and discovered that Lin Ling's eyes were already looking at the high stage. Not only that, but they were surprised. Although Student Gusu had the charm of a mature woman, Lin Ling's heart of martial arts was firm and firm. He shouldn't be addicted to it. "Lin Ling!" Ouyang Feiyang shouted. Lin Ling came back to his senses. He gently smiled and didn't say anything. He walked towards the square with the others. In fact, he hadn't been looking at Student Gusu. Instead, he had been looking at the giant stone sculpture behind the high stage. The stone sculpture was of a man holding a great sword. He was tall and sturdy, wise and heroic. Although there were no facial features, it gave Lin Ling an indescribable feeling. This was the feeling of a hero past his prime. And the owner of this stone sculpture was Di Wuji. This feeling was very clear. Lin Ling could even feel that the tyrannical song sword was exuding a sorrowful feeling, as if it was remembering its former master, remembering the number 1 genius of the 7 profound martial house who had a sword bone. Unfortunately, the heavens were jealous of such a talent. Di Wuji's talent had been stripped away by his senior apprentice brother. From a genius of his generation, he had become a waste, and he had even been driven out of the 7 profound martial house. No wonder that stone sculpture didn't have any facial features. I'm afraid it wasn't allowed. Lin Ling thought to himself. He could feel a familiar aura from the ancient stone sculpture, and that aura was extremely harmonious with the tyrannical song sword. Tang Yu, what is the origin of that stone sculpture? Chapter 633. Using the zither to teach martial arts. Not many people know about that stone sculpture. It's said that it's a sword training stone used by the son of the previous mansion master. Later, it was collected by Master Gusu and was carved into the appearance of that senior. However, the mansion master didn't allow it, so the features of the stone sculpture were removed. However, I heard that the stone sculpture has a spirit of its own. Other than Master Gusu, no one is allowed to approach it. Tang Yu said in a low voice. Not many people knew about this secret. Then, she continued, in the past, when Scholar Gusu was still a prodigy, that senior had once guided Scholar Gusu. Although he didn't take Scholar Gusu as his disciple, Scholar Gusu had always regarded that senior as her master. A teacher for a day, a father for life. Unfortunately, even though Master Gusu respects that senior, because of the mansion master, Master Gusu can only remember him in secret. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This Master Gusu is also a person who values relationships. Ding. At this moment, a clear sound of a zither rang out. On the high platform, the beautiful woman gently played the zither. Her movements were as gentle as water. The faces of the surrounding geniuses turned solemn. They knew that the martial arts lesson had begun. Ding. The sound of the zither drifted into Lin Ling's ears, causing his expression to instantly change. In his mind, a large number of complex and mysterious martial arts appeared. Using zither music to guide martial arts? Then he looked around and found that all the geniuses were sitting cross-legged. They seemed to be immersed in the sound of the zither. In the next moment, Lin Ling couldn't help but be immersed in the sound of the zither as well. Boom! His mind was blank. A large number of blurry figures appeared. These figures were practicing all kinds of mysterious king stage martial arts, from the 1st grade to the 7th grade. Tom step. Ding! Octave palm. Ding! Heaven's eye. Ding! The enormous amount of martial arts caused Lin Ling's mind to hurt. It seemed to be difficult to digest, but Lin Ling was delighted. He had been lacking a bit to break through to the late stage of the king spirit realm. Now, using the zither to teach martial arts could at least make his breakthrough a bit more vigorous. Moreover, these martial arts stimulated the memories left behind by Senior Limitless, allowing him to faintly understand many things. Starting from the 1st grade king tier martial arts, he absorbed them like a sponge, strengthening his foundation of king tier martial arts. At the same time, all the young geniuses in the square were comprehending. This was Master Gusu's lecture, and it was a rare opportunity. Moreover, they knew that if they achieved the best results in this lecture, they would be rewarded by Master Gusu. Alas, I failed. I only saw 3 3rd-grade king-ranked martial arts. But soon, a genius youth withdrew from his comprehension. He couldn't digest too many martial arts. There were also some young geniuses who tried to forcefully absorb the martial arts, but they ended up suffering from chi deviation and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although there were many martial arts, to learn all of them was obviously a test of one's comprehension ability. Therefore, many of them failed. On the square, the sound of the guqin was still drifting in the air, but as time passed, the geniuses woke up one after another. Some were regretful because they had been eliminated, while others were happy because they had at least learned a few martial arts. 5th grade of the king stage, barely able to see through. Ouyang Feiyang also woke up. Then, Zue Mo and Lan Fengya also woke up one after another. They looked to their sides and immediately said in surprise, Tang Yu is so powerful. He's probably comprehending a 6th grade king level. Lin Ling hasn't woken up yet. As expected of a monster. They looked at Lin Ling again and gasped again. As time passed, there weren't many people in the square who were still in a state of comprehension. Only a few people remained, and they immediately attracted a lot of attention. Long Zhe is indeed a prodigy. He's probably comprehended a 6th grade king level martial art. His comprehension ability is so terrifying. The Great Moon Slash is also very powerful. It seems that he has the right to be arrogant since he was able to enter the 7 profound prodigy list. Many young geniuses said enviously. Although they were all geniuses in the 100 territories, at this moment, compared to the real geniuses, they were much more insignificant. And that young man over there is also very powerful. He seems to be Yufan who came with Long Zhe. A little Princess Tang Yu is also not bad. The young man next to her is Lin Ling. He's actually still comprehending. Someone looked again and immediately exclaimed. However, Lin Ling didn't attract much attention. Perhaps many people thought that Lin Ling would be eliminated soon. These little fellows are not bad. On the high stage, Apprentice Gusu's beautiful eyes swept over the square. Then, the melody of the zither began to speed up. This meant that what appeared next were all 6th grade king-level martial arts. An ordinary genius would need a very long time to comprehend a 6th grade king-level martial art. But all of them were 6th grade king-level martial arts. If one's soul force and perception were not strong enough, they would definitely be shocked, and even suffer from cultivation deviation. On the road of martial arts, the more powerful a martial art was, the better it was. It also depended on whether or not a person could digest that martial art. I can't. Before long, Tang Yu's face paled and she withdrew from her state of comprehension. She had failed. This is already very fierce. After all, you've only been in the 7 profound martial house for 3 months. Beside her, Zhou Emo comforted her. Tang Yu smiled. She wasn't dispirited but rather proud. Then, several people looked at the square and saw that the focus was on Long Zhe, Great Moonslash, and Yufan. These 3 were all prodigies of the 7 profound prodigy list. They had the qualifications to be proud, and countless disciples looked up to them. These 3 have been in the 7 profound martial house for a very long time. Long Zhe has been in the 7 profound martial house for 3 years, Great Moonslash for 2 years, and Yufan for 1 year. I wonder who will be the last. Many people were looking forward to it, and then sighed in their hearts. When would they be so strong? Ding! The sound of the zither changed again. It was like a raging storm in the sky. The 3 people's complexions changed. Then, one of them opened his eyes and shook his head. It was Great Moonslash. He had obviously failed. But as he looked around, he suddenly proudly stuck out his chest. The 3rd person had a good result. Moreover, he had comprehended a 7th grade king-level martial art. He was waiting to go back and practice it to see how effective it was. Long Zhe is worthy of being called Long Zhe. Only he can compete with Yufan. The others are not geniuses, they are all mediocre. Great Moonslash lightly said. The crowd had no words to refute, but they were looking forward to it even more. This was a battle between a dragon and a tiger. Between the 2 of them, who would be the last? Then, they would be valued by Apprentice Gusu and be rewarded with treasures. Ding! The sound of the zither changed again. Long Zhe's complexion slightly changed. In his mind, a massive number of 7th grade king-level martial arts appeared. However, this actually made him confident. He was at the early Emperor Spirit Realm. King-level martial arts were only practiced by King Spirit Realm martial artists. Therefore, he was confident that even if he couldn't fully comprehend them, he wouldn't be too far off. Moreover, although he was comprehending, he could hear the voices all around him. He knew that Yufan was competing with him, and this made him smile. Yufan was a man of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, but a subordinate was a subordinate. How could he compete with his master? Sure enough, as soon as the 7th grade king-level martial arts appeared, Yufan withdrew from his state of comprehension. His mind was blank, and a massive number of martial arts flowed in his mind. He couldn't digest all of them. The 4th watch is over, please give me a few monthly votes. These monthly votes are so low-key. Chapter 634. The last person. Yufan was also at the initial stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. He wanted to learn all the king-level martial arts to strengthen his foundation, but he failed at the last step. Then, he looked around and saw that Long Zhe was still comprehending. He shook his head helplessly. Long Zhe was ranked higher than him on the 7 profound prodigy list. He was convinced that Long Zhe was stronger than him. Long Zhe, Long Zhe. Many people were cheering. Dazzling geniuses were always the center of attention, not to mention Long Zhe's feminine and handsome appearance. Ding. Right at this moment, an even more terrifying martial technique concept appeared. An emperor rank martial technique had appeared. According to legend, the records of emperor rank martial techniques came from the ancient kingdoms of the 100 territories, and every single ancient kingdom's imperial family martial technique had the qualifications to be called an emperor rank martial technique. Thus, monarch rank martial techniques were also called inheritance martial techniques, and every single one of them was capable of dominating the world. I'm at the emperor's spirit realm. Emperor-level martial arts are my peak. It's good enough that I can understand one of them. This time I'll stop. Finally, Long Zhe opened his eyes. Many people were stunned. Long Zhe was terrifying. He had comprehended an emperor-level martial art. He was the genius with the strongest comprehension ability. Master, I've learned a lot. Long Zhe patted his clothes and politely bowed to Scholar Gusu on the high platform. He had achieved his goal of coming to the snowy peak this time, which was to receive a reward from Scholar Gusu. Moreover, Scholar Gusu had a good impression of him. According to what he knew, Master Gusu's background wasn't simple. If he could establish a good relationship with her, his position in the Heavenly Dragon Empire would be more stable. Moreover, Master Gusu was such a beautiful woman. He had been secretly in love with her for a long time. If a teacher-student relationship happened, it wouldn't be a bad idea. However, after he spoke, the sound of the zither continued to reverberate from the high platform. Master Gusu hasn't stopped teaching? The crowd was stunned. They didn't understand what was going on. Even Long Zhe's pupils constricted. What was going on? The lecture isn't over yet. A voice as gentle as water drifted out from Apprentice Gusu's mouth, answering the doubts in everyone's hearts. How is that possible? Long Zhe has already left. The lecture should be over. Could it be? There's another genius trying to comprehend martial arts? No way, a genius even more terrifying than Long Zhe? The crowd was in an uproar as they looked around. Then, their eyes landed on a young man in a blue and white robe. Their hearts instantly stopped beating. At this moment, Tang Yu and the others were also puzzled, but when they saw everyone looking at them, their bodies trembled and they subconsciously looked to the side. It was Lin Ling. Beside her, Lin Ling was still comprehending. His handsome face was as calm as an ancient well, as if everything that happened in the square had nothing to do with him. Lin Ling, we forgot about him. A terrified voice rang out. Many years later, they forgot how to breathe. Lin Ling, although he hadn't been eliminated before, Lin Ling had only been at the 7 Profound Martial House for 3 months. Naturally, everyone had ignored him, and thought that the light would appear on Long Zhe or Lin Ling's body. But who would have thought that Lin Ling was actually still comprehending? This Lin Ling is amazing. And what was most terrifying was that the zither music was at the boundary of a King Step martial art. But Lin Ling was only at the King Spirit realm, and yet he hadn't experienced cultivation deviation. Compared to Lin Ling, Long Zhe was simply overshadowed. It's him again! Long Zhe's complexion was incomparably ugly. Lin Ling had once again stolen his limelight. At this time, he was proudly standing there, enjoying the admiring gazes of all the other geniuses. But this was incomparably ironic and funny. He hadn't reached the end, but he was already enjoying the limelight. Wasn't this shameful? I almost broke through that barrier. If I wanted to forcefully break through, I could, but that's not what I want to see. At this moment, Lin Ling withdrew from his state of enlightenment. His appearance was calm and relaxed, completely different from those geniuses who had forcefully comprehended before. In fact, he could have continued to comprehend, but he didn't think it would have much effect on him, so he chose to withdraw. He had used the zither music to comprehend 2 things. 1. To strengthen his foundation of a King Step martial art. 2. To ride the waves and break through to the next boundary. Unfortunately, his boundary was still a bit lacking. Then, he saw the gazes of everyone in the square turn towards him. This caused him to frown, not knowing what had happened. Lin Ling, your cultivation is at the late stage of the King Spirit realm, but you actually comprehended the martial arts to the end. Beside him, Tang Yue exclaimed in shock. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment before he helplessly shook his head. He didn't expect to become the center of attention. I'm speechless. His appearance caused Tang Yue to bitterly smile. Lin Ling didn't seem to know that he had shocked the entire square. As Lin Ling stood up, the zither music in the square also stopped. This caused many people to finally understand that Gusu's final zither was played for Lin Ling. Lin Ling really made people jealous. Impossible! Lin Ling, what sort of scheme did you use to deceive everyone? Screech. In the silence, Tai Yuezhan's angry roar came out. Long Zhe was stronger than him, he was convinced, but Lin Ling was also stronger than him. Why? Only his voice could be heard in the entire square. Lin Ling naturally heard him. He smiled disdainfully. Why do I meet a dog like you everywhere? You used to wag your tail at Su Fan, and now you're climbing the thigh of the heavenly dragon ancient kingdom. Other than being a dog, what else can you do? These words caused many people in the square to cover their mouths and laugh. Although Tai Yuezhan's strength was not bad, he was indeed very much like a dog who flattered everywhere. And that arrogant heavenly dragon over there, why are you standing so straight, standing so high? Do you want to prove that you've lost? Or do you want to tell everyone that your skin is very thick? Shifting his gaze, Lin Ling looked at Long Zhe and smiled. Long Zhe's eyes were cold, he wanted to say something, but he did not have the face to say it. After all, his results were not the best. However, he was a proud descendant of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, but he was repeatedly humiliated by Lin Ling. This Lin Ling was really hateful. As upright as a sword, but not without courage and wisdom. The rumored genius Lin Ling. Sure enough, hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. On the high platform, a gentle voice came. Master Gusu quietly looked at Lin Ling, as if she wanted to see through Lin Ling. Only she knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. Although his cultivation level was not high, but his martial arts comprehension was very deep. Even her Emperor Spirit Realm zither music did not seem to affect this young man. This young man was like a vast ocean, absorbing hundreds of rivers. Moreover, this young man gave her a very familiar feeling, which made her somewhat unable to see through him. Greetings, Master Gusu. Lin Ling slightly bowed. No need to be so polite. If you don't mind, you can call me Big Sister Gusu. Gusu Shui slightly smiled, then stood up. The billowing waves in front of her chest made countless people secretly lick their lips. Then they became even more envious of Lin Ling. After all, Master Gusu actually let Lin Ling call her big sister. This means that they are not disciples anymore, but friends. Chapter 635. Why wait? Seductress! Seductress! Lin Ling whispered in his heart. Then he smiled and said, I want to see that stone sculpture. What? Look at the stone sculpture? Everyone was stunned for a moment before they burst into an uproar. Lin Ling could obtain any reward, but he didn't want it. Instead, he wanted to look at the forbidden stone sculpture. Was he an idiot? Even apprentice Master Gusu was surprised. What shameless boasting! Do you know what that stone sculpture is? At this moment, Long Zhe's cold voice sounded out. Many people were puzzled. They knew that it was a forbidden stone sculpture, but as for why it was forbidden, no one knew. It is a stone sculpture. It is a sinner, a disgrace, a waste. It is not tolerated by the seven profound martial house. Anyone who dares to approach it will be beheaded. You Lin Ling are arrogant and ignorant. You actually dare to approach the stone sculpture. You simply don't understand yourself. Long Zhe said with disdain. It's Di Wuji. Some people responded. If there was a disgrace and sinner, then it was the former martial house master's son, Di Wuji. That's right, you still want to look at the stone sculpture. Apprentice Master Gusu's voice was low and sad. In the past, that senior had guided her and allowed her to step onto the path of martial arts. However, under the slander of the current martial house master, that senior had become the laughingstock of tens of thousands of people. Sinner, disgrace, waste. Now, the stone sculpture had become a taboo. No one dared to approach it. It was like a monster being ridiculed by tens of thousands of people. He doesn't dare. He only knows that apprentice Master Gusu loves stone sculptures, so he played along with her. However, when he learned of the terror of the stone sculpture, he regretted it. This kind of person only wants to fish for fame. In order to approach apprentice Master Gusu, he is simply shameless. Long Zhe's mocking voice sounded out again, causing many people to nod. In order to curry favor with apprentice Master Gusu, Lin Ling wanted to look at the stone sculpture? If so, then Lin Ling would lose face. After all, after learning of the terror of the stone sculpture, Lin Ling would not dare to look at the stone sculpture again. Forbidden stone sculpture, beheaded by tens of thousands. Lin Ling, if you have the courage, then go. Tai Yuzhan also coldly smiled. Lin Ling, don't go. Tang Yu said softly beside Lin Ling. She didn't know why Lin Ling wanted to look at the stone carvings. Was it really to please apprentice Gusu? Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's expression was calm. He looked at Tai Yuzhan and said, "Didn't you say that I cheated? All right then, now that everyone has proven themselves, we will walk towards the stone sculpture together. Do you dare?" And Long Zhe, the proud descendant of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, "Do you dare?" The two words "do you dare" shook the entire plaza, causing countless people to suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was challenging Extreme Moon Beheader and Long Zhe. Long Zhe's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was questioning his pride, telling him to walk towards the stone sculpture as well. However, he didn't dare. The reason why the forbidden stone sculpture was terrifying was because it was a sword training stone. It was rumored that it already had a sword spirit. If a stranger approached, they would be killed without mercy. Therefore, he didn't dare. You only know how to talk and not do. The Heavenly Dragon Empire is only SOSO. Lin Ling said disdainfully. Long Zhe's face turned gloomy. Soon after, Long Zhe saw Lin Ling walk out. He sneered and said, "You only know how to talk and not do. Aren't you running away now?" "Did I say that I gave up?" Lin Ling didn't even look at him. He slowly walked towards the high platform. He was using his own actions to prove that even if the stone sculpture was forbidden, he would still go and look at it. Long Zhe's eyes narrowed. He thought that Lin Ling was going to leave the plaza. He didn't expect that Lin Ling would still go and look at the stone sculpture despite knowing that it was forbidden. Wasn't he afraid of death? This guy is so brave. Many young geniuses admired Lin Ling. He knew that there were tigers in the mountain, but he still chose to go there. Why does he want to look at the stone sculpture? Apprentice Gusu murmured. At this moment, she couldn't see through this young man anymore. He will die under the stone sculpture. Tai Yuzhan said coldly. He was waiting for a good show. Countless eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. He ignored them and walked towards the stone sculpture step by step. His elegant blue and white robe made many people feel like they were dreaming. Soon after, they saw that Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the stone sculpture. Boom! A terrifying chi was released. That was a sword, countless swords. It was as if an ancient strong cultivator was holding the sword of heaven and earth, preventing Lin Ling from getting closer. You can't see clearly, you have to touch the forbidden area. You deserve to die. Long Zhe laughed gloatingly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling took another step forward. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Long Zhe's eyes widened. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of the sword spirit. A formless sword wind drifted out, sweeping across the square. Many young geniuses felt the terror of the stone sculpture. However, in their eyes, Lin Ling didn't hesitate and continued to move forward. The sword training stone is the essence of the senior's many years of sword practice. After a long time, a sword spirit has been born. Unless it's someone recognized by the senior, anyone who gets close to it will be killed. Why is he fine? Gusu Shui looked at Lin Ling's back. She breathed heavily, causing her plump buttocks to jump up and down. He's getting closer and closer. The square was incomparably silent. Everyone stared at the young man. Finally, at a certain moment, the young man finally reached the stone sculpture. The stone sculpture was ancient and tall, like a giant that supported the heavens. Compared to the young man seemed incomparably small. But for some reason, The young man at this moment was like a giant that supported the heavens. "Why are you waiting?" A soft voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth. Many people were puzzled. Lin Ling was talking to the stone sculpture? Was he stupid? Crazy? Tai Yuezhan coldly snorted. He didn't know why, but when he saw Lin Ling once again shocking the crowd, he felt as if he had swallowed a fly. After all, he wanted to see Lin Ling lose face, to see Lin Ling overestimate himself and be killed by the stone sculpture. If you don't understand, then don't speak nonsense. He's communicating with the stone sculpture, talking to the sword spirit. At this moment, Gusu Shue's cold voice sounded, causing Tai Yuezhan's face to turn ugly. The apprentice was scolding him. But the stone sculpture had been there for so many years. Could Lin Ling communicate with the stone sculpture? What a fool's dream. Even Gusu Shue was puzzled. She was the only one who could get close to the stone sculpture, but she had never been able to communicate with it. However, she could feel that the stone sculpture had a soul, and the feeling it had towards her was the kindness of a senior. It was difficult for Lin Ling to communicate with the stone sculpture. To gain its recognition was even more difficult. At this moment, on the high stage, Lin Ling's face was sorrowful. The stone sculpture was lonely and desolate, like a hero past his prime. This was the sword spirit of Senior Wuji. In his eyes, ancient scenes appeared. In the past, Di Wuji's name had shaken the holy land of the rainforest. He had an outstanding talent, but unfortunately his talent had been stripped away by his senior apprentice brother, and he had been forced to wander the world. The pride of the Di bloodline had also declined. And the banner at the highest peak of the Seven Profound Martial House had changed from the surname Di to the surname Tian. Tian represented the current Martial House master, Tunlin. Di represented the Di bloodline. However, their pride had been stripped away, and the banner had been torn down and trampled underfoot. This was not a fair fight, but a conspiracy. If Di Wuji's talent hadn't been taken away, if his father hadn't wasted half his cultivation to save Di Wuji, if his father hadn't been besieged in the final battle, how could the banner have been taken away? The stone sculpture was Di Wuji's sword spirit. It was also Di Wuji's only obsession in the Seven Profound Martial House. This was a belief. It was waiting day and night. It was waiting for the Di banner to be inserted into the clouds of the Seven Profound Martial House once again. Chapter 636. I carry your pride on my shoulders. Senior Wuji has always been kind to others, but he ended up like this. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with tears. He had only met Di Wuji once, and Di Wuji had left everything to him, but had never asked him to do anything. Di Wuji had always been kind to others before his death because he liked Lin Ling, so he didn't want Lin Ling to carry his responsibilities. But now Lin Ling wanted to take on this battle. I carry your pride on my shoulders, and I will help you plant your banner. Exclamation point. Lin Ling said to himself resolutely. His goal of challenging the prefecture lord had become even more firm. Then, with a clang, he pulled out the tyrannical song from his back and pointed it at the sky. Rumble. The stone statue moved. Countless cracks appeared, and a large amount of light surged towards Lin Ling. It seemed that it had finally arrived. Boom. With a loud sound, the entire stone statue exploded, and dust flew everywhere. In the eyes of countless people, an indomitable figure quietly appeared with a sword pointing at the sky. The stone statue has acknowledged him. The sword spirit has finally arrived. Exclamation point. Gusu Shue's heart trembled violently. She bit her red lips so hard that blood flowed out, but she didn't feel it. Her beautiful eyes stared at the young man, and there was only one guess in her heart. That senior's successor had arrived. Rumble. On the high platform, the aftermath shook. Lin Ling stood upright, and the tyrannical song in his hand quietly changed. The two sword spirits seemed to have merged together, and a surge of joy and excitement was emitted. Only this sword sings hegemony's song of the world. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He could sense that the tyrant song sword was emanating a terrifying sword will, which made him feel as if his entire body was filled with power. It was as if he could slash the heavens with his sword and sing the tyrant song for 1,000 years. This power came from the stone statue's sword spirit. It seemed to have waited for a long time, and it was constantly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, forming a terrifying sword intent. Of course, this sword intent would decrease as time passed, and it would eventually allow the tyrannical song to reach 60% sword intent. This was incomparably terrifying. After all, Lin Ling's Hegemon Sword Art's final move was only half a step into 50% sword intent. But now it had reached 60% sword intent. Is this the final change? However, there is still a large amount of sword intent in the tyrannical song sword. These will disappear with the passage of time, so it's best not to waste them. Lin Ling gently stroked the tyrannical song sword before coldly laughing. He was confident that he would be able to kill any mid-stage or even late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator with this short amount of time. How could he possibly waste it? I'm sorry, I walked in front of the stone sculpture. A cold voice rang out in the air, causing the entire place to be silent. Numerous gazes were fixed on Lin Ling, after which a heroic voice rang out, Long Zhe, Taiyuan, you two pieces of trash. Before this, you didn't dare to challenge me. Do you dare to challenge me again? What? Lin Ling is challenging two geniuses? Many people's hearts trembled violently. Lin Ling was too arrogant. At this moment, Long Zhe and Taiyuan's faces were extremely gloomy. Before, when Lin Ling asked them to walk towards the stone sculpture, they didn't dare to do so. Now Lin Ling even dared to challenge them. This Lin Ling was courting death. Do you dare to let me test my sword? While the two of them were furious, Lin Ling's disdainful voice rang out again. You're too arrogant. I'll challenge you to a duel. After all, you're above me on the 7 profound genius list. I'll take your ranking in front of everyone. Taiyuan wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, so he naturally agreed. Duel? I'm sorry, I'm not your opponent. However, just as Taiyuan was about to jump onto the stage, Lin Ling's cold voice rang out. The crowd was stunned. Lin Ling had challenged two geniuses to a duel, but now he admitted defeat and said that he wasn't Taiyuan's opponent. This was too embarrassing. Even if you're not my opponent, I'll still challenge you to take my ranking. Taiyuan didn't plan on letting Lin Ling go. In fact, he also knew that Lin Ling wasn't his opponent. After all, he was a genius of the Emperor Spirit Realm. However, Lin Ling admitting defeat made him lose a lot of face. You've already challenged me to a duel. How can I not fight just because you admit defeat? You have to fight even if you don't want to. Taiyuan shouted again with incomparable arrogance. However, Lin Ling disdainfully shook his head and said, I'm not your opponent in a duel, but in a battle to the death. Are you my opponent? What? A battle to the death? Lin Ling means that he admitted defeat in the duel, but in a battle to the death, Taiyuan must win. The crowd was in an uproar. Lin Ling was too arrogant. Taiyuan was stunned and his eyes turned red. Lin Ling didn't admit defeat, he wanted to kill him. This made him angry and shouted, I accept your challenge to a battle to the death. Yes. In the 7 profound martial house, disciples couldn't casually kill each other. But if there were grievances that were difficult to resolve, then they could use a battle to the death. I've been waiting for you to say this. I'll cut you down with my sword. Lin Ling laughed, his voice shaking the heavens. The grudges between him and Taiyuan should be resolved, but this wasn't enough. He looked at Long Zhe and said, What about you? After Taiyuan dies, do you dare to come to a battle to the death? Since they were enemies, then he might as well kill them all in one fell swoop to avoid future troubles. I've already wanted to invite you to a battle to the death, but I was afraid that you wouldn't dare. Now that you've taken the initiative to invite me to a battle, you're just courting death. Long Zhe was incomparably surprised. Lin Ling was stupid. To invite him to a battle to the death, he was more than happy to do so. Lin Ling is crazy. In the blink of an eye, he's defeated 2 people, and they're both masters of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Lin Ling is only at the late King Spirit Realm. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. They had already heard of Lin Ling's reputation, but seeing him in person today, it really was better than seeing him in person. Not only that, but Lin Ling had only been a 7 profound heavens chosen for a short period of time, and now he dared to challenge the older generation of Heaven's Chosen. This courage was truly admirable. No longer paying attention to Long Zhe, Lin Ling looked at Tai Yuzhan, and then helplessly shook his head. Tai Yuzhan, I think you're very pitiful. In the past, in order to flatter Master Su Fan, you've suppressed me many times, and even had people assassinate me. The result was that you didn't die, but today, in order to flatter the Heavenly Dragon Empire, you've lost your life. I only hope that you won't be a dog in your next life. It's hard to say who's going to lose their life. The pitiful one is you. Although I flatter others, at least I'm constantly getting stronger. Although you're not afraid of power, you're still going to die. However, you've helped me achieve my goal. Before I die, you let me flatter Great Sun Elder and Su Fan again. Tai Yuzhan laughed. Lin Ling said that he liked to flatter others, then he would admit it. In any case, the one who died was Lin Ling. So what if Lin Ling laughed at him? He could only laugh at him in hell. In this world, the one who survived would be the one who had the last laugh. I'm at the early Emperor Spirit Realm, and you're only at the late King Spirit Realm. The gap between our realms can never be closed. Lin Ling died. Tai Yuzhan didn't give Lin Ling any more chances to speak. He couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling. Therefore, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Boom! The stage shook, and countless people's hearts trembled. Early Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses were indeed terrifying. In the 7 profound Heaven's Chosen list, Tai Yuzhan's ranking was indeed higher than Lin Ling's. And Lin Ling challenged him to a battle. They couldn't understand where Lin Ling's confidence came from. Countless gazes fell on Lin Ling. Some were gloating, some were worried, but most of them were indifferent. They were wondering how many moves Lin Ling could block from Tai Yuzhan. But how many moves? Chapter 637. The flame of faith was not extinguished. My sword world dominates the world. Swish. A sharp sword light slashed out, wanting to cut the sun and moon in half. Countless people closed their eyes because it was too terrifying. It was like the sun in the sky, like a sword that did not exist in this world. Rumble. This sword shook the heavens and earth. It was Lin Ling's strongest sword attack so far. Because this was not Lin Ling's power, but the power of the stone statue's sword soul. It was a power that would fade with time, so it would be useless if it was not used now. No! Before the sword hit Tai Yuzhan sensed how terrifying it was. It should not exist in the King Spirit Realm. Even a peak Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator would not be able to do so. 80% sword intent. Gu Sushue stared at the sword. It was very familiar. She vaguely saw the elegance of that senior. How is this possible? Long Zhe's expression changed. He thought Lin Ling was an ant, but after Lin Ling's sword attack, he realized how terrifying it was. Swish. He quickly rushed over to help Tai Yuzhan. If he did not help, Tai Yuzhan would be killed. Unfortunately, he was still too slow. Do you regret it? That sword was like an emperor's sword. It carried a majestic voice that entered Tai Yuzhan's ears. Did he regret it? If he had known that Lin Ling's sword was so terrifying, he would not have agreed to the life and death battle. He was an Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator, but he could not block a single sword. Unfortunately, it was too late. The moment he dared to assassinate Lin Ling, he was already on the road to hell. Swish. The sword passed and his head flew. Plop. Tai Yuzhan's body fell on the stage. The crowd was silent. A 7 profound genius died just like that. He could not block a single attack. When did Lin Ling's sword become so terrifying? Lin Ling, you dare to kill my man? That Long Zhe was still slow, but he charged at Lin Ling with murderous intent. His spiritual energy erupted at the same time, and 100 dragons roared. This was the true bloodline of a dragon. In fact, in the 100 regions, there were quite a number of martial artists who possessed dragon martial arts. Take the Crown Prince of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, for example. He possessed dragon martial arts, but it was a pity that it was just dragon aura, and it wasn't pure. However, Long Zhe had the bloodline of a dragon. According to legend, the ancestors of this bloodline had once obtained the essence blood of a dragon and exchanged it for a new life. From then on, they possessed the divine might of a dragon. The effects of an ancient bloodline were obvious. It could easily kill an expert at the same cultivation realm. And now Lin Ling was only at the king's spirit realm. If Lin Ling fought Long Zhe again, could he still kill him with one sword strike? Rumble. As Long Zhe strode forward, a huge azure dragon swam behind him, looking down on all living beings. I will fight with you. If you have the ability, kill me with one sword strike. A majestic voice floated out from Long Zhe's mouth. A terrifying aura swept out, allowing him to get closer to Lin Ling. The crowd saw as though an azure dragon was pouncing at Lin Ling. Slash as usual. However, what was even more terrifying was that the crowd heard Lin Ling's indifferent words. Slash as usual. Facing Long Zhe, who possessed the bloodline of a dragon and had a higher cultivation realm, Lin Ling actually arrogantly said that he would slash as usual. Only this sword sings hegemony of the world. On the high platform, Lin Ling held the sword with both hands. An ancient aura was emitted, making him look like the king of swords. All the sword intent that he obtained from the stone sculpture Sword Soul was gushing out crazily at this moment. He wanted to use all his strength on that sword. He wanted to see how powerful that sword was. Hegemony of the world. Rumble. The sword slashed down, wanting to split the earth. This sword contained 100% of the true meaning of the sword. Swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, the terrifying sword intent exploded, causing countless people to appear on the snowy peak. A large number of students looked at the young man holding the sword in fear. 100%? How is this possible? What kind of monster is this young man? Fake, this is all fake. How can 100% sword intent appear on your body? Long Zhe maintained his charging posture, but he stopped abruptly. He was terrified. He did not expect that Lin Ling's previous sword strike was not the pinnacle, but this sword strike was the pinnacle. 100% sword intent, only those ancient powerhouses of the Heavenly Dragon Empire had it. That sword strike was enough to kill him. Wait, this battle, I admit defeat. Retreat. Long Zhe anxiously retreated, his heart was incomparably panicked. His noble appearance of the Heavenly Dragon bloodline was nowhere to be seen. He stared at Lin Ling and found that on Lin Ling's indifferent face, there was a ruthless smile. That was the smile of the Sword Emperor. On the road to hell, with you accompanying Tai Yuzhan, he will not be lonely. Bang! Boom! Without any more nonsense, the sword slashed down. The brilliance of the sword was like the last sword strike of Di Wuji's life. How could Long Zhe block the sword strike? 100% sword intent cut through everything, turning Long Zhe's body into nothingness, leaving nothing behind. He, Long Zhe, the proud bloodline of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, came here with pride, looking down on everything. After Lin Ling offended him, he was still thinking about how to make Lin Ling suffer a fate worse than death. However, he did not expect that the snowy peak would be his doomsday. He did not even have the chance to fight back against Lin Ling. Everything turned into ashes. Rumble. Under that sword strike, the snow on the snowy peak melted, the snow clouds in the sky dispersed, and the snowy peak was actually covered by the sun for the first time. What a terrifying sword strike. Countless terrified eyes looked at the young man on the high platform. At this moment, they were so shocked that they could not speak. But the young man on the high platform stood tall like a mountain, the sword in his hand slanted. He calmly said, "This is the first time I have experienced 100% sword intent. Is this Senior Wuji's glorious sword strike? This sword also represents that the fires of Senior Wuji's faith have not been extinguished." With that tranquil voice, the blazing sun in the sky shined down on the young man's body, making him incomparably dazzling. Lin Ling, not long ago at the Dragon Coiling Lake competition, had awed all the heroes. But in just a few days, his name had once again shaken the 7 profound martial house. That is Senior's sword strike. Of all the people present, Gusu Shui was the most excited. She could faintly see the sword of the person who had shown her kindness. She anxiously asked, "Lin Ling, is this your 100% sword intent?" Her question was also the doubt in the hearts of countless people. After all, that sword strike had been too terrifying. And in the sky, The apprentices looked down at the young man with complex expressions. They also wanted to know whether or not that sword strike was Lin Ling's. Especially Su Fan. He had also come and witnessed Lin Ling's terrifying sword strike, so he was also curious. That is not the strength that I control, but the stone sculpture's sword soul. As time passes, that strength will disappear. So before that, I want to borrow it to deal with some people who have ill intentions. Lin Ling lightly said, not concealing anything. But as his eyes swept over them, all the genius disciples lowered their heads in horror. They could not afford to provoke the current Lin Ling. But many of the disciples also relaxed. Luckily, this was a borrowed strength. If Lin Ling really had this strength, then he would be the #1 monstrous talent in the history of the 7 profound martial house. But what they didn't know was that although Lin Ling did not have 100% sword intent, he had already reached 60%. Chapter 638. A long talk. This child is not simple. The Grand Masters solemnly looked at Lin Ling and finally left. Lin Ling's strength did not lie in his current strength, but in his potential. Moreover, in the 7 profound martial house, there were very few geniuses that could maintain their sharpness. But most of these geniuses were short-lived and would eventually be surpassed by other geniuses. There were very, very few geniuses like Lin Ling that could continue to shine. He must be killed, otherwise there will be no end to his troubles. Su Fan's face was cold and indifferent. He wanted to kill Lin Ling even more, but unfortunately he could not find the opportunity. He could only assassinate him. He did not dare to kill him in broad daylight. But at the same time, he sneered in his heart. Lin Ling was very arrogant. He did not fear anyone who dared to provoke him. Not long ago, he had beheaded a descendant of the Justice Duan bloodline, and now he had even beheaded a descendant of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. In front of him, all the aristocratic bloodlines could not be arrogant. But because of this, Lin Ling had offended a terrifying enemy. As far as he knew, there were several people on the 7 profound heavens chosen list that came from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. And at this moment, above the ancient giant tree in the rainforest Holy Land, there was a giant leaf floating in the clouds. This leaf was as large as a mountain peak, and there were 2 figures quietly standing on it, both of them looking into the distance. Di Wuji's descendant, so you came here for this purpose. Good, I want to see if you can take back the glory that you have lost. You have accepted this belief, but can you bear it? The man lightly said, his eyes filled with a domineering aura. Behind him, on the ancient leaf, there was a colorful banner that shined with a dazzling light. This was the symbol of the 7 profound martial house, and on this banner was embroidered the word, Sky, representing the name of the current martial house master. To be able to place a banner on a giant tree was an endless glory in the rainforest Holy Land. Besides this leaf, there were also 6 other banners on the other leaves. These were the banners of the other 6 martial arts halls. And now Lin Ling's goal was to place the banner that belonged to D on the leaf. Dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel. The man disdainfully said. He simply did not care. He was the current martial house master of the 7 profound martial house, Tun Lin. Master, other than Lin Ling, the D clan has also revived. Beside him stood a black-clothed young girl. Her looks were also devastatingly beautiful, but she was a little cold and elegant. Her beautiful eyes carried a sense of ambition and ambition. She was the martial house lord of Skyforest's disciple, the second dream. Meng, who do you think is more likely? Is it Di Jitian, Di Jitsuan, or Lin Ling? The man asked softly. His voice was faintly discernible, as if he had the entire world in his heart. The D clan's talent is very terrifying. On the surface, Di Shirtian and the others are a bigger threat, but I've come into contact with Lin Ling and I always feel that it's harder to see through him. The second dream softly said. If Lin Ling were here, he would definitely recognize her. She was the black-clothed leader that Lin Ling had kidnapped when he was saving Di Jichuan. No matter how hard it is to see through him, they have no hope at all. The man shook his head. His vision was different from the second dream's. The second dream felt that Lin Ling was hard to see through, but his status and strength were higher. Therefore, no matter how mysterious Lin Ling was, he could only be this mysterious. He felt that Lin Ling had no hope of defeating him. After all, Lin Ling had many enemies. It was a miracle that he was still alive. All right, everyone disperse. At this moment, Gu Sushue's voice came from the square, asking the young geniuses to leave. Then, Gu Sushue asked Lin Ling to follow her. The two of them, one in front and one behind, entered the side room of the mansion. Lin Ling looked at the curvy figure in front of him and frowned slightly. In fact, he still didn't know why Gu Sushue looked for him, but he didn't think too much about it. Instead, he was thinking about challenging the Martial House Lord. He had accepted the Sword Soul, which made him even more determined to challenge the Martial House Lord. He knew that the Martial House Lord must know this as well, but the Martial House Lord didn't stop him. Perhaps he knew that it was impossible for him to reach the Martial House Lord's height. Don't underestimate me. Let's wait and see. Lin Ling sneered in his heart. His fighting spirit was even stronger. After a while, Lin Ling came to Gu Sushue's side room. There was a faint fragrance that made people feel comfortable. After Gu Sushue came to the side room, she smiled gently and left Lin Ling in the room. She went to take a bath and change her clothes. Through the curtain, Lin Ling could vaguely see the beautiful figure, especially the magnificent twin peaks. Lin Ling subconsciously licked his lips. This apprentice was a clean freak. Moreover, she didn't look like a strict apprentice, but more like a mature and charming woman. An apprentice is also a human. She's not the kind of person you think she is. As if she sensed Lin Ling's thoughts, a gentle voice came from the curtain. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Not long after, Gu Sushue came out in a pink dress. Her long hair cascaded down her back. Her bare feet stepped on the carpet, giving off a lazy feeling. When she came close to Lin Ling smelled a unique feminine fragrance. Gu Sushue smiled and poured tea for Lin Ling. She bent over, revealing her snow-white skin. Lin Ling's mouth went dry, and he quickly retracted his gaze. If you want to look, then look. It's not like it's taboo. Moreover, I'm wearing clothes. Gu Sushue poured tea and muttered to herself. Lin Ling rolled his eyes. He was actually looked down on. This time, I invited you not to take advantage of me, but I do have something to tell you. Gu Sushue sat down and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. But before that, I want to ask you two questions. First, you didn't seem to be affected by the zither and you didn't reach your limit. Am I right? Lin Ling was only in the King Spirit realm, but he could comprehend all the King stage martial arts, so she was very surprised. The most terrifying thing was that the Emperor stage martial arts didn't seem to be able to stop Lin Ling. The King stage martial arts can't affect me, but the Emperor stage martial arts can. Lin Ling smiled. In fact, the Emperor stage martial arts couldn't affect Lin Ling. After all, he had obtained the Wuji Sword Saint's memories, so as long as he could see the martial arts, he would be able to comprehend and remember them. No rank could stop him. This was the reward he received after risking his life in the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb. Gu Sushue gasped. This little guy was really terrifying. She asked again, Who is Di Wuji to you? Benefactor. Lin Ling said after a moment of silence. He didn't say master because Di Wuji didn't take him in as a disciple, so he only said benefactor. For him, you want to challenge the mansion lord. You're really a person who repays kindness. Gu Sushue's beautiful eyes flashed. This world was cold and merciless. There were very few people who valued friendship as much as this young man. Just because of a pointer, you treat Senior Wuji as your master. You're also a person who repays kindness. Lin Ling replied. The two of them looked at each other and laughed. They were both people who had received kindness from Di Wuji, so they resonated with each other. Okay, now I'll tell you my purpose. I was invited by someone, so I invited you. Have you heard of the Great Qin Empire? It's one of the 5 great ancient kingdoms. Back then, during the Dragon Lake tournament, your name shook the 7 Shen Kingdom, so Qin Jingtian, who has the bloodline of the Great Qin Empire, wants to recruit you. Chapter 639. The Great Qin Empire. The 5 great ancient countries are the 5 strongest factions in the 100 domains. Furthermore, they have quite a reputation in the rainforest's sacred land. Usually, they would extend an olive branch to the 7 great martial hall. As long as it's a true genius, they would place great importance on them. I know that you like to be alone, but I can tell you that the rainforest's sacred land is more complicated than you imagine. In front of you are the 7 great martial hall, behind you are the 5 great ancient countries, and above them is the even larger desolate race. You might not be afraid alone, but what about your friends? Furthermore, you have offended 2 ancient countries, so it is not wrong to get closer to the great Qin Empire. Gu Sushue advised. She thought that Lin Ling was too arrogant to join any power, but Lin Ling laughed. As long as you treat me sincerely, why not? Lin Ling was not a fool. He needed time to grow, so he would not be at a disadvantage if he formed an alliance with others. Furthermore, he had many enemies, and they would not let him grow. You agree? However, I heard that the Qin clan leader was injured. If you go, you might not be able to see him immediately. Gu Sushue immediately laughed, making Lin Ling ask curiously, "Clan leader? Aren't they an empire?" They are called an empire to outsiders, but internally, they are a large family. A family with the bloodline of the Xuanwu, so they call each other clan leaders. The Great Qin Empire has 24 clan leaders, and the one who invited you is one of them. And the 5 ancient countries all have territories in the rainforest's sacred land, so the clan leader is also in the rainforest's sacred land. Gu Sushue explained, and then passed a jade token to Lin Ling. This is their address in the rainforest's sacred land. After Lin Ling received the jade token, she asked expectantly, "The Qin clan leader is injured. Are you good at healing?" "Healing?" Yes. Lin Ling smiled confidently. He was originally a powerful alchemist, and with the memories of the Wuji Sword Saint, his knowledge of alchemy was even greater. After all, after the Wuji Sword Saint was crippled, he relied on himself to explore the art of alchemy and recover. "Master, have you been irritated by your cultivation recently?" Lin Ling asked. Gu Sushue's beautiful eyes narrowed. After reaching the Saint Spirit realm, it was difficult for her to break through to the next level. Every time she cultivated, she would be frustrated, causing her spirit energy to fluctuate. When a martial artist cultivates, they borrow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to transform their body. In the short term, it seems fine, but after a long time, the spiritual energy will become impure, and the mind will become restless. If it is not dealt with properly, or if it is cultivated in peace, then it will be difficult to advance in the future. In the worst case, one will suffer from qi deviation, and their cultivation will be destroyed. Lin Ling lightly said, "Every medicine had its own poison, not to mention the fact that the spirit qi had been continuously absorbed. Therefore, after a long time, the spirit qi would definitely become mixed and chaotic. Moreover, the spirit qi of the Holy Spirit realm was very large, and it was even more difficult to purify it." "How do you know?" Gu Sushue said in surprise. This young man's cultivation level was not high, but he knew more than her. "They told me." Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. This person was naturally Di Wuji. After all, Di Wuji was the strongest person under the current palace master. How could he not know? "Find me 5 kinds of spiritual herbs, warm yang jade, dazzling light crystal, 5 elements snowgrass, aquamarine stone, and boundary stone. I will refine a 7th grade clear heart pill for you, and then pair it with an 8th grade sky capital bright river pill. Take one of each pill day and night. After 10 days, your symptoms will disappear, and your cultivation will improve again." Lin Ling frowned as he recalled. The way to cure this symptom was very simple. First, get rid of the distracting thoughts, and focus on clearing the heart. Then, refine the spiritual energy, and get rid of the impurities. This way, the cultivation will be more solid. The Clear Heart pill is a pill that calms the mind, but its grade is not very high. As for the Sky Capital Bright River pill, I have never heard of it. Gu Sushue was surprised and curious. What kind of secret was this little guy hiding? The Clear Heart pill's grade does not seem high, but it has to be the right medicine. Not every pill that calms the mind is effective. As for the Sky Capital Bright River pill, I'm afraid that in the rainforest's sacred land, only I know how to refine it. Lin Ling smiled confidently. But it was true. Only Di Wuji knew how to refine the sky capital Bright River pill. But Di Wuji had already passed away, so Lin Ling was the only one who knew how to refine it. And that pill came from another sacred land on the horizon. It was the pill recipe that Di Wuji had obtained in the past. If you can get rid of my cultivation worries, then you are very powerful. As far as I know, in the Emperor Spirit Realm and Saint Spirit Realm, there are many cultivators who have this symptom. They are helpless and can only rely on the accumulation of time to slowly get rid of the symptoms. Gu Sushue sucked in a breath of cold air. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Ling as if she was looking at a terrifying amount of wealth. Her body leaned forward slightly, revealing the deep cleavage that made countless men dry up, snow-white and full. Master, don't look at me with such a perverted gaze. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. This master was really a stunner. Have you investigated Lin Ling's background? At this moment, in a mansion in the rainforest's sacred land, a middle-aged man had his eyes closed, gently sipping tea. In front of him stood a black-clothed man, a respectful expression on his face. Sir, Lin Ling comes from the Cloud Domain. It used to be the lower 3 regions, but because of Lin Ling's rise, it became the middle 3 regions. So, he has no background at all. The man opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing in them. He was the man who had helped Duan Tianya at the Dragon Coiling Lake tournament, Duan Tianya. He was also a great figure of the Justice Duan bloodline. In the past, Lin Ling had killed a descendant of his Justice Duan bloodline. If it weren't for the 7 profound martial house, he would have already killed Lin Ling. But now, he had sent people to investigate Lin Ling's background and see why this youth was so fearless. However, the result left him shocked. This youth had no background at all. He only came from the middle 3 regions, and in that sort of place, he alone could sweep through everything. And I have news that Lin Ling also killed a descendant of the Heavenly Dragon Empire not long ago. The black-clothed man said again. This boy is really brave and extraordinary. Although he looks brave and fierce, he is actually quite astute. His background is ordinary and yet he has grown to such a degree. He must have seen many great storms and waves, and knows how to face death and survive. So he killed Duan Tianya and didn't die. What an interesting boy. Duan Tianha's eyes flashed with a thick murderous intent. If Lin Ling was the type of person who was brave but not resourceful, then he wouldn't be so afraid. But Lin Ling was brave and resourceful. This kind of trouble had to be eliminated. Sir, there is no need to worry. There are many people from the Heavenly Dragon Empire on the 7 profound heavens chosen list. They will find Lin Ling to settle accounts. But we are not from the 7 profound martial house, so we cannot enter the 7 profound martial house and move against Lin Ling. The black-clothed man said. Duan Tianhe nodded, and then said, During this time, has there been any movement from Old Ghost Qin? Currently, most of the business in the streets and city squares has been seized by us. But Old Ghost Qin can't even protect himself. His Qilin fire has flared up again, and he is looking for an alchemist to treat him. Serves him right. Old Ghost Qin's foundation in this area is unstable. Then we will take advantage of his illness and take his life. Bribe all the alchemists nearby. I want to make Old Ghost Qin explode with anger. Duan Tianhe was in a very good mood. His Justice Duan bloodline had always had grievances with the Great Qin Empire, so he was eager to see this scene. Sir, this move is ruthless. Chapter 640. Qilin Fire. As long as a genius on the 7 profound heavens chosen list had great potential, then all the major powers would extend an olive branch to them. Therefore, when they knew that Lin Ling had been chosen by the Great Qin Empire, Ouyang Feiyang and the others were happy for Lin Ling. After all, to be chosen by one of the 5 great ancient countries was not an easy matter. Lin Ling didn't stay any longer. According to the map on the Jade Token, he left the 7 profound martial house. The rainforest Holy Land was very large. Some people even said that this ancient continent was larger than the entire 100 territories, and it was also more mysterious and ancient. And this time, the location was the main city of the rainforest Holy Land. The main city was all-encompassing and boundless. There were people from the 100 territories, as well as people from the 7 halls of martial arts. It was a world of powerhouses. Before long, Lin Ling arrived at a manor. This was the residence of one of the great Qin Empire's family heads. What a large manor! Stopping in front of the manor, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He knew that the rainforest Holy Land was extremely sacred. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to have one's own territory. But for the great Qin Empire to have such a large manor, this proved that they were fierce. "Halt, who goes there?" At the manor's gate, several guards coldly shouted. Their cultivation was actually at the Emperor's spirit realm, but they were older than Lin Ling. Lin Ling was about to speak when a red-robed youth walked out of the gate. He looked at Lin Ling, and then happily said, "Genius Lin Ling, you've finally come." This was the first time that Lin Ling had seen this person. He must be the Qin Jingtian that apprentice Gusu had spoken of. He was older than Lin Ling by about 2 years, but his strength was unfathomable. This caused Lin Ling to be secretly surprised. "I won't say any more polite words. Sister Gusu should have already conveyed my intentions. That's right, I want to represent the Qin family and form an alliance with you. In other words, I'm extending an olive branch to you." Qin Jingtian smiled and went straight to the point. Lin Ling immediately had a good impression of him. First, this person respected him. Second, this person's personality was straightforward. "I'm older than you by 2 years, so I'll take the liberty of calling you brother." "Alright, Brother Qin." The two of them exchanged a few words before entering the mansion. The guards at the entrance were secretly shocked. They had seen the young man as well. He was only at the late stage of the king's spirit realm, but the second young master had personally come to greet him and even treated him with respect. This was too abnormal. After all, he was only at the late stage of the king's spirit realm. No matter how talented he was, how talented could he be? "This time, I originally wanted to introduce you to Father, but some unforeseen events have occurred." In the corridor, Qin Jingtian sighed softly. Lin Ling nodded. He had heard from apprentice Gusu that the Qin clan's patriarch seemed to be injured. Thinking about it, this should be the reason. "At present, my sister has invited many alchemists, but the effect doesn't seem to be great." There was a tinge of worry between Qin Jingtian's brows. His father was their sky. If he fell, then they would lose their prestige in the great Qin Empire. Moreover, the Justice Duan clan was eyeing them covetously. This time, they might take the opportunity to retaliate. "I also know a bit of alchemy. Let's see if I can help," Lin Ling said with a smile. Since he had formed an alliance with the great Qin Empire, then he would naturally contribute. "You're also an alchemist? Then thank you." "Yes." Qin Jingtian was surprised, but he didn't have much hope. The manor was large and heavily guarded. Lin Ling followed Qin Jingtian, secretly surprised. His soul force could sense that there were a great number of royal spirit realm masters hidden in the shadows. If they tried to force their way in, they would be mercilessly killed. The great Qin Empire's background was truly deep. "Second brother, why are you still here?" "Yes." At this moment, in the brightly lit corridor, a clear and dignified voice sounded out. A white-clothed woman walked over. Lin Ling looked through the light. This woman's figure and appearance were good, but her temperament was noble and dignified. It was clear that her status wasn't low. "She's my sister, Qin Lan." "Yes," Qin Jingtian said in a low voice, as if he were in awe of his sister. But Lin Ling could sense that this woman was about the same age as Gusu Shui, but she was also very strong. "This youth is?" "Yes." Arriving in front of the two, Qin Lan lightly asked. "He's a friend of mine from the 7 Profound Martial House. He was invited by Master Gusu. Because his potential is good, I want to introduce him to Father." Qin Jingtian smiled. "He's Gusu Shui's disciple." Qin Lan glanced at Lin Ling and calmly nodded. But she didn't place too much importance on him. After a few words, she led Qin Jingtian and Lin Ling to the main hall. There were many geniuses in the 7 Profound Martial House. Some of these geniuses came from ordinary backgrounds, so they would look for a backer. This youth was likely the same, but his strength was only at the late king's spirit realm. This was a bit weak, so Qin Lan didn't place him in her eyes. Moreover, although her little brother wanted to help the family, he was too young and his vision wasn't too good. A moment later, the three of them arrived at a grand hall. This place was gorgeous and noble, and in the corners burned red sandalwood incense. There were a dozen or so people in the hall. The youngest was nearly 30 years old, and the oldest was grizzled white. But the only thing they had in common was that they all had a noble temperament. They seemed to be alchemists, and their eyes were fixed on a man in the hall. This man was boldly sitting on a chair. His tiger-like eyes opened and closed, and there was a dignified aura about him. He was one of the 24 family heads of the Great Qin Empire. The man slightly opened his eyes, and his gaze swept over Lin Ling as he entered the hall. Then he closed his eyes. His eyes seemed to be able to see through Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to frown. This man's strength was as vast and boundless as the sea. It was terrifying. "He is my father, Qin Shao," Qin Jingtian said in awe, and Lin Ling nodded. "Everyone, is there any way to suppress this injury?" At this moment, Qin Lan's voice sounded out, and there was a touch of majesty in it. Everyone looked at that valiant figure, and their eyebrows wrinkled. "Miss, the family head's injury is an old illness. It comes from the Qilin fire of the Justice Duan bloodline. When this fire enters the body, it will constantly grow and form a Qilin fire soul. I fear that wanting to expel it will be difficult. You are all alchemists, and you can't even treat such a small injury? You can rest assured that as long as the injury is healed, you can ask for any reward." Qin Lan's voice was somewhat unhappy. She had invited many alchemists, but none of them seemed to be able to do anything. And in a short period of time, it would be difficult for her to invite a stronger alchemist. It had to be known that to become an alchemist, the conditions were very harsh, let alone an experienced alchemist. She had once liked someone, but the Justice Duan bloodline had intervened and snatched away that talent. That person was the 7 profound martial houses Dan Luofan. It was said that this person's skill in alchemy was extremely profound, and that he had received guidance from old Xian of the 7 profound martial house. This Qilin fire is not something that can be cured in a day. If it was treated at the beginning, then we would have 60% confidence. But now, the Qilin fire soul has grown. Unless one has a 5th-grade water-type king body, and also a profound alchemy skill, it will be difficult to suppress. Yes, I have tried dozens of healing pills before, but the effect wasn't too great. One alchemist after another awkwardly said. They were no longer as arrogant as before. Chapter 641. Let me try. The alchemists felt even more embarrassed. After all, they didn't cure the patient but still received payment. This was a bit shameful for the alchemists. You guys are not living up to the name of alchemists, Qin Lan said with dissatisfaction. This made the alchemists even more embarrassed. How about I try to cure this fire disease? At this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded. Everyone looked over and found that the speaker was a young man in a blue and white robe. They were shocked. Even Qin Shao was slightly surprised. After all, the alchemists were helpless, but the young man said that he wanted to try. This surprised him. Although alchemy was the same as martial arts, and there was no lack of geniuses, the young man was too young. How could his knowledge and experience be compared to the alchemists present? Lin Ling, you want to try? Qin Jingtian was also surprised. Previously, Lin Ling said that he would try his best, but Qin Jingtian didn't expect much. Is Gu Sushue's disciple all so arrogant? They can't do anything, but you can? Qin Lan frowned. She was already in a bad mood, and after seeing Lin Ling overestimating himself, her mood became even worse. Moreover, she had a good relationship with Gu Sushue. She knew Gu Sushue's strength, so how strong could Gu Sushue's disciple be? Maybe. Lin Ling nodded. Qin Lan's words made him unhappy. After all, he also wanted to cure the family head, but Qin Lan said that he was arrogant. Maybe? How confident are you? My father's injury is not for you to test, and I don't want you to waste your time. Qin Lan's expression became even worse. This young man obviously wanted to climb up the Qin family's thigh, but his attitude was too arrogant. How many alchemists are 100% confident in refining pills? Moreover, how can you know if you will succeed if you don't try? If you are afraid of failure and don't dare to try, then nothing will succeed. As for wasting time, it seems that you are wasting a lot of time now. Lin Ling said indifferently. Everyone gasped. This young man was neither arrogant nor humble. He actually dared to refute the eldest daughter of the Qin family. Qin Lan was even more dissatisfied. Frivolous and unrestrained, not only did she not dislike this kind of person, but she liked it very much. But arrogant without strength, this kind of person was very detestable. Young man, may I ask if you've refined a 5th-grade medicinal pill before? Or perhaps, you have an alchemist jade token? What rank is he? In the hall, a white-haired alchemist said disdainfully. Previously, Lin Ling had said that they were wasting time. This was a disgrace to them. Moreover, did this young man have the right to say such words? When I was your age, I could only refine 4th-grade pills at best. Young man, it's good to be young and frivolous, but you also have to look at the situation. Otherwise, you'll only embarrass yourself. Hee, you overestimate yourself. The other alchemists also snorted in disdain. As for Qin Lan, she no longer paid any attention to Lin Ling. Instead, she looked at her younger brother. Jingtian, you're recruiting someone like him? My Qin family wants geniuses, not impulsive people. Let him go. As for Gu Sushua, I'll talk to her. Qin Jingtian's expression changed slightly. In fact, he did think highly of Lin Ling, but he didn't expect Lin Ling to stand up for him, causing everyone to be dissatisfied. Now, it was difficult for him to back down. Others would also question his judgment. Although we failed, at least we left on our own, unlike some people who were chased away by others. The other alchemists gloated. Lin Ling didn't care about these smiles. He stretched out his right hand and a medicinal pill appeared. Although I don't have an alchemist jade token, I have a medicinal pill that I refined myself. It's an 8th-grade Sky Capital Bright River pill. As soon as the 8th-grade medicinal pill appeared, the hall fell silent. The alchemists maintained their mocking expressions and their eyes widened. They were respected alchemists. Although they weren't famous in the rainforest Holy Land, they still had some reputation. However, they had never refined an 8th-grade medicinal pill. Even the most respected alchemist among them had only refined a 7th-grade medicinal pill. And this young man had refined an 8th-grade medicinal pill? He had to be lying. You refined it? Qin Lan's heart fiercely shook. Although she wasn't an alchemist, she knew just how difficult an 8th-grade medicinal pill was. Didn't you want qualifications? Lin Ling's expression was as calm as ever, causing Qin Shao to burst out in laughter. This is our fault. I didn't think that there would be such a talented alchemist hidden here. Earlier, you said that if you were afraid of failure and didn't dare to try, then nothing would succeed. If you don't try, how would you know if you would succeed? I, Qin Shao, am very fond of this kind of attitude and the way you conduct yourself. Father! Qin Lan immediately shouted. Although Lin Ling had taken out an 8th-grade medicinal pill, who knew whether or not it was refined by Lin Ling? Perhaps it was the medicinal pill he had bought. You have courage. Then I will do my best. Qin Zhao's boldness left a good impression on Lin Ling. He strode forward. His carefree attitude made Qin Jingtian a little anxious. If he failed, then Lin Ling's consequences would be very troublesome. Moreover, he would also have endless troubles. After all, he was the one who brought Lin Ling here. I hope you will do your best. If something happens to my father, then you... Qin Lan frowned. She was still worried about Lin Ling. Are you threatening me? Don't you know that alchemists are most afraid of mood changes when they are treating people? If I am affected by you, the failure of the information is a small matter. However, it will affect your father, Lin Ling said as he walked. His words made Qin Lan's face turn cold. This young man's mouth was really sharp. Qin Lan, just let this little brother try. Try not to disturb him. Qin Shao laughed and waited for Lin Ling's arrival. After Lin Ling arrived in front of him, he roughly glanced and then nodded slightly. This fire disease already has a soul. It is very difficult to deal with. Everything in the world had a soul. After a long time, and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, there was a possibility that it would give birth to a soul. For example, the sword soul of the stone sculpture, such as his vermilion bird soul, etc. Who doesn't know this? You heard us talking about it before, right? Young man, when I was refining pills, you were probably still drinking milk. The white-haired alchemist immediately said, "Unless you have a 5th grade king body, you will not be able to suppress the fire disease." Water and fire were mutually exclusive. This was the Tao of the 5 elements. Moreover, one must have a 5th grade king body to be qualified. During treatment, shouldn't unrelated people shut up? Lin Ling did not even look at the old man and replied indifferently, causing the old man's face to turn ugly. After that, Lin Ling did not say much. He quietly looked at Qin Shao and found that on his chest, a Qilin mark was extremely clear. Moreover, it seemed to have sensed Lin Ling's arrival. The Qilin's eyes were also looking at him. Sure enough, it already had spirituality. The methods of the Duan family of justice were indeed very powerful. Boom! Without saying much, Lin Ling stretched out his right hand and the flames of the vermilion bird appeared. Everyone in the hall was stunned. This young man was actually a fire element martial artist? What do you want to do? Chapter 642. Fighting poison with poison, you really don't understand anything. You've gone mad. Do you want to kill Patriarch Qin? The Qilin's fire spirit is strong upon contact with fire. Why aren't you stopping? The oldest alchemist roared. The Qilins of the Justice Duan bloodline had always been terrifying. This was a fire attribute Qilin. It could borrow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to grow and borrow fire to become rampant. For a long time, when they treated Qin Shao, they didn't dare to use any fire attribute pills. They were afraid that the Qilin would borrow fire to grow. At this moment, Qin Zhao's pupils shrank. He naturally knew this. But when he looked at the youth in front of him, he discovered that the youth's eyes were clear. The youth looked at him and smiled. "Do you dare to try?" It was only a single sentence, but it was filled with boldness and determination. "Ha, if you doubt someone, then don't doubt them. Little brother." Qin Shao laughed. He found this Lin Ling to be very interesting. Lin Ling nodded. His handsome face instantly turned cold and indifferent. His right hand covered in the flames of the vermilion bird slammed towards Qin Shao. "You dare." Qin Lan's voice was filled with killing intent. However, she was still too slow. Because of her anger, she punched out at Lin Ling. Her strength was much higher than Lin Ling's. If her punch hit Lin Ling, it would definitely kill Lin Ling on the spot. But at this moment, a cold shout sounded out. A terrifying aura caused Qin Lan's body to shake. She could faintly see the ancient shell of a black tortoise. Its father! A thought appeared in her mind. Her heart fiercely trembled. Above Qin Zhao's head, a terrifying Qilin appeared. Its entire body was condensed from flames. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. At the same time, a beautiful vermilion bird intertwined with it, forming a beautiful picture of divine beasts fighting. But what she imagined didn't happen. The Qilin didn't borrow fire to grow stronger. Did she blame the youth wrongly? What? All the alchemists in the hall sucked in a breath of cold air. Several of them trembled and fell to the ground. The Qilin did not use the flames to grow. Instead, it fought against the young man's flames. The young man's vermilion bird was mysterious and noble. It did not allow the Qilin to gain the slightest advantage. Fire and water counter each other. This is indeed a principle that has never changed since ancient times. However, as an alchemist, how can I abide by the rules? Fighting poison with poison is also a principle that has never changed since ancient times. At this time, Lin Ling's soft voice floated out, causing all the alchemists' gazes to fiercely converge. Fight poison with poison. They had always thought that when facing the Qilin fire affliction, only the water elemental king physique could suppress it. They had never thought that the fire elemental physique could do the same. This was using fire to fight fire. He is at least a 5th grade king body. The oldest alchemist said fearfully. A 5th grade water elemental talent could suppress a fire elemental talent, but in reality, a fire elemental talent could do the same. That's right, why didn't they think of this? Patriarch, do you want to treat the symptoms or the root of the problem? Lin Ling asked calmly, ignoring the voices around him. How about treating the symptoms? How about treating the root of the problem? Qin Shao said. Treating the symptoms. You have an 80% chance of temporarily suppressing the Qilin fire affliction, but you need long-term treatment. Treating the root of the problem is to immediately burn it, but you have a 50% chance of surviving. Lin Ling replied, looking at Qin Shao at the same time. Of course it's to treat the symptoms. This poison can be slowly cured. Behind him, Qin Lan hurriedly said. She didn't know why, but there was a voice in her heart. She didn't want her father to recover so quickly. However, Lin Ling and Qin Shao ignored her words. Lin Ling was still looking at Qin Shao. He realized that Qin Shao was actually asking for his opinion. Then he softly said, "It's fine if you don't attack, but if you attack, you must burn it to death." The moment his voice sounded, Qin Shao also spoke the same words without any prior agreement. These words appeared calm, but they were as firm as thunder, intimidating everyone in the hall until their hearts trembled. These two people were crazy people. Ah, little brother, I like you more and more. Come, let's fight this damn Qilin. Qin Shao couldn't help but laugh. He dared to fight with his life on the line with a 50% chance of success. This was a real man. Okay, but next, I don't want anyone to interrupt me. Lin Ling also chuckled. Then he coldly said, causing Qin Lan and the other alchemists in the hall to be embarrassed. Lin Ling was talking about them. Boom! An even more terrifying flame erupted. Endless flames wrapped around Qin Shao, causing the Qilin in his body to suddenly go crazy. Qin Zhao's face immediately paled. At this moment, a great battle between the vermilion bird and the Qilin was taking place inside his body. He's crazy. Looking at her trembling father, Qin Lan frowned. Previously, that young man dared to ignore her words, which made her very uncomfortable. Lin Ling was just a junior. It didn't matter if he died, but if he implicated her father and caused him to die, then even 10 lives wouldn't be enough for Lin Ling. Sister, he's saving father, and he's fighting with his life. You say he's crazy, but you're the crazy one. Qin Jing'an suddenly coldly said from the side, causing Qin Lan's face to turn pale. She had a strong personality and always meant what she said. She was very dignified, and her brother, Qin Jingtian, had always followed her lead. But this time, her brother actually reprimanded her. This caused her to feel humiliated. Boom! At this moment, the entire hall exploded. Endless flames spewed out. In everyone's eyes, they could only see two divine beasts fighting. What a terrifying power! At this moment, Lin Ling's face was a bit pale. With just one contact, he knew that the king body of the Justice Duan bloodline was very powerful. After all, the fire disease was just a fire spirit left in another person's body, but it was already so strong. It was hard to imagine how powerful the real king body would be. However, this was still the fire disease left behind, so Lin Ling had the confidence to fight back. You want to devour my fire? You're too good at scheming. Lin Ling coldly said. The will of fire spread out from his body. In the shattered hall, countless rays of light surged out, causing everyone to gasp. This young man seemed to be absorbing the light of the sun. This was the blazing sun, vermilion bird. It could allow Lin Ling's true meaning of fire to reach 70% strength, making the vermilion bird even more dazzling and scorching. Boom! Another explosion of flames came out. The whole place had turned into a flat ground. Dust spread everywhere, causing many guards to come over, all of them looking surprised. The fire disease is finally gone. At this moment, a heroic laugh came out. Dust filled the air, and a tall figure walked out. Family head, it's a success. Everyone's heart trembled violently. Father, your injury is healed. Qin Lan hurried over with a happy face. That young man has some ability. I thought he would fail, and I wanted to punish him. Shut up. Qin Shao frowned and looked at Qin Lan. Qin Lan's expression froze. Her father was also reprimanding her? Today, because of that young man, her brother reprimanded her, and her father reprimanded her as well. It made her feel like she was deeply humiliated. Qin Shao shook his head. His daughter was too headstrong. She wanted everything to be in her hands, which caused her self-esteem to be humiliated. Then he looked at Qin Jingtian. Little Tian, this time, you have a good eye. Chapter 643. Establishing prestige. Little Lan, you can't judge a book by its cover. Some things can't be decided easily. Qin Shao looked at Qin Lan and said. Qin Lan's face was cold and she couldn't say anything. Although Lin Ling had saved her father, this was what Lin Ling had to do. She didn't think much of it, but Lin Ling had embarrassed her. Also, you almost killed little brother. Later, apologize. Qin Shao said again. Qin Lan couldn't help but say, what right does he have to make me apologize? I'm the descendant of the great Qin Empire. You must apologize. Qin Shao said word by word. Qin Lan gritted her teeth and left with a cold snort. Qin Shao sighed. This daughter was really like her mother. Then he said, all right, Lin Ling is breaking through now. Don't disturb him. Breaking through? The crowd gasped. That young man was using the patriarch's fire to break through? This result was beyond their imagination. At this moment, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged in the dust. In his dantian, a qilin was roaring and trying to resist. Around the qilin, 3 lifelike vermilion bird king elephants were flying around, suppressing the qilin step by step. Right now, he was going to devour the fire qilin and step into a higher realm. Suppress. With a light shout, the 3 vermilion bird kings circled wildly, causing the qilin to roar even more. Unfortunately, it was only a fire spirit. How could it compare to a natural king body? In the end, it turned into a wisp of fire essence and was absorbed by the 3 vermilion bird kings. In his dantian, the power of the fire was even stronger. Time slowly passed. Finally, Lin Ling opened his eyes. A boundless power of fire was emitted from his body. The peak of the king's spirit realm. After a long time, he had finally stepped into a new realm. Moreover, his strength had greatly increased. He was confident that he could fight an early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. He was extremely surprised. He didn't expect that the Qin clan would allow him to break through so smoothly. It seemed that forming an alliance with the Qin clan was a good choice. However, this successful breakthrough could be considered as a matter of course. After all, Lin Ling had already been stuck at the peak of the King's Spirit Realm for a very long time. That night, a grand banquet was held in the Qin family's manor. All of the elders of the Qin family had returned. These elders were highly respected. In the middle 3 regions, each one of them was a region lord, and they were extremely powerful. When the returning elders learned that Patriarch Qin's fire disease had been cured, they were all incomparably shocked. Moreover, they knew that today's feast was held for a young man. It can't be. I came back from far away in the middle 3 regions just to celebrate the success of a junior? I heard that he is a genius of the 7 profound martial house, but there are countless geniuses in the 7 profound martial house. He is only an ordinary genius. What is there to celebrate? Each of the elders said lightly. Obviously, they felt that making them celebrate Lin Ling was making a mountain out of a molehill. After a while, the crowd arrived in the hall one after another, and Lin Ling was also invited. Before, he had learned a thing or two about the great Qin Empire from Qin Jingtian's mouth. He didn't think that Patriarch Qin Shao would have such power that he could summon countless region lords. No wonder the great Qin Empire could become one of the 5 great ancient countries. After Lin Ling sat down, numerous gazes faintly fell on him. Lin Ling could feel that the powerful region lords were looking at him with cold eyes, with a touch of disdain. Of course, this was normal. After all, each of these region lords was an ambitious and ruthless character that stood above tens of thousands of others. How could they submit to a junior like Lin Ling? Everyone has come. After a while, Qin Zhao's tall and sturdy figure appeared, full of majesty. The 9 elders all stood up and respectfully bowed. No need to be so polite. Sit. Qin Shao waved his hand, indicating for everyone to sit. At the same time, Qin Lan walked out. She looked indifferently at Lin Ling and said, "Lin Ling, I am very sorry. I underestimated you before. Here, I apologize." Although she was apologizing, her attitude was very arrogant. Clearly, she didn't mean what she said. Lin Ling frowned. Previously, when he was saving Patriarch Qin Shao, he was almost killed by this girl. However, this girl didn't feel guilty. Instead, she felt embarrassed, so she was very unhappy. "No need." Lin Ling waved his hand indifferently. The other party didn't have any sincerity, so he couldn't be bothered to say more. Qin Lan couldn't put down her face. As the eldest daughter of the great Qin Empire, she personally apologized, but this youth didn't give her face. She immediately walked back and said softly, "I gave you face, but you don't want it." Many of the elders saw this scene and shook their heads. They already felt that Patriarch Qin Shao was too generous to Lin Ling. Now that they saw the eldest daughter's behavior, they disliked Lin Ling even more. Lin Ling dared to ignore the bloodline of the great Qin Empire. What right did Lin Ling have? Qin Shao knew that everyone was unhappy. He said indifferently, "Little Tian, you have good taste. However, why don't you introduce your good friends?" Yes. After Lin Ling had saved him, he had planned to support Lin Ling. After all, this youth had a rare sharpness to him that was rare for a martial artist. When he had treated him, he had dared to gamble on a 50-50 chance. Therefore, he was optimistic about this youth's future. Not to mention that he had saved his life. How could Qin Shao not place this in his heart? But now, he had to establish the prestige of this youth. Qin Jingtian knew what his father meant. He immediately stood up and looked at the elders. He smiled and said, "Lin Ling from the Cloud Domain. Currently 18 years old, peak King Spirit Realm strength." Yes. There's nothing special about this strength. I've never heard of the Cloud Domain. The Patriarch values Lin Ling so much. This is making a mountain out of a molehill. Yes. Lin Ling has saved the Patriarch's life and is worthy of such courtesy. But the Patriarch's actions are a bit selfish. Yes. The various elders whispered to each other as they continued to sip their wine. Qin Jingtian also knew that they didn't care. He said again, "Lin Ling entered the 7 profound martial house. Because he was dissatisfied with Scholar Su Fan making things difficult for him, he defeated all of his peers. He has a bit of skill, barely enough to enter my eyes." Yes. Many elders nodded. To be able to defeat all of his peers, this also proved that Lin Ling's potential was good. After becoming a Star Guard level disciple, he ventured into the Star Sea Pagoda. Qin Jingtian said again, causing the crowd to frown. Lin Ling had defeated all of his peers, and yet he was only a Star Guard level disciple? Then this Lin Ling wouldn't be able to mix well in the 7 profound martial house. Unfortunately, they were about to be surprised. In 10 days, Lin Ling broke through the 99 levels of the Star Sea Pagoda, creating 208 records within the Star Sea Pagoda. He is also the 10th genius to break through the first level of the Star Sea Pagoda. Qin Jingtian's voice was filled with pride. The more dazzling Lin Ling was, the more it meant that his vision was good. What? All of the great figures stopped drinking and deeply looked at Lin Ling. The difficulty of the Star Sea Pagoda was something that they had all been martial artists of the Rainforest Holy Land for many years. They naturally knew. But who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary youth would be so terrifying? I have a genius under my command that also ventured into the Star Sea Pagoda. But it took him a year to reach the 80th level. A white-haired elder muttered to himself. Then he expectantly asked, "Is there anyone else?" Yes. At the Dragon Coiling Lake tournament, he challenged the 10 rising stars with the status of a Star Guard level disciple. He swept away all of them and finally obtained first place. Yes. Qin Jingtian enunciated each word clearly. Pa. Chapter 644. Ambition, the number 1 of the 10 rising stars, that was above tens of thousands of disciples. This Lin Ling's potential was truly terrifying. Seeing Lin Ling's reputation growing in front of the elders, Qin Lan's face turned ugly. She didn't know why, but she really hated Lin Ling. Moreover, in the Qin family she was the #1 person below the patriarch, but her father seemed to value Lin Ling very much, even more than her. No, as far as I know, the #1 of the 10 rising stars is Duan Tianya from the Justice Duan family. How could Lin Ling defeat him? Qin Lan indifferently said, making many elders nod their heads. The Duan clan of Justice was their old rival, so they knew how difficult it was to deal with Duan Tianya. This child was relatively young, but his strength was already incomparably terrifying. How could Lin Ling win against him? Lin Ling frowned. For the first time, he was somewhat dissatisfied with Qin Lan. He didn't have any grudges with Qin Lan. It was only because he didn't follow Qin Lan's instructions during the treatment. However, Qin Lan seemed to be targeting him at every turn. Duan Tianya died in my hands. Yes. Lin Ling said lightly, looking at the elders. Without a doubt, the way the elders looked at Lin Ling changed again. They were no longer disdainful, but somewhat dignified. Lin Ling's battle record, if he didn't mention it, they would think he was an ordinary genius. However, after knowing his battle record, they realized how terrifying Lin Ling was. As for Qin Lan, her eyes narrowed. She didn't expect this Lin Ling to be so powerful. I have a suggestion. Let Lin Ling become our Xiao family's guest elder. At this moment, Qin Zhao's voice rang out. He knew the time was right. The hall instantly fell silent. Guest elder, this was a very important status. It was on the same level as the 9 elders present. In the middle 3 regions, he could do whatever he wanted. And because Lin Ling wasn't of the Qin family's bloodline, he was a guest elder. However, did Lin Ling have this qualification? Many elders' expressions changed, but because it was the patriarch's suggestion, they didn't dare to object. Wait, who does Lin Ling think he is? He only has some small achievements. Can he be a guest elder? Dream on. At this moment, Qin Lan's voice rang out. If Lin Ling became a guest elder, then his position of the Qin families was above hers. She had been working hard to control the Qin family. What qualifications did Lin Ling have to be above her? That's right, patriarch can't be of the families of the family. Ims of is the family patriarchs is. Qin Lan of the families of the elders? Of Lin of the Atlas cloud of Transin. Qin Li of the Feng of Transitions Qin of S of the his of times Qins of the of his S of his was of the of his. All these years, because he had been recuperating from his injuries, he had allowed Qin Lan to control the Qin family. But now, Qin Lan's wings were growing bigger and bigger. She didn't even care about his father's words and had even bewitched the elders to oppose him. Moreover, Lin Ling had saved her, but because of her pride, Qin Lan wasn't grateful to Lin Ling at all. Father, what you said before was only his achievements. Is that his potential? That's not how you look at potential. Moreover, we have recruited many geniuses over the years. Which one of them is weaker than him? To put it bluntly, apart from saving your life, he is trash. Qin Lan drank a cup of wine and said. Qin Lan took a sip of wine and stood up. She looked like a girl, but there was an indescribable majesty in her voice. Of course, since he saved my father's life, we can give him a chance. How about this? Let the genius I recruited, Lai Huan, have a spar with him. If he loses, he won't have the face to mention the position of guest elder. But if we win, since we both want the position of guest elder, I'll take it. Qin Lan wants to be an elder? The hearts of the crowd trembled violently. They could see Qin Lan's ambition. After all, in the great Qin Empire, the position of an elder wasn't low. Sister, you are so scheming. Qin Jingtian also frowned slightly. He didn't expect his sister to use Lin Ling to climb up the ranks. Sighed. Qin Shao looked deeply at Qin Lan and sighed in his heart. Was this still his daughter? Her current goal was the position of an elder. It wouldn't be long before her ambition was the position of the family leader. Father, it's a fair spar. Didn't you say that you think highly of that kid's potential? It's best to prove it now. Qin Lan said again. She wanted to use this opportunity to become an elder. In the Qin family, although she was only below one person and above everyone else, she was tired of that feeling. She wanted to be above everyone. Moreover, all these years, her father was recuperating and she was in charge of everything. She even thought of herself as the family leader. Sister, you are so hypocritical. How is this fair? Lai Huan is a genius of the Shaotian Academy. He is only 20 years old and in the initial stage of the Emperor Spirit stage. Can your skin be any thicker? Qin Jingtian finally couldn't bear it anymore. Qin Lan was too much. Little Tian, why are you interrupting when adults are talking? Qin Lan immediately said in a dignified manner. She was getting more and more dissatisfied. In the past, her brother obeyed her every word. Today, he actually didn't listen to her? Lin Ling was still quietly drinking his wine. He wasn't surprised by the internal strife of the Qin family. After all, the struggle for power would never be smooth. However, Qin Lan's ambition was too big. Not only did she look down on him, she actually wanted to use him as a stepping stone. Was she trying to play with him in her hands? However, Lin Ling was very interested in the position of a guest elder. If he became a guest elder, the cloud domain would have no opponents in the middle three regions. No one would dare to provoke the Fire Ancient clan. Qin Lan, you want to use me to become an elder? Why don't you ask yourself if you can become an elder? In the Great Hall, the various elders were discussing spiritedly. However, at that moment, Lin Ling's calm voice rang out, causing the elders' eyes to widen. They had never thought that Lin Ling would be so audacious, daring to speak at such a time. If I'm not qualified, do you think you are? You're just an outsider. Besides saving my father's life, what other merits do you have? Qin Lan coldly replied. At least I'm more qualified than you. Your father was saved by me, but you don't seem to care about that. Someone who doesn't even care about her father's life, does she have the qualifications to become an elder? Yes. Lin Ling said word by word. His words caused Qin Lan's face to instantly turn ugly. The hall was once again filled with discussion. Qin Lan's actions were indeed somewhat unsightly. Stop trying to mislead people. Do you dare to spar or not? Yes. Qin Lan didn't want to talk about that topic anymore. Why wouldn't I dare? I want to see how powerful the genius you've recruited is. If he dares to fight, I'll beat him into a dog. Yes. Lin Ling's aura was overbearing as he coldly spoke. He didn't hold back anymore. He planned to seize the guest elder position, so he had to intimidate others. Otherwise, how could others submit to him? Moreover, he was very unhappy with Qin Lan. This year's first place in the 7 Profound Martial House. Who knows if you cheated or not? Humph, you're just an empty title. You're so young and yet you're already so arrogant. You don't know that there is always someone better than you. Chapter 645. When Jiao fights a genius, Lai Huan came from the Shaotian Academy and was a true genius. He had defeated countless geniuses in the past. Lin Ling was just a nobody he had never heard of, yet he dared to be arrogant in front of him? The master is an ungrateful dog, even the servant is the same. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Since we want to spar, let's decide the outcome in 3 moves. Lin Ling stood up. His handsome face was filled with confidence, causing the other elders to secretly nod their heads. This Lin Ling's cultivation level was not high, but he dared to take responsibility for his actions. His courage was extraordinary. For a moment, there were people in the hall who supported Lin Ling and people who supported Qin Lan. Brother Qin, help me warm the wine. After the wine is warm, I will drink it. Lin Ling walked out of his seat and said again, causing Qin Jingtian to be puzzled. Didn't Lin Ling want to spar? Why did he drink? It's just a spar. The time it takes to warm the wine is enough to send that little dog away. Lin Ling walked out step by step, bold and unrestrained, causing the crowd to laugh. When Jiao fights a genius, this Lin Ling is more daring than they thought. You. Lai Huan's face was incomparably ugly. Lin Ling was only at the peak of the King Spirit stage, but he was looking down on him. Then he also walked out step by step, but Qin Lan gritted his teeth and said, Lai Huan, help me teach that little bastard a lesson. As long as you don't die, it's up to you. If you win, I will represent the great Qin Empire to reward you. But Lai Huan nodded heavily and walked to the center of the hall, looking proudly at Lin Ling. My name is Lai Huan. Go to the Xiaotian Academy and ask, you will know my name. As for you, I have no interest in knowing. After saying this, a terrifying aura exploded from his body. It was the strength of the early stage of the Emperor Spirit stage. Lin Ling looked indifferently. This Lai Huan's king body was not very strong, only his cultivation level was higher than his. He couldn't even be considered a true genius. He shook his head. I have no interest in a barking dog. I have no interest in his name. After saying this, he looked at the ashen-faced Qin Lan and smiled again. Of course, I have no interest in knowing the names of those ungrateful people. Crazy! Many people's hearts trembled. When this youth was silent, he was like a sword in a scabbard, but the moment he drew his sword, he was frivolous and unrestrained. You're courting death. Lai Huan's face was ferocious as he displayed his tyrannical martial arts. An ancient book appeared behind him, flipping open continuously as an ancient aura permeated the air. Rumble. The hall began to tremble. The strength of an early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator was indeed terrifying. A 7th-grade king-ranked martial art. The gazes of some of the elders froze. This Lai Huan still had some capabilities. After which, they turned their gazes towards Lin Ling with anticipation. Lin Ling was at the peak of the King Spirit Realm. Although there was no lack of geniuses who could fight above their level, it was hard to say who would win in a battle between geniuses. Puff, puff. The air was torn apart, and the ancient book suppressed Lin Ling. Admit defeat yourself. At the same time, Lai Huan's disdainful voice was heard. Say that after you win, tyrant. Lin Ling shook his head lightly as he pulled out the tyrant's song sword from behind his back. He chose to establish his prestige, so naturally he had to intimidate others so he would not hold back. Earth-shattering sky. A terrifying sword light flashed out, and all the elders' pupils constricted. In their eyes, the youth had disappeared, and what was left was a dazzling sword technique. It was a storm-like sword technique. Lin Ling is not simple. Qin Xiao nodded lightly. This was the first time he had seen Lin Ling display his strength, and he was very satisfied with that strength. Boom! At this moment, the hall shook slightly. If not for the elders suppressing the energy, the hall would have been destroyed long ago. The martial art book that Lai Huan displayed was now shattered by Lin Ling's sword. Lin Ling held his sword and fought, looking at Lai Huan with disdain. Is that all you've got? Impossible. My martial art is a 7th-grade king-ranked martial art, and it can dominate the King's Spirit Realm. How can you break it? Lai Huan's pupils constricted, as if he could not believe his own eyes. Alas, even someone with such strength was recruited. I have to say, the person who recruited you has poor taste. It's only a 7th-grade king-ranked martial art, and I don't even want to learn it. My martial art is 50% sword intent. Lin Ling said word by word, and the ridicule in his words was extremely thick. 50% sword intent? Lai Huan's expression changed drastically. He naturally knew that martial art intent was above king-ranked martial arts, but he did not expect that the youth had actually comprehended such an ethereal realm. Do you want me to guide you on how to comprehend martial art intent? Lin Ling said lightly, causing Lai Huan to grind his teeth in anger. He had lost face in the first move. Deliberately mystifying, I'll crush you with my vast realm. Great 5 heavenly hands. Lai Huan shouted again, and his hands repeatedly struck out. A terrifying Emperor Spirit Realm aura erupted, and the power was more than twice that of King Spirit Realm aura. Make him lose so much face he won't be able to show his face. Qin Lan drank a mouthful of wine and coldly muttered to herself. Lai Huan was a genius she had recruited, and if he lost, she would not be able to put down her face. Now, Lai Huan had erupted with his full strength. She wanted to see Lin Ling lose. Lin Ling was only at the peak of King Spirit Realm. How could he be Lai Huan's opponent? Alas, using your vast cultivation realm to suppress me? Since it's like this, don't blame me for bullying you. I'll use my monstrous king body to suppress you. Lin Ling gently smiled, and the aura in his dantian began to stir. A terrifying vermilion bird king elephant appeared, and he raised his hands high. Countless small vermilion birds condensed in his hands, forming a giant vermilion bird. Flames of the great vermilion bird. A loud vermilion bird cry rang out, and a gorgeous vermilion bird flew out. The scorching power of the flames caused the elder's eyes to narrow. A fifth-grade king body, this was terrifying. According to what they knew, even in the 7 great martial arts halls, there were not many geniuses with fifth-grade king bodies. Bang! The two forces collided, and the sound was deafening. Although Lai Huan's cultivation realm was higher, Lin Ling's monstrous king body was above his. What was even more terrifying was that Lin Ling's flames of the great vermilion bird was comparable to a 6th-grade martial intent. A 6th-grade martial intent was more powerful than a 1st-grade martial art of the emperor class. Bang! Unsurprisingly, Lai Huan was sent flying by the huge impact and smashed onto the ground. Lin Ling had held back, otherwise, he would have been burned to death in one move. Even so, Lai Huan's situation was not good. His eyebrows and hair were burnt, and he no longer looked like the genius of the Shaotian Academy. I don't know how your Shaotian Academy is ranked, but you dare to be arrogant like this. Lin Ling moved and appeared in front of Lai Huan. He stabbed his sword down, causing Lai Huan's body to tremble. He was sitting on the ground, but the sword was stuck between his legs, and it was only a step away from the crucial part. If the sword was a step closer, he would not be happy in his next life. You! Lai Huan's face twisted. Don't threaten me. If I show mercy, I can't guarantee that part of your body will still exist. Lin Ling shrugged, and his words made Lai Huan's hair stand on end. In the hall, countless people laughed. Lai Huan looked like a genius of the emperor spirit realm, but his strength was so weak. It was embarrassing. Lai Huan, if you can't win, you are not qualified to stay in the rainforest's sacred land. At this moment, Qin Lan's angry voice sounded. She was also surprised by the result. Although the crowd seemed to be laughing at Lai Huan, they were laughing at her too. Chapter 646. Still not reconciled at this moment, Lai Huan's eyes narrowed. He did not doubt Qin Lan's words. If Qin Lan said that he was not qualified to stay in the rainforest, then he was not qualified. Qin Lan looked like a girl, but she had a domineering strength. If Qin Lan wanted him to die, he would not be able to resist. Lin Ling, look over here. 1,000 evil flying destruction curse. With that thought in mind, Lai Huan shouted coldly and looked at Lin Ling. His eyes had turned purple, and there was a mysterious and eerie feeling to them. This is? Soul power attack. Sensing the strange fluctuation, many elders' faces changed. They did not expect Lai Huan to have a final trump card. A genius with soul power was the rarest. Some even said that in 1,000,000 geniuses, there might not even be one with soul power. After all, soul power was innate and could not be cultivated. No wonder Lai Huan was recruited by Qin Lan. Lin Ling is in danger from a soul attack at such a close distance. Qin Xiao frowned. He did not expect Lai Huan to be a soul power genius. Soul power attacks were the hardest to guard against. Ah, father, the third move is over. Qin Lan looked at the frowning Qin Xiao and took a sip of wine. Her Hongyan lips were filled with confidence. Since you dare to humiliate me, I will humiliate you. Lin Ling kneeled down. At this moment, Lai Huan's lips curled into a confident smile. Previously, he had lost face. This time, he wanted to make Lin Ling lose face as well. With his soul power released, he was afraid that Lin Ling would become an idiot. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling stood there quietly. He suddenly pulled out the sword from the ground. Many people's eyes flickered. Was Lin Ling's soul being controlled? Was he going to kneel down? However, at this moment, a calm voice sounded. It seems that if I don't cut off your manhood, you will not know fear. What? Everyone's heart trembled. Lin Ling was fine? Numerous shocked gazes stared at Lin Ling, only to discover that Lin Ling's expression was calm. Instead, he revealed a devilish smile, and the sword in his hand stabbed towards Lai Huan on the ground, between her legs. Compared to everyone else's surprise, Lai Huan was even more surprised. This was the first time he had encountered someone who was safe and sound in the face of his soul force. After all, at such a close distance, Lin Ling simply couldn't avoid it. Playing with soul force? I'm your ancestor. Lai Huan stared at the devilish smile on Lin Ling's face and suddenly understood something. He then stared at the sword that was slashing down and his mind instantly went blank. Lin Ling wanted to cut off that part of his body. Lai Huan screamed in horror and then fainted. In the hall, a fishy smell came out, causing the crowd to narrow their eyes. Lai Huan was so scared that he peed himself. Then, everyone looked at Lin Ling, their hearts trembling violently. Lin Ling sparred with an early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm genius and easily defeated his opponent in 3 moves. I wonder how I compare to Lai Huan in terms of king physique? Ignoring the silence, Lin Ling slowly put his sword on his back and asked indifferently. The hall was still silent. Was there a need to say the result? Lin Ling's king physique was stronger than Lai Huan's. I wonder how I compare to Lai Huan in terms of martial intent? Lin Ling didn't seem to notice the silence and asked again. In terms of martial intent, Lai Huan had a 7th grade king rank martial art, but Lin Ling had martial intent. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. I wonder how I compare to Lai Huan in terms of soul force? Lin Ling asked again. It seemed like he was questioning everyone, but it also seemed like he was asking himself. Everyone's expressions changed. The previous scene had proved that Lai Huan's soul force couldn't affect Lin Ling at all. This meant that Lin Ling's soul force was stronger than Lai Huan's. Then what do you mean by potential? After asking the 3 questions, Lin Ling looked at Qin Lan who was in the distance. His words caused Qin Lan's beautiful face to turn extremely ugly. Before this, she had said that Lin Ling only had a good battle record but his potential was trash. But now, she still dared to say such words? King physique, martial intent, and soul force were all top-notch. Lin Ling was trash? And the genius she had recruited was trash. He had actually peed himself in front of everyone. Moreover, he is a powerful alchemist. Qin Shao said with a smile. This caused the hearts of many elders to tremble. If this was true, then this genius Lin Ling had the qualifications to be a guest elder. After all, his cultivation was still low, but in the future, his name would shake the entire rainforest holy land. Lin Ling was still very weak. If they didn't pay attention to him, then when Lin Ling grew stronger in the future, Lin Ling might not give face to their great Qin Empire. Brother Qin, is the wine ready? Ignoring everyone's silence, Lin Ling indifferently said and walked towards his seat. The wine is ready. Qin Jingtian immediately laughed. His heart was filled with joy. Heroic. Warming wine to battle a genius. In a short period of time, he had defeated a genius from the martial arts hall. This was Lin Ling. I agree with the family head's words. Finally, an elder spoke up. Then, one by one, the elders spoke up. This caused Qin Shao to smile with satisfaction. He knew that his vision wasn't wrong. Ah, Lin Ling, congratulations. In the future, I will have to call you elder. Qin Jingtian was also happy. In fact, he felt like he was dreaming. He thought highly of Lin Ling's potential, but he didn't expect this young man to gain a foothold in the Qin clan in such a short period of time. The speed of his rise was simply too fast. Then, he looked at Qin Lan who was drinking wine in the distance and sighed in his heart. His sister was extraordinary and arrogant. Today, she had lost face again. Wait! At this moment, Qin Lan's cold voice rang out. She was still unwilling to accept this. Lin Ling frowned. This woman was really going to oppose him to the end. As expected, the eldest daughter of a big family was unruly and overbearing. She had clearly lost, but she didn't want to admit defeat. I admit that Lin Ling has the qualifications to be a guest elder, but he hasn't made any contributions in the Qin clan. How can you accept this? Qin Lan stood up and looked at the crowd. Many people's eyes flickered. This was true. Although the elders thought highly of Lin Ling, it didn't mean that everyone in the Great Qin Empire thought highly of him. After all, the Great Qin Empire was deeply rooted and had many bloodlines. If they rashly let a young man with a different surname become a guest elder, it would be a source of ridicule. Then what else do you want to do? Lin Ling said indifferently. Currently, the Duan clan of justices business has already interfered with our market. They have invited a powerful alchemist, Dan Luofeng, to refine many precious pills and steal our business. If you can't take back the lost business, then all of this is empty talk. Qin Lan said word by word. Moreover, if the market's business is stolen, father, your position as the family head will be lost. After all, the great Qin Empire has given you support, but you haven't made any contributions in the rainforest's sacred land. This is not what they want to see. In her anger, she actually dared to reprimand Qin Xiao. Chapter 647. The Market Square Business. Before, I made a decision to invite the alchemy genius of the Seven Profound Martial House, Dan Luofan, but father and little Tian both opposed it. Now that Dan Luofan has been snatched away by the Justice Duan bloodline, do you regret it? Qin Lan took a sip of wine, her words full of meaning. She believed that her father and Qin Jingtian's decision was wrong. How overbearing! Lin Ling frowned. Qin Lan had actually reprimanded his father, and the reason was that his father hadn't made any contributions to the family. But Qin Lan was his daughter. To reprimand her father in front of so many elders, wasn't she going too far? Qin Xiao frowned. He didn't think that because Qin Lan had lost, she would shed all pretense of cordiality and make him lose face in front of everyone. However, Qin Lan's words left him speechless. This was because he hadn't made any contributions to the Qin family, causing him to lack the right to speak. Even his daughter's prestige was greater than his. It's only the Market Square business. Fine, I'll take it back for you. But I have a condition. Before I take it back, no one is allowed to interfere with me. Lin Ling looked at Qin Xiao and then lightly said, the Qin family's old master was supporting him, so how could he make things difficult for him? So no matter what, he would take this mess. But the time limit is 1 month. If you take back the Market Square business, then I, Qin Lan, will be convinced. But if you fail, then that proves that father is old and his vision is poor. It's time for him to retire and return to his hometown. Qin Lan lightly said. This time, she had simply shed all pretense of cordiality. Since her father supported Lin Ling, then she could only let him retire and return to his hometown. The position of patriarch of the Qin family would be hers. All right, don't use people you suspect, and don't doubt people you use. Little Lan, if Lin Ling fails, I'll give up my position as the family head. Qin Xiao said disheartenedly. Now that things had come to this, he had no other choice. Moreover, compared to the position of patriarch, what saddened him more was his daughter. A gentleman never goes back on his word. Qin Lan nodded. If Lin Ling wins, then I, Qin Lan, will leave the Qin family. Qin Lan, oh Qin Lan, no wonder you don't want father's injuries to heal. So you've always wanted to be the head of the Qin family, and for this position, you're even willing to give up father. Qin Jingtian suddenly said sorrowfully. He didn't know when his sister had become like this. Father, who said that I don't want it? It's just that the position of patriarch belongs to those who are capable. Not to mention other things, just the fact that you think highly of Lin Ling shows that you have poor judgment. Qin Lan shook her head. You'll know in a month's time whether he has good foresight or not. Lin Ling did not beat around the bush and simply said, don't worry. Subsequently, the family feast ended in this Cold War. At this moment, outside the hall, the sky was filled with stars, and a cold night wind blew past. Lin Ling and the other two walked out of the hall and walked along the corridor. Qin Xiao looked at Lin Ling and smiled apologetically. Little brother, I've made a fool of myself. It's my fault for not being strict enough. In reality, he thought highly of Lin Ling's future, so he wanted to support Lin Ling. This was a small matter, and it wasn't rare among the 24 patriarchs of the great Qin Empire. However, he didn't expect that his daughter would oppose him for such a small matter. Father, you've just recovered, you should rest more. At this moment, behind the three of them, Qin Lan walked along the corridor. There was a tinge of worry in her eyes as she looked at Qin Xiao. If not for the previous incident, they would have thought that Qin Lan was a kind and filial daughter. These old bones of mine won't die yet. Qin Xiao smiled deeply. and there was a deeper meaning in his smile. Sigh. Qin Lan sighed at you. Father, you're too stubborn, so stubborn that you're even paranoid. Why won't you give in? Could it be that I opposed you in front of all the elders and caused you to lose face, so you have to oppose me? Actually, as the patriarch, you should think about the big picture and not argue with your daughter. Her voice wasn't as strong as it was in the hall. There was a tinge of sadness in her opposition, as if she was the one who was wronged. Of course, another reason was that there were no elders here, so she didn't need to establish her prestige, so she didn't need to be so strong. Ah. Qin Shao smiled again, but this time he didn't say anything. Lin Ling shook his head. This was the first time he saw such a self-righteous girl. She was the one who was arguing with her father and couldn't put down her face after losing, but she said that her father was stubborn and couldn't put down his face, so he was making things difficult for her. This kind of person was the real paranoia. Sister, I know that you've helped father manage the Qin clan in the past, and you're already used to being above others. However, what I want to say is that without father, you wouldn't have everything you have now. Don't forget the person who dug the well when drinking water. Furthermore, he's your father. Qin Jingtian said in a low voice, once again refuting his sister. Alas, even now, you still don't know where you're wrong, and you don't have your own beliefs. However, I'm still firm in my beliefs. Everything I do is for the Qin clan, but I don't blame you. You'll understand in the future. At that time, I won't make things difficult for you. You're still my father and brother. Qin Lan sighed again and slowly left. However, just as she took a few steps, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded, your so-called beliefs are actually just your selfish thoughts, and you're putting a high-sounding excuse on them. That's very hypocritical. Hearing this, Qin Lan smiled coldly. In the rainforest, there are countless geniuses. You're just a little talented, but you're so arrogant. You won't go far in the future. She felt that Lin Ling was just so she never put Lin Ling in her eyes. 1 month later, I'll see Jin Shao. Lin Ling smiled coldly. After parting with Qin Shao and the others, Lin Ling returned to his room and sat down cross-legged. He thought back to what had happened today, but he didn't care too much. He only knew that the rainforest was more powerful than he had imagined through the Qin clan. If he had great strength today, his words would have been even more powerful. Thus, strength was everything. 1 month. Lin Ling's eyes flashed, but a confident smile appeared on his face. After reaching the peak of the King's spirit realm, he had awakened a large amount of memories, allowing him to be more familiar with the next realm. Without wasting any time, Lin Ling calmed his mind and stabilized his realm. The next day, sunlight shone through the window, and Qin Jingtian's voice sounded from the door. Today, they were going to the Qin clan's market. Lin Ling smiled as he pushed open the door. After exchanging a few words with Qin Jingtian, they left together. Lin Ling, there's only 1 month. Are you confident? On the way, Qin Jingtian was still a bit worried. After all, if they couldn't take back the business in a month, his father would have to give up the position of patriarch, and his sister would rise to the top in a single step. At that time, he would be ridiculed by his sister. He didn't care, but if his father was ridiculed by his sister, what dignity would his father have left? What is the main business of your market? Lin Ling asked indifferently. Chapter 648. Rumors spread pills. Qin Jingtian replied, the main city of the rainforest Holy Land is also known as the Holy City. It's vast and boundless and is the largest city in the 100 territories. It has everything, so it attracts a large number of cultivators from the 100 territories. Even cultivators from other holy lands come here. Therefore, the profits from selling pills here are huge. Lin Ling nodded. As long as one was a cultivator, pills were indispensable. The Great Qin Empire has 12 family heads in the Holy City, each occupying a different part of the city. Our Qin clan is in the southern part of the city. There are several trading streets there that belong to us. However, last month, a powerful alchemist from the Justice Duan clan, Dan Luofen, came. I don't know what pill he refined, but he actually stole all the business on our street. Qin Jingtian frowned. Lin Ling suddenly understood. It seemed that if he wanted to take back his share of business, he had to refine new pills. Fortunately, alchemy was not difficult for him. Dan Luofan also came to join in the fun. It's a good opportunity to meet him. Lin Ling sneered. Dan Luofan. During the 10 Rising Stars competition, Dan Luofan and Duan Tianya worked together to destroy him. Lin Ling had yet to take revenge for this. Let's go! Lin Ling shouted softly, then disappeared from the Qin clan manor with Qin Jingtian. There were many shops in the southern part of the city. However, there were very few people here. Some shops that sold pills, spirit herbs, weapons, and martial arts were all closed. I'm afraid this street is going to be ruined. The shop owners sighed. This was the Qin clan's territory, but there were no customers here. If this continued, these streets would definitely be taken back by the Holy City and given to other powerful forces. The Justice Duan clan is too powerful. They stole all the customers here in a month. And I heard that they're selling disaster-releasing pills. Not only can it increase the strength of Emperor's Spirit Realm cultivators, but it can also quickly recover spirit chi during battle. The Qin clan doesn't have a powerful alchemist. Alas, the future is bleak. I heard that the Qin clan's eldest young miss wanted to recruit Dan Luofan in the past. Unfortunately, she was opposed by the current patriarch. Alas, if the Qin clan's eldest young miss had done what she did, how could these streets have declined so much? As soon as he arrived at the street, Lin Ling heard a sigh. Beside him, Qin Jingtian's expression was somewhat ugly. He was sure that this was a rumor spread by Qin Lan. How hateful! In order to win, Qin Lan actually slandered his father. Lin Ling, what should we do? Qin Jingtian looked at Lin Ling anxiously. Haste makes waste. Rumors won't disappear in a day or two. Let's observe the environment first. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was calm. He had faced this kind of situation in the past when he was in the Fire Ancient clan, so he wasn't flustered at all. His calm demeanor made Qin Jingtian somewhat confident. After that, Lin Ling disguised himself as an ordinary person and walked along the streets. Sir, what do you want to buy? After arriving at the shop owners naturally thought that Lin Ling was a martial artist who was buying things. Moreover, Lin Ling's temperament was indifferent. It seemed that he wasn't rich or noble. Spirit brush pill, thunder spirit crystal, 7 Lingji mushrooms, do you have these? Yes, wait here. I'll go get them for you. It was rare for a customer to come, so the shop owner immediately became enthusiastic. While Lin Ling was buying things, he casually chatted about his family. In any case, the Qin clan was paying for the spirit crystals spent to buy things, so he didn't feel any heartache. Why are there so few people on these streets? Alas, it's hard to explain. In the past, these streets were very prosperous. However, a powerful alchemist came to the street next door. All the pills there were sold at a 20% discount, and they even had the rare disaster release pill. Gradually, customers came and went. In addition, there was a big incident not long ago. It was said that someone took the Qin clan's pills and died from chi deviation. Therefore, the streets are empty. The alchemist of the Qin clan is really unreliable. Of course, our shops are all owned by the Qin clan. If the Qin clan had a powerful alchemist, they would naturally attract customers and we would also be able to take a share of the profits. But now, alas, the business is difficult to do now. I'm even planning to quit my shop and rent a shop in the Duan clan. That's a good choice. I'll take my leave first. Through the shops, Lin Ling roughly understood the situation. It seemed that in order to make the streets prosperous, refining rare pills was indispensable. After all, it could attract customers. Everyone had the mentality of joining in the fun. Naturally, they would go to places with more people. At noon, the streets were still quiet. There were only a few people walking around. At this time, several figures walked into the street. There are so few people on these streets. If this continues, it will definitely be ruined. Alas, I originally wanted to come here to buy some pills and spiritual herbs. But now, I don't dare to buy any more. The things of the Qin clan are unreliable. Isn't that so? The shops here are also unreliable. Let's go. I heard that the Duan clan sells disaster relief pills at noon. Each person can buy 3 bottles. That's the best pill for going out to train. Moreover, it's made by a great alchemist. Then let's go. Let's not waste time here. The few people talked as they walked. Their voices were not soft and many people heard them. The eyes of those people flickered. They originally wanted to buy some things on the street, but after hesitating for a while, they slowly left. At this moment, on the second floor of a restaurant by the street, 2 figures quietly watched the scene below. One of them frowned and said, "It seems that the influence is getting bigger and bigger." This person was Qin Jingtian. Lin Ling stood beside him. He seemed to be watching the scene on the street, but in reality his eyes had quietly changed. The eye of time had appeared. The incident that happened on the street a month ago was once again circulating. After a moment, Lin Ling coldly smiled. If someone deliberately causes trouble, the rumors will never die down until the Qin clan loses the right to own these streets. Lin Ling, what do you mean? Qin Jingtian's eyes narrowed. He did not understand Lin Ling's words. It's very simple. Those people appear on the street once every 3 days. Moreover, the incident with the Qin clan's pills a month ago seemed to be caused by those people. Lin Ling said indifferently. This caused Qin Jingtian to gasp. A terrifying thought rose in his mind. The Duan clan was spreading rumors. Lin Ling, what should we do next? Qin Jingtian's voice became serious. He did not know how Lin Ling knew all this, but now, he had already treated Lin Ling as his backbone. It's very simple. An eye for an eye. Lin Ling coldly smiled. He jumped down from the second floor and slowly walked toward the few figures. Those people were dressed in cultivators' attire. They looked like ordinary cultivators, but their strength was at the early stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. After walking out of the street, they all sneered. The current patriarch of the Qin clan is very stupid. Chapter 649. The matter was exposed, the leader shrugged, his eyes cold. However, just as he finished speaking, a calm voice came from behind him. That might not be the case. The few of them were shocked. They turned around and found that a young man had appeared behind them. This young man was about 18 or 19 years old. His hands were behind his back, and his blue and white robe gave people a feeling that it was hard to see through. Sir, are you also here to buy things? Let me remind you, the Qin family's things can no longer be bought. The few of them quickly returned to normal and then looked at Lin Ling with a smile. I just want to ask, how much is the reward for you doing this? However, their words did not move the young man. Instead, the young man smiled and said, that smile made the few of them frown. They faintly felt that the young man seemed to have come with a purpose. I don't know what you are talking about. The leader frowned and said, Sai, now that things have come to this, why do you need me to say it one by one? Sai, you appear every 3 days, and every time you appear, you spread far and wide, advertising the Duan family's pills. The first time you appeared, you brought a dead companion and slandered the Qin family's pills, saying that the Qin family's pills were not good, causing people to go crazy and die from poison. Sai. That's the truth. Everybody can see it. The leader of the martial artists shouted angrily. I'm very sorry, but the guy who suffered from qi deviation and was poisoned to death by the medicinal pill is right next to you. It's just that he practiced the bone-shifting art and changed his bones from a 2-meter tall man to a 1 meter and 60-meter short man. Moreover, you also know the art of playing dead, this strange martial art, which is a bit surprising. Sai. However, his words were like a bolt from the blue, making the few of them tremble. This young man was so scary. Everything he said was true. It was as if they could not hide anything from this young man. After all, not many people knew that they knew the bone-shifting art and the fake death art. Still want to pretend? Then I'll describe it again. You received a reward from others to slander the Qin family. So, your companion cultivated the fake death art and died 3 days ago. Then, you brought your companion to the streets to cause a ruckus, saying that a pill had killed someone. After that, the effects of the fake death art wore off. Your companion then cultivated the bone-shifting art and changed his body shape. Everything that happened after that was as if he had been reborn and reappeared in front of everyone with a brand new appearance. The young man said slowly, He was Lin Ling. Previously, he had been observing the streets with the eye of time in the restaurant. Everything that had happened in the past month was still vivid in his mind. Then, his gaze locked onto these people, paying more attention. Naturally, he discovered everything. Furthermore, he possessed the memories of the limitless sword saint. His martial arts foundation was extremely deep. Naturally, he could tell that these people had cultivated unorthodox martial arts. The plan is perfect, but there is a small flaw. That is, people who practice the fake death technique cannot live past 40 years old, unless they have a pill that I refine. Lin Ling said slowly again. Boom. Those people's minds buzzed. They looked at Lin Ling as if they were looking at the king of hell. Who are you? The leader of the martial artists said solemnly. The Qin family's guest elder, Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and said word by word. Qin family. They sucked in a breath of cold air. For the past month, they had concealed it very well. They had thought that the Qin family were all idiots and did not know that they had done something in the dark. Who knew that such a young guest elder had seen through everything? So what if they know? If we kill you, the dead tell no tales. The leader's face instantly turned cold. The matter had been exposed, so he had to kill this young man. The others were also filled with killing intent. They had also noticed that the young man gave them a terrifying feeling, but his cultivation was only at the peak of the king's spirit realm. This kind of strength was not enough. Boundless demon eye. At this moment, Lin Ling shouted softly. Several early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm experts surrounded him. This battle was clearly going to be troublesome. Of course, the most important thing was that he did not want to make a big deal out of this, so he used his trump card, a soul attack. Buzz buzz. The invisible soul attack surged. At such a close distance, how could those martial artists react? They only saw the sky and earth disappear, and only a pair of huge eyes in the sky looked down at them as if looking down on the world. They realized that they could not move at all. Their souls had been intimidated. By the time they reacted, a sword had already landed in front of the neck of the leading martial artist. A light voice floated over at the same time. My cultivation is weak, but my sword is not weak. So, don't scare me anymore. I can't guarantee that I won't chop off your neck if I'm lenient. The words seemed to be begging for mercy or even fear, but the voice was incomparably cold. It made the leader feel afraid. Although he was stronger, the sword was hanging in front of his neck. No matter how strong he was, he could not use his strength. Of course, what made him want to vomit blood the most was that this strange young man was actually speaking to him in a scared tone. Right now, he should be the one who was scared. What do you want? Roar. The leader roared angrily. Don't yell at me. I won't be able to hold my sword steady. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He did not kill these people. There was naturally a use for them. I have a few pills here. One for each of you. Swallow them and you can go. He took out a few pills in his left hand, causing the martial artist's eyes to narrow. One of them said angrily, You're threatening us to eat poison pills? Roar. The one who spoke was really the martial artist who cultivated the art of playing dead. You don't have the right to choose now. Besides, you won't live past 40 years old. Why are you worried about poison pills? Lin Ling said nonchalantly. His words caused the martial artist's eyes to narrow. In fact, after cultivating the art of playing dead, he did feel that something was wrong. It seemed like he was aging faster. Then you have a way to treat me? That martial artist anxiously asked. Swallow the pills first. In fact, this is not a poison pill. It's a pill I refined on a whim when I was treating someone with a fire disease. It's just a flaming pill. The difference is, this is the vermilion bird flame disease. Lin Ling slowly said. This pill was the same as the Qilin flame disease. It was refined with his vermilion bird flame as the source. The martial artists looked at each other. They wanted to refuse, but two of them agreed. One of them was the leader who was threatened by Lin Ling with his sword, and the other was the martial artist who cultivated the art of playing dead. Their lives were in Lin Ling's hands. Naturally, they did not fear the poison pill. We've been exposed. Our lives are in his hands. Swallow it. The leader sighed. He could only swallow the pill. The rest could only do the same. That's right. Lin Ling slowly put away his sword and strode away. The martial artists quickly followed. Their lives were in the hands of others. What else could they do? Young master, in fact, we were paid to do this. Don't worry, we won't do this kind of thing again. We only hope to be rewarded with the antidote. The leader said bitterly. He thought it was just a young man. Dealing with him was as easy as flipping his hand. However, who would have thought that this young man, who appeared to be calm and collected, was in complete control of them? He had easily captured them. Chapter 650. The pill workshop opens again. You won't do this again? If you don't do it, how about I keep you? Lin Ling turned around and said indifferently. Huh. Their eyes narrowed. Lin Ling actually wanted them to do the same thing as before? Don't worry, I won't pay less than what others pay. If you do it well, not only will I give you the antidote, I'll also give you some pointers in martial arts. Lin Ling said softly, causing the cultivators' eyes to light up. They understood what Lin Ling meant. In the past, they had slandered the Qin family. This time, Lin Ling wanted them to return the favor and slander the Duan family. Moreover, compared to the Duan family's reward, Lin Ling's reward was even more. Alright, Zhang Senegri. Young master, just give the order. I'm a local cultivator of the rainforest Holy Land. As long as it's about the holy city, there's nothing I don't know. The leading cultivator immediately patted his chest and said, causing Lin Ling to nod. These people were like local tyrants. With the help of these local tyrants, it would be much more convenient to do things. After a while, Lin Ling brought them back to the restaurant. When Qin Jingtian saw those cultivators, he couldn't help but be shocked. In just a short hour, Lin Ling actually brought those people back. Moreover, those people were all experts of the Emperor's Spirit Realm. Lin Ling was only at the peak of the King's Spirit Realm. Although he knew that Lin Ling was a genius and could fight above his level, dealing with several Emperor's Spirit Realm cultivators at the same time wasn't something that every genius could do. Young master, yes. However, what surprised Qin Jingtian even more was that those cultivators seemed to be sincerely convinced by Lin Ling. That kind of worship and respect was not faked at all. Lin Ling seems to be even more terrifying than I imagined. Yes. Qin Jingtian muttered to himself. In the past, he had thought highly of Lin Ling, but now he realized that Lin Ling's mysteriousness was not something he could imagine. Lin Ling, what should we do next? Yes. Qin Jingtian sat down and said expectantly. It's very simple. Go to the Duan clan and spread rumors. At the same time, it's time for us to use our medicinal pills. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Spreading the news far and wide isn't difficult, we're good at that. But as for refining pills, this young master, there is a grandmaster alchemist there. It is said that he comes from the 7 profound martial house, and is a genius of alchemy. Zhang San said worriedly. He was more familiar with the Duan clan's situation. Nothing more than Dan Luofeng. In the past, he wanted to frame me, yet he instead helped me break through my cultivation realm. So, what does he count for? Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. Several days later, the Qin family's medicinal pill workshop opened its doors again, causing a small commotion for a time. As for Qin Lan, she naturally received the news as well. She wasn't surprised. She knew that Lin Ling would struggle on the brink of death. Therefore, she quietly waited for a month. How could Lin Ling still smile? The news of the opening of the medicinal pill shop was naturally very grand. Many warriors came with curiosity, and among them, there was no lack of geniuses from the 7 major martial arts palaces. After all, not every genius had a deep family background. In the entire holy city, if there are any cheap medicinal pills, then these are the streets. Moreover, I heard that they are opening again today, and all medicinal pills are sold at a 30% discount. This is the medicinal pill workshop of some family head of the Great Qin dynasty. I heard that their medicinal pills aren't very good. They once caused a martial artist to die from poison. In the streets and alleys, many martial artists talked as they walked. How can there be 100% certainty in the path of medicinal pills? Let's not talk about other things. Moreover, I heard that the martial artist who died from poison couldn't blame anyone else. He wanted to break through to the next level, so he swallowed 3 types of medicinal pills. He didn't know that 2 of the medicinal pills countered each other. In the end, he died from poison. However, the rumors are not bad. At least no one goes to the Qin family's medicinal pill workshop. Those medicinal pills are too cheap for me. However, there were also rumors in every corner of the streets. It seemed that many martial artists wanted to take advantage of this discount to buy medicinal pills in bulk. After all, a martial artist would consume a lot of medicinal pills in their lifetime. This time, they could save a lot of money by buying in bulk at a discount. After someone took the lead, many martial artists were unwilling to lose out. They also went to the Qin family's medicinal pill workshop to join in the fun. As time went by, those few streets slowly became more lively. As for the person who spread the rumors, he laughed coldly. He was Zhang San. As a local tyrant, he was good at spreading rumors. At this moment, the Qin family's medicinal pill workshop was filled with customers. Several figures also came from afar. These people were young and were all young girls. Judging from their clothes, they were disciples of the ancient Dao martial palace. Junior sister, I have quite a lot of medicinal pills to buy. There are water spirit pills, cloud gathering pills, and so on. With this 30% discount, I can probably save a lot of spirit crystals. Yes. On the path of martial arts, medicinal pills are indispensable. Yes. One of the girls smiled. She was dressed in snow-white clothes and had a slender waist. Her eyes were filled with spirituality, making one's eyes light up. Lin Ling, why are you here? Yes. At this moment, the girl suddenly exclaimed in pleasant surprise. At the entrance of the Qin family's medicinal pill workshop, a youth in a blue and white robe walked out. When he saw the girl, he could not help but be delighted. Heavenly concubine! Heavenly concubine! Are you also here to buy medicinal pills? Heavenly concubine! The heavenly concubine jogged over, causing the senior sisters to be surprised. In the ancient Dao martial palace, the heavenly concubine was highly valued by her master. Coupled with her outstanding talent, many young men pursued her, but she always gave cold replies. This was the first time they had seen the heavenly concubine take the initiative to talk to someone. Who is that young man? The senior sisters also walked over. At this moment, Lin Ling was somewhat surprised. He did not expect to meet the heavenly concubine in the rainforest, sacred land. However, this also meant that the Qin family's discount this time was quite effective. What kind of medicinal pills are you going to buy? Right? If you don't have enough spirit crystals, I can give you some. Anyway, with a 30% discount, we can buy a lot of medicinal pills. The heavenly concubine smiled again, causing her senior sister's beautiful eyes to narrow. The heavenly concubine did not lend spirit crystals to this young man, but directly gave it to him. What was their relationship? Involuntarily, the senior sisters sized up Lin Ling. Lin Ling was handsome, but his strength was very ordinary. He was not even in the emperor spirit realm. Was he worthy of the heavenly concubine? Hee, I don't lack medicinal pills right now, but if you want to buy medicinal pills, you can go to the manager of the market. Just say that you are a friend of mine, Lin Ling. Then, you can buy them at a 50% discount. Lin Ling did not know what the girls were thinking. He only smiled. What? 50% discount? This is the Great Qin Empire's medicinal pill shop. How can it be 50% off? The heavenly concubine's small mouth was slightly open. Even the eyes of the girls beside her narrowed. This young man was really arrogant. One of the girls said softly, "Heavenly concubine, your friend seems to be very arrogant." After all, they were all Emperor Spirit Realm experts, and Lin Ling was only in the King Spirit Realm. However, he said that he could buy medicinal pills at a 50% discount. They did not understand where this young man got his confidence from. Not to mention, this was the Great Qin Empire's medicinal pill shop. Elder, the miraculous spirit pill is currently lacking. Young Master Qin asks for your help to refine a portion. Chapter 651. Lin Ling was the alchemist in charge? Heavenly concubine, just tell him what pills you want to buy. I'll get to work first. Lin Ling smiled and walked in. At the door, Heavenly Concubine and the rest were still in shock. Heavenly Concubine couldn't help but ask, "Senior, who is he in the Qin family's pill shop?" The old man looked at Heavenly Concubine and bowed respectfully. "You must be the elder's friend. Elder Lin is our great Qin Empire's guest elder. Moreover, he is the alchemist in charge of the pill shop." The girls gasped. They didn't expect the young man to be a guest elder of the great Qin Empire at such a young age. Moreover, he was a highly respected alchemist. Hee, I knew he wouldn't be ordinary. Heavenly Concubine was stunned for a moment before she laughed. Although the news was sudden, she wasn't surprised at all. After all, when she was in the Cloud region, Lin Ling had refined a level 7 awakening pill for her to awaken her bloodline. After she came to the Rainforest Sacred Land, she found out from her master that even in the Rainforest Sacred Land, there weren't many alchemists who could refine level 7 pills. Moreover, he was just a teenager. This was even rarer. Therefore, she knew that Lin Ling's alchemy skills had always been very high. "Customers, if you want to buy pills, we will only take the money for the spiritual herbs. We won't take anything else," the old man said again. "Moreover, you have the right to buy first." The girls beside Heavenly Concubine were overjoyed. They looked at Heavenly Concubine with gratitude. After all, if they didn't follow Heavenly Concubine, they wouldn't have been able to get such an advantage. At this moment, Lin Ling was refining elixirs in the elixir hall. He was the only master in charge, so many elixirs needed him to refine. Although it was tiring, it allowed Lin Ling's elixir refining skills to continue to improve. Moreover, the Qin family was rich and had given him a large amount of spiritual herbs, so he no longer lacked the herbs needed to refine the true fire elixir. Therefore, Lin Ling had made the right choice in allying with the Qin family. Of course, at present, he was only preparing to refine the pills that would allow the Qin clan's elixir workshop to turn the tables. Those two pills were the 7th grade Clear Heart pill and the 8th grade Sky Capital Bright River pill. He believed that these two pills could absolutely turn the tables. After all, these were Di Wuji's pills. Di Wuji's vision was second only to the 7 profound martial houses' martial house master. In the Rainforest Holy Land, there weren't many powerhouses that could compare with Di Wuji. The Qin clan's medicinal pill workshop has reopened. Duan Tianhe smiled at the youth sitting across from him. He'd heard that the Qin family's pill shop had opened again, but he wasn't worried. The Duan family head is very calm. He was none other than Dan Luofan, who was Dan Luofan. "With you here, the Qin family's medicinal pill workshop has reopened. What is there to fear? Not only that, but that old ghost Qin is going downhill. He's been doing the same thing over and over again. He simply doesn't know that without a powerful alchemist, wanting to turn the tables around is nothing but a fool's dream." Duan Tianhe also took a sip of wine. Duan Tianhe's words were full of flattery, causing Dan Luofan's smile to become even wider. To be flattered by the Duan family head, this wasn't a common matter. However, he was also worthy of this flattery. After all, with him presiding over the Duan family, no matter what alchemist the Qin family sent, it was useless. "Not good. Family head, Grandmaster Dan, our business has been affected." At this moment, a guard anxiously walked in, causing Duan Tianhe and Dan Luofan to frown. "That's impossible. The alchemist in charge of the Qin clan is that old man Yi Ding. Although his alchemy skills are high, he's old-fashioned and doesn't know how to be flexible. How could he be my opponent?" Dan Luofan stood up and said with some displeasure, "Grandmaster, our Duan family's pills are sold at a 20% discount, but the Qin family sells them at a 30% discount. Moreover, there's a rumor going around that our pills are fake. They should be 100% effective, but they're only 50% effective. They're saying that we're cutting corners. Who spread the rumor? Where's Zhang San?" Duan Tianhe couldn't help but shout, no longer looking down on them. It was Zhang San who spread the rumor. They seem to be from the Qin family now. The guard said nervously, "You're courting death." Duan Tianhe was furious and the wine cup in his hand shattered. He'd thought that the Qin family wouldn't be able to fight back, But who knew that the Qin family would counterattack so fiercely before they died? This was an eye for an eye. After all, it was he who'd ordered Zhang San and the others to spread the rumor and slander the Qin family. Rumors can only be used to deal with it for a while. Most importantly, the Qin family's pills are sold at a 30% discount. That will definitely attract many martial artists. When the time comes, all the pills will be sold out and the Qin family will have no pills left. At that time, the martial artists will feel that they've been cheated and the Qin family will die even faster. After Dan Luofan's initial surprise, he gradually calmed down. Selling pills at a low price was a small profit but quick turnover. But this was a test of an alchemist's foundation. If one's refining speed wasn't fast enough, then the supply would fall short of demand. And at that time, without pills, the Qin family's alchemy workshop would return to its original state. That's right. When it comes to refining pills, who can compete with a grandmaster alchemist? The anger in Duan Tianhe's heart gradually faded away. He was waiting for a good show. 3 days quietly passed. However, the Qin family's alchemy workshop didn't decline. Instead, it became even more prosperous. And within the Duan family mansion, Duan Tianhe and the others had ugly complexions. It seemed that they had underestimated the Qin family. The Qin family's actions weren't reckless but had been carefully planned. Not only were they slowly encroaching on the Duan family's business, but if this were to continue, they would even swallow up the Duan family's business. And at that time, the streets would lose their customers. Duan Tianhe would inevitably be punished by the Justice Duan family and his position as patriarch would be difficult to maintain. Within the mansion, Duan Tianhe had his hands behind his back. He paced back and forth, the anger in his heart growing with every step he took. He had nearly swallowed up the Qin family, but the Qin family had actually risen from the ashes. Just who was behind all of this? They found the person who spread the rumor and used that as a counterattack. Then, they suppressed us in terms of pill prices. This person shouldn't be Qin Lan. She isn't that fierce. I'm very curious as to who is behind all of this. This person is both brave and cunning. Dan Luofan said in a low voice as he recalled what had happened. Men, investigate for me. See if there have been any changes in the Qin family during this time. Also, find out who the grandmaster in charge of the Qin family's pill shop is. Duan Tianhe shouted. Not long after, a guard walked in and respectfully bowed. During this time, the Qin family patriarch and Qin Lan seemed to have quarreled. The Qin family patriarch helped a guest elder to rise to his feet. As for the grandmaster in charge of the Qin family's pill shop, that person isn't the previous Yi Ding, but someone else. Duan Tianhe and Dan Luofan asked in unison. They had a feeling that the person who had caused the Qin family to rise from the ashes was that guest elder. Lin Ling. The guard respectfully replied. As his voice fell, the hall fell deathly silent. Duan Tianhe's pupils shrank, as if he couldn't believe his own ears. After all, not too long ago, Lin Ling had killed Duan Tianhe and offended a great number of people. He had thought that Lin Ling had already died, but he hadn't. Chapter 652. A fierce battle between alchemists. Lin Ling, that's the youth that destroyed my restaurant. It's actually him. Dan Luofan's complexion was incomparably ugly. He had been trying to guess, but he hadn't thought that the guest elder would be Lin Ling, and that the grandmaster in charge would be Lin Ling. Lin Ling had ruined his plans. Grandmaster Dan, what do you think we should do now? This Lin Ling's skill in alchemy isn't low. Duan Tianhe's eyes were ice cold. He wished he could kill that Ant Lin Ling. Interesting. But he wants to play with me? Dan Luofan picked up a wine cup from the table and took a sip. He coldly smiled and said, prepare the spirit herbs. I will refine the disaster-releasing pill. I will sell it at noon, and each person can buy 5 bottles. The disaster-releasing pill has the effect of increasing a royal spirit realm martial artist's strength. It can also quickly restore one's spiritual energy in battle. With this pill in hand, Lin Ling will surely lose. Duan Tianhe nodded. In the field of alchemy, you can't always rely on cheap to attract martial artists. This is just a short-term strategy. Only pills with significant effects are the best. My disaster-releasing pill is a 7th-grade pill. It was taught to me by 7 profound martial houses old Xian. Besides me and old Xian, no one else can refine it. We will use this card in our hand to crush Lin Ling and the Qin family. Dan Luofan grew even more confident. He laughed and said, "Have someone send a message to Lin Ling, tell him that his death is imminent." After learning that his opponent was Lin Ling, Dan Luofan also made his move. His method was to refine high-grade pills. The battle between these two great alchemists was like a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. Many other powers were watching from the sidelines. Lin Ling naturally received Dan Luofan's letter. He also knew what Dan Luofan was planning. Unfortunately, Dan Luofan didn't know that although his pills were rare, as long as they came from the 7 profound martial house, how could Lin Ling not know how to refine them? It had to be known that in the past, Senior Limitless was the son of the 7 profound martial house's martial house master. The things that he knew far surpassed those of the 12 Shen elders. Another few days passed, and the Duan clan sent out the disaster-releasing pills. However, the Qin clan also sent out the disaster-releasing pills, and the price was even cheaper than the Duan clan's. Just when the Duan clan thought that the Qin clan was going to make a huge loss by selling the pills at such a cheap price, the Qin clan was going to make a huge loss. The Qin clan sent out another type of medicinal pill, the 7th-grade Clear Heart pill. This kind of elixir was sold at an exorbitant price. But once it was launched, it was immediately sought after by thousands of martial artists. Even the emperors of many countries in the middle 3 regions were among these martial artists. This pill only had one effect, and that was to allow a royal spirit realm cultivator to calm their mind and even stabilize their soul force while cultivating. A martial artist's cultivation was like a small stream, flowing slowly. But after reaching the royal spirit realm, because of the martial arts they learned and the heaven and earth spiritual energy they absorbed, most royal spirit realm martial artists would find it difficult to calm their minds. They would feel restless and impatient. This feeling was similar to that of Elder Muba. If one did not pay more attention to it, one would become irritable and domineering in the long run. The reason for this was that one had learned too many martial arts, creating a chaotic state of mind. However, with the Clear Heart pill, one could stabilize the soul and prevent it from being disturbed by various emotions. It could calm the mind and calm the mind. This was an excellent medicinal pill for cultivation. If taken during a breakthrough, the chances of success would increase by 30%. So even though this pill was expensive, many people still fought to buy it. Moreover, there was no market for it. And the most frightening thing was that besides the Qin clan's pill workshop, this pill could not be bought anywhere else. Even if there was a pill with the same name, the effects would be much worse. After the 7th-grade Clear Heart pill was launched, Lin Ling also sent a letter to Dan Luofan. "Grandmaster Dan, your good luck has come to an end." In the past, Lin Ling and Dan Luofan had no enmity or grievances. But in order to establish a relationship with Duan Tianya, Dan Luofan had helped Duan Tianya frame Lin Ling. How could Lin Ling not take revenge for this? Lin Ling. In the Duan family's great hall, Dan Luofan looked at the letter in his hand. His handsome face instantly turned red and green. He angrily tore the letter to shreds. Who was he? He was a prodigy ranked in the 400s on the 7 profound prodigy list. Although his strength could not be said to be unrivaled, he was still stronger than Lin Ling. Moreover, he was a noble alchemist. Even prodigies ranked in the 300s on the 7 profound prodigy list had to give him face. And who was Lin Ling? Although Lin Ling had created many miracles and was this year's most outstanding genius, he was only at the bottom of the 7 profound prodigy list. But now, this ant had humiliated him. After all, many people were watching the business competition between the Duan family and the Qin clan. Everyone was waiting for Dan Luofan to shine. And Dan Luofan also wanted to shine. If he let the Duan family win, he would have another dazzling result when he took the alchemist examination in the future. However, all of this now felt like a dream. Lin Ling is very cunning. He actually knows how to refine the disaster-releasing pill, and his price is cheaper than ours. Just like that, he stole our business. And although they seem to be losing money, their 7th-grade clear heart pill is very expensive, making up for the loss of the disaster-releasing pill. Duan Tianhe's expression was extremely ugly. If this continued, the Duan family would lose. Impossible. Although Lin Ling is also an alchemist, how could he know the recipe of my disaster-releasing pill? Dan Luofan also paced back and forth in the hall. He also did not understand why Lin Ling knew how to refine the disaster-releasing pill. Great Master Dan, can't you think of a way? Duan Tianhe asked again, but Dan Luofan remained silent. His strongest trump card had been defeated by Lin Ling. How could he think of a way? The two of them were instantly enraged. As time passed, the business of the Qin clan's elixir store became better and better. The nearby streets also became prosperous. Those closed shops opened again, and there was even a situation of competing shops. The Qin clan was naturally incomparably excited, especially Qin Jingtian. He was smiling all day long. Although he believed in Lin Ling, he did not expect Lin Ling's alchemy skills to be so high that he could save the Qin clan. Moreover, Lin Ling was not the kind of bookworm who only knew how to refine pills. He was even more outstanding in business. He had created hunger marketing, membership policies, and so on. It was an eye-opener for him. At present, in the Qin clan, many elders also approved of Lin Ling's position as a guest elder. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He was not a business genius. Those hunger marketing, membership policies, and so on were just things that he had moved over from the previous world. In the Qin clan's old master, Qin Shao, was in a good mood. He was not happy that he won the bet with Qin Lan, but that their Qin clan's business had finally recovered. Sigh, little Lan, although father has been recuperating these past few years, I still have the ability to judge people. You said that the stubborn one is me, but in fact, the stubborn one is you. Sigh. While feeling happy, old Master Qin sighed softly. He knew that this matter was a huge blow to Qin Lan, and Qin Lan had always been headstrong. This loss should wake her up. Qin Lan naturally knew that the Qin clan's business was gradually improving. She knew that she had lost. She had lost in less than a month. However, after losing, she no longer had the face to face her father and Qin Jingtian. Moreover, this was a small matter. The most important thing was that the reputation she had built up over the years had collapsed in an instant. Chapter 653. In order to win in the world of martial arts, strength determined everything. But at the same time, results also represented everything. The winner was the king and the loser was the bandit. This was an unchanging principle. Lin Ling had achieved results, so naturally, countless people supported him. Those who achieve great things do not bother about trifles. I haven't lost yet. How can this small setback stop me, Qin Lan? Qin Lan coldly muttered to herself. A sinister look appeared on her cold face. It was night and everything was quiet. A slender figure appeared in the depths of the Qin family's pill shop. She was Qin Lan. Her purpose in coming to the pill shop was very simple. That was to find the pill formula for the 7th-grade clear heart pill. This was her only trump card to turn the tables. The pill shop was an important place. Others could not get close to it, but Qin Lan could. After arriving at the pill shop, her eyes searched for the pill formula. However, she was not an alchemist, so she did not know what the pill formula was like. Grandmaster Yiding, sorry for the offense. In the end, she made a move on the former alchemist of the Qin family and forced Grandmaster Yiding to find the pill formula for the 7th-grade clear heart pill. Young miss, what are you doing? Yiding was the alchemist of the Qin family in the past. He had a deep relationship with the Qin family, but he did not understand Qin Lan's intention. Find the pill formula for the 7th-grade clear heart pill. Under the illumination of the lights, the beautiful Qin Lan in the past had an extremely cold expression on her face. Yi Ding hesitated for a long time before finally taking out the ancient pill formula. This was the pill formula left behind by Lin Ling. Although he was very confused about what Qin Lan wanted to do, Qin Lan was still the former acting patriarch of the Qin family. I want to give this pill formula to the Duan family and let them win in the end. After receiving the pill formula, Qin Lan's Hongyan lips curved into an extremely cold smile. Young miss, you're betraying the Qin family. Yi Ding was stunned for a moment. Then he was shocked. Only now did he know Qin Lan's purpose. This is not betrayal. I'm just looking forward to the big picture. Don't worry, when my father loses, I will take back everything the Qin family has lost. Grandmaster Yi, those who achieve great things do not bother with trifles. You will understand my painstaking efforts. Qin Lan shook her head. She had an aggrieved look on her face. It was as if her father and Lin Ling were bullying her, forcing her into a corner. In the end, she could only take this path. Then, she looked at Master Yi Ding and her eyes turned cold. Eldest miss, this is your Qin family's business. I won't interfere. Please let me go. Yi Ding's heart trembled. He suddenly understood what Qin Lan meant. Qin Lan wanted to kill him. Although he was an alchemist, Qin Lan was also a prodigy of the 7 major martial arts halls. She was stronger than him. Only the dead can keep secrets. Grandmaster Yi, in order to help me, you can only die. Qin Lan said indifferently. She waved her right hand and a powerful martial art was revealed. It was a mysterious turtle shell. It was the great Qin Empire's Xuanwu bloodline. The moment the turtle shell appeared, it enveloped Yi Ding and sucked his flesh and blood dry. Yi Ding, who had always worked for the Qin clan, disappeared from the world. After that, Qin Lan left the medicinal pill workshop step by step. Under the cover of the night, she went to the Duan clan and directly went to look for Dan Luofan. After all, only Dan Luofan could turn the tables for her. Who is it? In the room, Dan Luofan frowned. He looked at the window and saw a slender figure standing there quietly. Then she walked in through the door at the side. Qin Lan. Dan Luofan growled and became alert. Qin Lan was not weak. She even had the ancient Xuanwu bloodline. If they really fought, he would not be able to gain the upper hand. This time, I only have one reason for looking for you. Help me refine the level 7 mind cleansing pill and defeat the Qin clan. Qin Lan said with a cold expression. Why? Why? Dan Luofan was very surprised, but he still asked. You don't need to know the reason. You only need to know that Lin Ling is our enemy. This time, if Lin Ling loses, I will become the leader of the Qin clan. Then I will kill Lin Ling for you. Qin Lan said indifferently. Dan Luofan's eyes flashed and he suddenly laughed coldly. He believed Qin Lan's words. After all, the battle between Qin Lan and Qin Shao was no secret. If you have the pill formula, I can defeat Lin Ling for you. However, don't you think you should pay more sincerity for our cooperation? Dan Luofan said meaningfully. He looked at Qin Lan's body with evil intentions as if he wanted to see through her. Qin Lan was a beauty. However, she was a little cold because of her high position. But if he could get her body, it would be good. You. Yes. Qin Lan knew what Dan Luofan was thinking. You have no choice. After all, although you have the pill formula, there are not many alchemists who can refine level 7 pills. Even if there are, you won't be able to find them in a short time. So, you can only cooperate with me. Yes. Dan Luofan smiled faintly as if he had Qin Lan under control. Then he said, if you want to become the leader of the Qin clan, some sacrifices are inevitable. Yes. Qin Lan's body trembled. She hesitated, but in the end, she walked over step by step. That's right, those who want to achieve great things do not care about trifles. As long as she could win, what was a mere body? And all of this had been forced upon her by Lin Ling. Once she rose again, she would kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling was too hateful. He should have just been a disciple of the 7 profound martial house. Why did he come to the Qin clan to oppose her? Lin Ling, she had to kill him. Haha, I heard that you and 7 profound martial house's apprentice Gusu were geniuses of the same generation. Apprentice Gusu is someone that I look up to, but you are also a beautiful woman. To be able to taste Apprentice Gusu's friends is one of life's greatest blessings. Unfortunately, you have been compared to Apprentice Gusu, but in the end, you have lost. Dan Luofan laughed. He pulled open the curtains on the bed and carried Qin Lan up. Not long after, moaning sounds came from the room. At this time, the Qin clan did not know what Qin Lan had done. But many people discovered that Grandmaster Yi Ding had disappeared, and the level 7 mind pill formula had also disappeared. When this news came out, it was like a bolt from the blue. After all, everyone in the Qin clan knew that the level 7 mind pill was their trump card to turn the tables. But now that the pill formula had disappeared, this caused many people to feel uneasy. Several days later, in the Qin clan's hall, everyone was present. Their faces were ashen. Who is it? How hateful! This person wants our Qin clan to die without a burial ground. If we find him, we will punish him according to the great Qin dynasty's laws. The various elders angrily said, "It's Grandmaster Yi Ding." At this moment, an icy voice sounded in the hall, causing everyone's eyes to widen. Then they saw that the one who spoke was the eldest Miss Qin Lan. "Little Lan, why do you say that?" Qin Shao frowned as he looked at Qin Lan. Qin Lan's face was also filled with anger. She was so angry that she was ice cold. Because he is a member of the Duan clan. He might be a spy that the Duan clan placed in our Qin clan. He disappeared this time and took away the level 7 mind pill formula. He must have gone to the Duan clan. Everyone's hearts trembled violently. This news caused them to be somewhat confused. However, at this moment, a guard anxiously walked in. "Master, bad news. We just received news that the Duan clan also has a level 7 mind pill for sale, and the price is even cheaper than ours. It's already late. There will be more work at the end of the year than usual, so the update will be late. Sorry, starting tomorrow, I will try to save up the manuscript and update at noon. Also, thank you to the loyal fans who have always supported me, such as Grey Wolf. After all, it's not that I don't want to leave comments, but sometimes I really don't have time. I apologize here. I will listen to you and try to find time to review books." Chapter 654. Venomous slander. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. All the elders narrowed their eyes while Qin Shao and Qin Jingtian's faces turned even uglier. Only Lin Ling continued to sip his tea as if this matter had nothing to do with him. As expected of the Duan family. "Duan Tianhe, this is a beautiful move." Qin Shao smashed the teacup on the table. Was their Qin family going to lose in the end? "Grandmaster Yi Ding, our Qin family has treated him well. Who would have thought that he would betray us? This old man is really scheming." "Exactly. I've always treated him like a senior, respectful and courteous. However, although he looks kind on the surface, his heart is actually very black." Yes. The elders gritted their teeth and said, Master Yi Ding had shown them the light of death for the Qin family. Although Grandmaster Yi Ding is despicable, after working for our Qin family for so many years, we can see that he isn't an evil person. Perhaps he was just bewitched by someone. What makes me curious is, who is the person who bewitched him? Yes. At this moment, Qin Lan suddenly spoke up. Her cold eyes looked at Lin Ling, who was drinking his tea. "Guest Elder Lin Ling, you're so calm, as if you're not worried at all." "Yes." "Little Lan, what do you mean?" "Yes." Qin Shao frowned. He felt that Qin Lan seemed to be suspecting Lin Ling. Without anyone supporting Grandmaster Yi Ding, Grandmaster Yi Ding wouldn't dare to betray the Qin family. During this period of time, the closest person to Grandmaster Yi Ding is Lin Ling. Moreover, only Lin Ling and Grandmaster Yi Ding can enter the pill refinement area. Qin Lan's words were as sharp as a sword, pointing at Lin Ling. "What? Lin Ling?" "Yes." The entire hall was in an uproar again. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. Big Mrs. words are not without reason. Grandmaster Yi Ding is not the type of person to do great things. He shouldn't have the guts. Perhaps there really was someone who bewitched him, or even threatened him to do such a thing. But right now, Grandmaster Yi Ding is missing, and he is bearing all the blame. "Yes." An elder frowned, but he was also looking at Lin Ling. "That's right. Most importantly, other than Grandmaster Yi Ding, only guest Elder Lin Ling is allowed to enter the alchemy area." Soon after, voices of discussion could be heard. However, the words were all directed at Lin Ling. "Lin Ling, what else do you have to say? No wonder I was wondering why you had to become a guest elder." It turns out that you were originally a member of the Duan clan. You were specially arranged to come here to catch us all in one fell swoop so that we wouldn't have any chance to resist. Qin Lan shouted once more after the elders were puzzled. Obviously, this was one of her plans. Men, capture guest elder Lin Ling. Strip him of his guest elder status and throw him into the death cell. Qin Lan waved her right hand and her face turned even colder. There must be more to this than meets the eye. Rashly convicting Lin Ling is not good. That's right, sister. I believe that Lin Ling is definitely not a traitor. Seeing the scene in the hall, Qin Shao and Qin Jingtian immediately shouted anxiously. You don't know how dangerous the world is. In this world, the strong are respected and the winner is king. In order to win, there are all kinds of methods, so it's not strange that Lin Ling is a traitor. Qin Lan shook her head and seemed to sigh. Father, now that things have come to this, are you still going to speak up for Lin Ling? In order to not lose face, you're already stubbornly refusing to admit defeat. Sai, why bother? You're already old. Her words caused Qin Shao and Qin Jingtian's hearts to tremble. For a moment, they couldn't find any words to refute. Throw Lin Ling into the death cell. Without giving Qin Shao and Qin Jingtian a chance to speak, Qin Lan shouted again. At this moment, Lin Ling was still drinking his tea, as if none of this had anything to do with him. It was also as if he had already noticed all of this. It wasn't until a large number of Emperor Spirit Realm guards walked in that he slowly put down his teacup and looked at the crowd. You're saying that I'm a traitor because I listened to her talk nonsense? The hall fell silent. Previously, Lin Ling hadn't said anything, so everyone thought that Lin Ling had tacitly agreed. However, now that Lin Ling had spoken, they also wanted to hear what Lin Ling had to say. After all, no matter what, Lin Ling's results during this period were obvious to all. Qin Lan naturally didn't want Lin Ling to quibble. Now that things have come to this, do you still want to deceive everyone? Elder Yi Ding is a good person, but after being threatened by you, he walked down a path of no return. Your intentions are too vicious. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Miss Qin, I want to ask you, whose pill formula is it? Qin Lan's expression changed. She didn't know why, but the more calm Lin Ling was, the more uncomfortable she felt. However, she still sneered. The pill formula is yours, but in order to deceive everyone, you really put in a lot of effort. You used a precious pill formula to win everyone's trust. Lin Ling shook his head, still calm. You also know that the pill formula is mine. If I'm a traitor, then why would I have Grandmaster Yi Ding go missing? Why would I have Grandmaster Yi Ding take the pill formula to curry favor with the Duan clan? I could have given the pill formula to the Duan clan myself, and no one would know. So, don't you think that saying that I deceived Grandmaster Yi Ding to defect to the enemy is far-fetched? Hearing Lin Ling's words, the crowd began to discuss. Yes, if Lin Ling was a traitor, why would he have Grandmaster Yi Ding hand over the pill formula? He could have secretly given the pill formula to the Duan clan. Therefore, it was hard to believe that Lin Ling had deceived Grandmaster Yi Ding. You're spouting nonsense. Qin Lan's expression was extremely ugly. She had long known that Lin Ling was very eloquent, so she didn't want Lin Ling to speak and directly wanted to convict Lin Ling. However, she still failed. Since I'm not the one who deceived Grandmaster Yi Ding, there's one very important point. If the pill formula was snatched by the Duan clan, who else would benefit in the end besides the Duan clan? Lin Ling said again. Apart from the Duan clan, there's no one else who would benefit from it. No, there's another one. It's the eldest miss. The crowd's heart trembled, but then they all looked at Qin Lan. After all, everyone still remembered the promise that Qin Lan had made to the patriarch a month ago. If Lin Ling failed, Qin Shao would have to give up the position of the patriarch and vice versa. In that case, it was obvious who would benefit from it. Lin Ling, you're making slanderous accusations. Qin Lan gritted her teeth fiercely. When she sensed her father's angry gaze, she finally panicked. Previously, she had only wanted to use Grandmaster Yi Ding's disappearance to convict Lin Ling. But who would have known that this plan was a mistake, and Lin Ling would bite back? Everyone was somewhat suspicious of Qin Lan. However, Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. I didn't say that you were a traitor. Why are you so nervous? Sigh. After saying that, Lin Ling picked up his teacup again and drank. His casual manner made Qin Lan's heart surge with anger. Lin Ling had been toying with her earlier. I just wanted to say that Grandmaster Yi Ding wouldn't benefit from it, so there's no need for him to take the pill formula and rely on the Duan clan. Therefore he's innocent. As for his disappearance, perhaps he didn't disappear. Sigh. Chapter 655. Not one can be missing. Many people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling's guess was indeed possible. It was clear that the real traitor had killed Grandmaster Yi Ding in order to conceal himself from the world. Then, he took the opportunity to pin the crime on Grandmaster Yi Ding and divert everyone's attention. This traitor was very despicable. This person must be found. He is a sinner of the Qin family. Elder. One by one, the elders shouted angrily. Lin Ling glanced at everyone and smiled faintly. There is no need to find him. He will jump out himself. Elder. Lin Ling, do you have a way? Elder. Qin Shao suddenly looked at Lin Ling. He realized that this youth had been very calm from beginning to end. Could it be that he had already sensed something? Qin Lan's heart inexplicably trembled. She became even more flustered, but she still comforted herself. Lin Ling was just scaring her and making her panic. So as long as she did not admit it, then even if everyone suspected her, they would not be able to do anything to her without any evidence. And once the Duan family obtained the pill formula, they would definitely win this competition for business shares. At that time, her father would be forced to give up the position of patriarch. Then, everything would be under her control. Her calculations were very good, but she forgot one thing. Obtaining the pill formula did not mean that Lin Ling would only sell one type of pill. In fact, Lin Ling had refined two types of pills for the Qin family. One was the 7th grade Clear Heart pill. The other was the 8th grade Bright River Sky pill. In order to make the 8th grade Bright River Sky pill popular among martial artists, he had slightly changed the 7th grade Clear Heart pill so that the two types of pills complemented each other. This meant that if one bought only one type of pill, it would be beneficial in the short term but harmful in the long term. At that time, they would have to buy the 8th grade Bright River Sky pill. The Bright River Sky pill's effect was to cleanse the spirit energy in the dantian, making the spirit energy pure. Therefore, martial artists who swallowed the 7th grade Clear Heart pill would find that although cultivating could stabilize the soul and not be disturbed by the outside world, the spirit energy would become more impure. At that time, they would need the Bright River Sky pill. This was a bundled marketing. Both types of pills were indispensable. As for the Duan family, they had obtained the Clear Heart pill. But without the Bright River Sky pill, the Clear Heart pill would be harmful. As expected, 3 days later, the streets were in an uproar. After taking the mind-clearing pill, my cultivation speed has increased and I'm about to break through to the next realm. However, for some reason, the spiritual energy in my body has become even more impure. Spirit chi is impure and impulsive. It can greatly reduce a martial artist's combat strength. The side effects of this Clear Heart pill are so great. Many martial artists discussed spiritedly. In fact, the Tranquil Heart pill was not poisonous. It only required them to spend more time refining the spiritual energy in their bodies. Ha, are you stupid? The Qin clan's pill workshop has the Sky Metropolis Bright River pill, which is specially used to purify the spiritual energy in one's body. It's even suitable for Holy Spirit realm experts. How could you not know about it? A warrior mocked, causing the gazes of the other warriors who were discussing to gather. Every medicine is 30% poisonous. How can you blame the mind-clearing pill? As long as we can find the antidote pill, it'll be fine. Moreover, the Sky Metropolis Bright River pill is cheaper than the Clear Heart pill. Just go and buy it. The mocking martial artist said again, causing a large number of martial artists to walk towards the Qin clan's medicinal pill workshop. Right? If the mind-clearing pill was bought from the Duan clan's medicinal pill workshop, then you can't buy the Sky Metropolis Bright River pill for a month. This is what the Qin clan's medicinal pill workshop said. The warrior said again, "What? It's not like we won't pay. This is too much." Many martial artists were dissatisfied. Who can be blamed for this? If you buy the mind-clearing pill from the Duan clan's medicinal pill workshop, then go to the Duan clan's medicinal pill workshop to solve your problem. What does it have to do with the Qin clan? Yeah, the Qin clan's meaning is very clear. If you want to buy medicinal pills, then go to the Qin clan to buy in the future. There's everything there. If you buy medicinal pills from the Duan clan, then go to the Duan clan to buy in the future. The Qin clan does not welcome you. Many martial artists felt that this was very normal. After all, the Duan clan and the Qin clan were competitors. The Qin clan would not clean up the mess for the Duan clan. Damn the Duan clan. That overseeing alchemist is really weak. I'm regretting buying medicinal pills from them. The crowd discussed animatedly again and agreed with this logic. They might as well go to the Qin clan's medicinal pill workshop to buy medicinal pills. Gradually, the streets of the Duan clan became cold and even began to decline. As for the streets of the Qin clan, they became more and more lively. At this moment, in the Duan clan, Dan Luofan was reclining in a chair, enjoying the massage of a maid. He held a wine cup in his hand and said, "Tell your patriarch to prepare the items on the list. I will consider helping you." In front of him stood a man in a green robe. His long hair was tied behind his head, and the words Lion Orchid were embroidered on his chest. He was from one of the 5 great ancient kingdoms, the Lion Orchid Ancient Kingdom. Dan Luofan was not surprised that this man would appear here. This man should have learned of his magnificent achievements in the Duan clan and thus came to recruit him. And now that the Duan clan had borrowed his pill recipes, they should have made a comeback. As for the Qin clan, they should be in chaos right now. With this thought in mind, Dan Luofan quietly waited for the man's reply. However, the man's expression was indifferent. He shook his head and said, "I'm very sorry. The patriarch feels that your assistance to the Duan clan this time has ruined your reputation. Thus, he did not recruit you. Instead, he chose Sun Xian, the genius alchemist of one of the 7 great martial arts palaces, Heaven-Bearing Palace." What? Dan Luofan's pupils shrank. Didn't he use the 7th grade clear heart pill to help the Duan clan make a comeback? Dan Luofan, what is the meaning of this? At this moment, an angry voice sounded out. Then, a figure walked in with large strides, his eyes staring fixedly at Dan Luofan. This person was Duan Tianhe. "Dan Luofan, I've treated you well, so why do you want to harm my Duan clan?" After walking in, Duan Tianhe described the bleak situation of the Duan clan's pill shop. This caused Dan Luofan's heart to fiercely tremble. He stood up from his chair, his initial arrogance nowhere to be seen. The clear heart pill was poisonous, so it needed the Sky River pill to complement it. He had obtained the clear heart pill's pill formula, but he did not have the Sky River pill's pill formula. This also meant that he had been tricked. Furthermore, the clear heart pill that the Duan clan was selling was actually advertising for the Qin clan. After all the martial artists that came to the Duan clan to buy the clear heart pill would eventually have to go to the Qin clan. The Duan clan's previous customers had all been snatched away. Thinking of this, Dan Luofan's mind buzzed and his face paled. The man from the ancient kingdom of Lion Orchid sneered, "Dan Luofan, the alchemy genius of the 7 profound martial house, this move has ruined your reputation." As he finished speaking, he gloated and left. Ruined his reputation? Dan Luofan's heart trembled. In the past, he had worked hard in the rainforest Holy Land and made a name for himself as an alchemy genius. But now, all of that had been destroyed. "It's Qin Lan!" Dan Luofan suddenly roared. All of this had been a trap. In order to completely exterminate the Duan clan, Qin Lan had used the trick of injuring herself to gain his confidence. It seemed as if she had given him the pill recipe, but the truth was that she was framing him. This was likely something that Qin Lan and Lin Ling had agreed upon. Qin Lan was too shrewd. Dan Luofan's eyes turned red. He strode away, wanting to question Qin Lan. This woman had caused him to be so miserable. Qin Lan. Duan Tianhe's complexion was also ugly. The Qin family's move was too insidious. Then, he also followed Dan Luofan. However, what they didn't know was that Qin Lan had never framed them. Even Lin Ling hadn't framed them. It was just that they had lifted a rock and smashed it on their own feet. Chapter 656. Denouncing Qin Nan. When the Duan family used the Clear Mind pill, the elders of the Qin family thought that the Qin family was going to lose. However, they didn't expect Lin Ling to have a hidden trump card, the Bright River pill, which made the Qin family's business flourish again and even better than before. At this point, they were even more convinced of Lin Ling's abilities. Everyone was happy. Only Qin Lan's beautiful face was filled with frost. Clearly, she had not expected this result. "Eldest miss, everyone is happy. Why do you look so gloomy?" In the spacious hall, Lin Ling was drinking tea as usual as he looked at Qin Lan and smiled faintly. Qin Lan's eyes flickered and hatred flowed in her eyes. She was about to succeed, but Lin Ling still had a hidden trump card, making all her efforts go down the drain. How could she be happy? However, she quickly forced a smile and said, "No, I'm also happy for the Qin family." "Is that so? The elixir store's business is booming, but Master Yi Ding died an unjust death. If we can find the murderer, how will you deal with it?" Lin Ling smiled and said meaningfully. Qin Lan's heart trembled and she continued to smile and said, "Of course it will be the death penalty. I think the elders also think so." At this moment, she had no choice but to say so. Yes, this person betrayed the Qin family. If it weren't for the guest elder Lin Ling, the Qin family would have been destroyed. Therefore, this person must die. Speaking of the person who betrayed the Qin family, the other elders said coldly. This made Qin Lan panic. She was sure that if the Qin family found out that she was the murderer, they wouldn't let her go. Bang! At this moment, the gate of the manor was blasted open. A large number of figures rushed in with surging killing intent. The two people in the lead were Duan Tianhe and Dan Luofen. "Lin Ling, you're really sinister. You're actually willing to do anything to win." After entering the manor, Duan Tianhe immediately let out a furious roar, causing the entire manor to shake. One had to know that the streets that he had painstakingly built had all been destroyed in an instant, so how could he not be angry? If he had the chance, he would definitely kill Lin Ling. Swish, swish. The various elders of the Qin clan also walked out of the hall and came to the manor. Qin Shao looked coldly at Duan Tianhe and the others. He was not surprised that they would come. After all, the Duan clan was supposed to win. However, they lost in the end. If it was anyone else, they would not be in a good mood. "You're angry because you lost? Coming to my territory to behave atrociously, do you think that the great Qin Empire doesn't exist?" However, when facing an external enemy, Qin Shao was clearly even more domineering. He did not have the forbearance he had when facing Qin Lan. "Old devil Qin, don't be too complacent." Duan Tianhe's face turned even uglier, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. All of this was caused by Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at Duan Tianhe with some surprise. Only now did he know that Duan Tianhe was the middle-aged man from the Dragon Pan Lake competition. However, this result made him even more satisfied. "So it's an old acquaintance. Have you come to the Qin clan for tea?" Lin Ling raised the teacup in his hand as he casually spoke. His relaxed appearance caused Duan Tianhe's eyes to fill with killing intent. "Lin Ling, if you have the ability, why don't you compete with me in a fair competition of pills and rely on schemes to win? What kind of alchemist are you?" On the side, Dan Luofan couldn't help but roar. Compared to Duan Tianhe, his killing intent towards Lin Ling was even stronger. This was because Lin Ling had harmed him twice. "I don't know what you're talking about." However, in the face of Dan Luofan's accusation, Lin Ling shrugged and said indifferently, "You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it? Or are you afraid of losing face?" Dan Luofan coldly snorted and then pointed at Qin Lan. "You told Qin Lan to give me the pill formula, but there was only one. Without the Sky Capital Bright River pill formula, the Clear Heart pill was simply harmful. You made all the customers leave the Duan clan's pill workshop. This was your trap. If not for your schemes, even if the Duan clan lost, it wouldn't have happened so quickly. Lin Ling, you call yourself an alchemist in vain." He had lost, so this time, he had come to denounce Lin Ling and expose him. At the very least, he wanted to let everyone know that he, Dan Luofeng, had not lost in alchemy skills, but had lost to Lin Ling's schemes and schemes. Moreover, he had already lost face, but he wouldn't let Lin Ling off. He wanted to make Lin Ling lose face. Lin Ling's expression was still calm. He smiled and said, "If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. You say I framed you, but do you have proof?" "Proof?" "Then ask the Qin clan's eldest Mississippi. That day, she gave me the pill formula and her body. Such a shameless slut. In order to win, she's willing to use any method." Dan Luofan gnashed his teeth, cursing Qin Lan in front of countless people. What? The eldest misgave herself to this bastard? The Qin clan's elder's eyes narrowed again. This news was like a bolt from the blue. Qin Shao also stared at Qin Lan with wide eyes, as if he wanted to hear Qin Lan's explanation. At this moment, Qin Lan's face was incomparably pale. Her reputation had been ruined. When Dan Luofan angrily arrived, she knew it was too late. And she couldn't argue at all. "That's right, I gave the pill formula to the Duan clan." Finally, Qin Lan walked out and coldly looked at Qin Shao. Her words caused Qin Zhao's eyes to narrow. Was it really his daughter who betrayed the Qin clan? He muttered, "That Grandmaster Yi Ding was also killed by you? Only the dead can hide secrets, so he had to die." Qin Lan's face was somewhat distorted, and she even became hysterical. "You forced me to do this. Father, why do you oppose me? Everything I did was for the Qin clan. Why do you oppose me? Why do you believe an outsider? And you, Lin Ling, I've never provoked you. Why do you always make things difficult for me? You even set up a trap to trick me. Lin Ling, what are your intentions?" Since the matter had been exposed, Qin Lan didn't hide anything. However, she coldly looked at Lin Ling. All of this was caused by Lin Ling. Everyone looked at Lin Ling, including Dan Luofan. They wanted to see what Lin Ling had to say. "Ha." Lin Ling coldly smiled, and his clear eyes also became cold. "Qin Lan, you said I made things difficult for you? Then let me ask you, after coming to the Qin clan, how did I make things difficult for you? I cured your father, and what did I ask you for in return?" Lin Ling's words caused Qin Lan to frown. Lin Ling has never opposed elder sister. When the patriarch supported Lin Ling to become a guest elder, elder sister was the one who opposed it. She even wanted to become an elder herself. At this time, Qin Jingtian also spoke, causing many people to nod. They had also seen this matter, so they knew the whole story. "Just because I didn't follow your orders, you think I'm targeting you? Qin Lan, oh Qin Lan, this world doesn't revolve around you. You want to be the head of the family, so everyone who stands in your way is against you, including your father and your younger brother." Lin Ling took a step forward and coldly looked at Qin Lan. He had always maintained the status of a bystander in the Qin clan, but this time, he attacked. Chapter 657. You deserve it. His cold voice was like thunder as it fell into Qin Lan's ears, causing her delicate body to tremble. However, her eyes became even more sinister. "So, in order to punish me, you used a sinister scheme to trick me. You are very shrewd. So, you don't have the right to be punished by me, and you don't have the right to be punished by me." Sigh. Lin Ling said indifferently, "As for me using a sinister scheme to trick you? Sorry, my original plan was that the Tranquil Heart pill and the Sky Capital Bright River pill were medicinal pills that complemented each other. It's just that in order to win, you stole the pill formula and gave it to the Duan clan. That's why you shot yourself in the foot. This is the result of your own bad intentions." So, Lin Ling had never thought that Qin Lan would steal the pill formulas. However, his two types of pills complemented each other. This resulted in Qin Lan stealing one pill formula but not the other, trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice used to lure it. Buzz. Qin Lan's mind buzzed and she couldn't help but take a step back. She had thought that Lin Ling had been trying to frame her all this time, but now she suddenly understood that Lin Ling hadn't been trying to frame her. Instead, he had courted death by stealing a single pill recipe, causing him to backfire on himself. That meant that she had dug her own grave. "Qin Lan, serves you right. The crowd had a vague idea of what had happened and they all sneered at Qin Lan. Sigh. Qin Shao looked at her daughter and couldn't help but sigh again. Qin Lan had committed her own sins and now she was blaming it on Lin Ling. This was very ugly. And you, Dan Luofan, you said that we were both alchemists so we should have a fair battle. However, this was a fair battle in the first place. You just cheated and wanted to use my pill recipe to turn the tables. In the end, you made a fool of yourself. Sigh. Lin Ling shouted again and looked at Dan Luofan with an overbearing aura. Dan Luofan's face was incomparably pale. This time, he wanted to regain his face and at least not lose too shamefully. However, the result was that he lost even more shamefully. His reputation was even more ruined. And most importantly, he found that Lin Ling didn't seem to be with Qin Lan. In that case, Qin Lan was indeed helping him, but now the matter was exposed because of him. In other words, he had helped Lin Ling get rid of an enemy. Lin Ling, how hateful. You asked for it? Many people already knew what had happened, and they all looked at Dan Luofan with ridicule in their eyes. Dan Luofan was an alchemy genius of the 7 profound martial house, and he had an illustrious reputation in his family. However, he had stolen other people's pill recipes in an attempt to turn defeat into victory. In the end, he had lost again. This time, Dan Luofan didn't have the qualifications to call himself an alchemist. Lin Ling. Qin Lan's body trembled. She was even more humiliated than Dan Luofan because she had lost her body and her dignity. The most terrifying thing was that she had lost everything, yet she still hadn't won. Although she was the one to blame for all of this, how could she be willing to accept it? Lin Ling, you're nothing but a clown. Qin Lan took a step forward and threw herself at Lin Ling. She wanted Lin Ling to die. Qin Lan, you've gone mad. Elder. Lin Ling was their Qin family's benefactor. Qin Lan had always made things difficult for him, but Lin Ling had never paid any attention to her. Instead, he had silently helped the Qin family. However, Qin Lan had sinned and caused them to lose all face. Instead, she vented her anger on Lin Ling. You cannot do as you wish. However, just as Qin Lan moved, a figure shot out like a bolt of lightning, appearing in front of Qin Lan. That icy face had a touch of regret as he coldly said, "This person was the Qin family's old master, Qin Shao. Father, let me kill him." Qin Lan's eyes were red. However, Qin Shao still didn't budge. He only looked at his daughter and finally said, "Should he be killed?" Yes. This question seemed to be directed at himself, but the truth was that it was directed at all the elders, and also at Lin Ling. She said that anyone who killed Grandmaster Yi Ding must die. Lin Ling's expression was incomparably indifferent. He didn't show any mercy. With his personality, he would treat others the same way as others. Qin Lan wanted to kill him, so how could he let her live? Moreover, what he hated the most in this life were ungrateful people. What he hated the most were people who abandoned their family in order to become stronger. In order to become stronger, in order to enjoy the feeling of being superior, Qin Lan abandoned all her family. She had no right to exist in this world. Sigh, little Lan, why do you have to do this? Qin Shao naturally knew this. He sighed again, and a huge amount of spiritual energy appeared in his right hand and enveloped Qin Lan. Qin Lan's pretty face turned pale. Her father wanted to kill her. "Father, I'm your daughter." Qin Lan panicked and hurriedly begged for mercy. "When did you ever think of me as your father? When did you ever think of me as your father? Little Lan, I can tolerate any of your willfulness, but there are some things in life that can't be wrong. If you're wrong, you can't turn back." Qin Zhao's voice seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant. In the end, his right hand slammed down heavily. Bang! There was a dull sound, and Qin Lan's head was crushed. She looked at her father with unwillingness, and then slowly fell to the ground. The crowd's hearts fiercely trembled. They suddenly sighed, but they didn't know why, but they didn't feel any sympathy. Perhaps everything was as Qin Shao had said. There were some things in life that can't be wrong. If you're wrong, you can't turn back. Lin Ling's eyes flashed, and his mood was somewhat complex. Suddenly, he looked up at the blue sky, and then faintly smiled. His family had appeared there. His grandfather, father, mother, Yu, and the Fire Ancient clan. These people were the most important people in his life. No matter what, he would never abandon them, nor would he betray them in order to become stronger. This was his principle. In this ruthless world, some people would give up everything in order to become stronger. But Lin Ling would never do that. He would never become the next Qin Lan. This was his belief. Dan Luofeng, the alchemy genius of the 7 profound martial house, what do you have to say now? Lin Ling gathered his thoughts and smiled at Dan Luofeng. This gloating expression caused Dan Luofeng to grit his teeth. What else could he say? His reputation had been ruined, and he had lost everything that an alchemist should have. He had nothing to say. Perhaps the only thing he could say was to kill Lin Ling. Unfortunately, the Qin family had so many masters. Not to mention him, but even Duan Tianhe might not be able to kill Lin Ling. You have guts. When you return to the 7 profound martial house, there won't be anyone from the Qin family to protect you. You will regret this. Dan Luofeng angrily said, and then coldly snorted and left. Duan Tianhe angrily glared at Lin Ling, and finally left. Obviously, they had come here to denounce him. But the truth was, they hadn't thought that they would be smashing their own feet with a stone. There was a brief moment of silence in the manor. But soon, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Ling, and many of them were faintly shocked. Lin Ling was only an 18-year-old boy, and his strength wasn't too strong. But today, he had risen like a dazzling star. Not only had he removed the Qin family's internal problems, but he had also forced the Duan family to return with grievances. Chapter 658. Between fast and slow, from today onwards, all members of the Great Qin Empire below the rank of elder will listen to Lin Ling's orders. Qin Shao looked at Lin Ling and laughed. Then, he enunciated every word clearly, causing Lin Ling's lips to curl into a smile. He finally got everything he wanted. And this news also spread to the Great Qin Empire through Qin Shao. It even appeared in the ears of the Great Qin Emperor. After the mysterious Great Qin Emperor roughly understood Lin Ling's every move, he did not hesitate and nodded his head in agreement. Evidently, the Great Qin Emperor also thought highly of Lin Ling's potential. At the same time, the 24 family heads of the Great Qin Empire all received the order that Lin Ling would be a guest elder of the Great Qin Empire. This caused quite a commotion within the Great Qin Empire. It was night and a cool breeze blew. In the Qin family, 2 figures stood quietly in the garden. Their gazes were fixed on the bright moonlight in the sky. Old Master Qin, I'm sorry. Because of me, Qin Lan. Lin Ling held a wine cup in his hand. After drinking a mouthful, he suddenly said softly, this has nothing to do with you. Qin Lan has been ambitious for a long time. Even without your appearance, her ambition would have been exposed sooner or later. The only difference is whether it was exposed sooner or later. And your appearance at least allowed her to reveal her ambition sooner than later. It's better than being schemed against by her in the future. Qin Shao also drank a mouthful of wine and laughed as he shook his head. Although it was Lin Ling who asked him to kill Qin Lan today, he knew that in reality, even if Lin Ling did not say anything, the other elders would have asked him to kill Qin Lan. This was an unchanging fact. After all, Qin Lan almost caused the destruction of the Qin family. What made him sigh was that every man for himself and the devil took the hindmost. His daughter had actually abandoned her father and everyone else for him. Lin Ling, in reality, the Qin family should be thanking you. After all, if not for you, the Qin family line would have been taken away by the Great Qin Empire, and I would not be able to keep my position as the head of the family. Qin Shao said again, Old Master Qin, you flatter me. Lin Ling shook his head. He had often heard the elders talk about the annihilation of clans, but he knew that the meaning of annihilation was that if they didn't produce any results, the Great Qin Empire would remove their bloodline and let the new bloodline become one of the 24 clan heads. This was the destruction that the elders spoke of. Lin Ling, you're from Flying Dragon Shoal, and I believe that it won't be long before your name shakes the entire rainforest Holy Land. As such, I have high hopes for you, and I've told Great Qin's Majesty my thoughts on you. Great Qin's majesty also has high hopes for you, and our Great Qin Empire will be a powerful backing for you. Qin Shao looked at Lin Ling and said again. He knew that Lin Ling's talent was very good, and he was also extraordinarily courageous. Although he looked brave, he could also endure silently. For example, his daughter had constantly provoked Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had always endured silently. If his daughter hadn't brought this upon herself, Lin Ling might have ignored her for Qin Zhao's sake. When it was time to be low-key, when it was time to be high-key, when it was time to be high-key, when it was time to be high-key. Thank you. Thank you. Lin Ling bowed gratefully. The old master trusted him so much and was so honest with him. He would remember this kindness in his heart. The two of them chatted for a long time, and when night fell, Lin Ling returned to his room. The current me is still not strong enough. Thinking back to what had happened in the Qin clan, Lin Ling's goal of becoming stronger became even more firm. Although he was the main character in this trip to the Qin clan, strength didn't determine everything. In this world, strength was the foundation of everything. Fortunately, he had already reached the peak of the King Spirit realm, and he had two great martial intents, the 50% true intent of fire and the 60% true intent of sword. Compared to the older generation, this strength wasn't very strong, but against those of the same age, Lin Ling didn't fear anyone. As long as they were at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit realm, he was confident that he could defeat them. Currently, I don't lack spirit herbs for the true fire pill, but my cultivation is still too low, so it's not suitable for me to raise the grade of my king body. Lin Ling muttered to himself again. He could only raise the grade of his king body after breaking through to the King Spirit realm. Early in the morning, Lin Ling woke up early. Holding a large sword in his hand, he stood quietly in the courtyard. There was a huge maple tree in the courtyard, and the refreshing morning breeze blew past, causing the maple leaves to fall like snow. Clang! At this moment, a sword light flashed, and a terrifying aura bloomed, causing all the maple leaves to tremble. Lin Ling stood quietly, holding his sword. His brows furrowed slightly, as if he was somewhat dissatisfied. He was cultivating the Overlord sword art. He had already cultivated this sword art to perfection, but it hadn't reached the realm of subtlety. Subtlety was the highest realm of martial arts, and the Overlord sword art's subtlety realm naturally allowed one's sword intent to reach the peak of 60%. Fast and slow, it's hard to grasp. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He had a fast sword and a slow sword, but he wanted to find a sword concept between them. If he had to use a word to describe it, it would be Overlord. Perhaps this was the Overlord sword art's subtlety realm. In the past, the stone sculpture sword soul allowed me to grasp 100% sword intent. That was the Overlord realm. However, the sword intent has disappeared, and it will be difficult to find that feeling again. Lin Ling closed his eyes and continued to comprehend. Finally, at a certain moment, the sword in his hand slashed out again. Clang! An extreme sword intent flashed out, as if it came from the horizon. This sword made Lin Ling smile slightly. Although his sword intent hadn't increased, the power of this sword had increased by a lot. It faintly had the aura of a world domination song. This was an indescribable sword intent. Giving up on the fast and slow sword arts and leaving only one sword, that was the sword intent, world domination song. Lin Ling, no wonder you can become the youngest genius on the 7 profound prodigy list. Since coming to my Qin family, I've seen you wake up early every day to cultivate. At this moment, Qin Jingtian's voice sounded in the small courtyard. He walked in with a smile and a look of admiration on his face. Although his cultivation level was higher than Lin Ling's, Lin Ling was younger than him. When he was Lin Ling's age, he was much weaker than Lin Ling. This sword has an indescribable feeling. When it slashes out, it seems unavoidable. Then, Qin Jingtian looked at the maple leaves around him and said, "Unfortunately, it's still lacking a bit." He believed that with his martial arts experience, he should be able to give some pointers to Lin Ling. "Brother Qin, that might not be the case." Lin Ling smiled lightly. After he said that, the maple leaves that had fallen to the ground shook and turned into powder. It felt as if the leaves had been slashed countless times. It was extremely strange. Qin Jingtian's eyes narrowed. He sensed the terrifying power of that sword. When the sword struck, the leaves didn't shatter, but they shattered when they fell to the ground. This kind of sword intent was at the point of perfection. It wasn't something that any swordsman could control. Lin Ling's sword intent seemed to be at 60%, but it had reached the peak of 60%. I'm a disciple of the 7 profound prodigy palace. I'm also a genius. My strength is similar to those on the 7 profound prodigy list. How about we spar? Qin Jingtian suddenly became interested, which made Lin Ling smile and nod. Qin Jingtian's cultivation level was higher than his, and he also had the ancient black tortoise bloodline. Therefore, Lin Ling was very interested to spar with him. Chapter 659. Ancient Tomb Palace. Is the Heaven's Proud Son of Heaven list the same as the 7 profound martial houses? Lin Ling curiously asked. About the same. If there is a difference, then perhaps it is the strength of the top proud sons of heaven. I am currently ranked 400th on the Proud Son of Heaven list, and your strength should be ranked 450th. Qin Jingtian guessed. Although Lin Ling's ranking wasn't high, Lin Ling had only been on the Proud Son of Heaven list for a short time. For him to be ranked 450th in such a short time was already terrifying. The Proud Son of Heaven list has a total of 500 Proud Sons of Heaven? Lin Ling asked again. After he had become a Proud Son of Heaven, he hadn't paid much attention to the Proud Son of Heaven list. But he knew that he had to rush into the Proud Son of Heaven list and reach first place. Only then would he have the qualifications to challenge the Martial House Master. Qin Jingtian nodded. The 7 Martial Hall's Proud Son of Heaven list are all the same. The Proud Son of Heaven list is filled with Masters of the Royal Spirit Realm. Those ranked below 400 are all at the early stage of the Royal Spirit Realm. Although their cultivation is the same, there are still differences in strength. Lin Ling agreed with this point. Although they were at the same cultivation level, their combat strength was different. Some had a high-grade king body, some had a deep martial arts background, and some had the true meaning of martial arts. In short, each had their own powerful domain. However, Lin Ling soon smiled. The other proud sons of heaven all had their own powerful domains, but he was strong in all of them. Although his cultivation was slow, his foundation was solid. Since Brother Qin is ranked 400th, that means you are a top proud son of heaven at the early stage of the Royal Spirit Realm. Then, let me test Brother Qin's strength. Lin Ling smiled at Qin Jingtian after knowing the general ranking of the Proud Son of Heaven list. But Qin Jingtian nodded. He was also excited to fight Lin Ling. Then, a massive amount of spiritual energy filled the air, causing all the flowers and plants in the garden to sway. His king physique was the same as Lin Ling's, which was also at the 5th grade. However, his realm was higher than Lin Ling's, so he was confident that he was stronger than Lin Ling. Lin Ling's brows furrowed slightly. Not long ago, he had fought with cultivators at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, but they weren't considered prodigies. Now that he was fighting with Qin Jingtian, he immediately realized how terrifying a prodigy of the Emperor Spirit Realm was. Tightening his grip on his sword, Lin Ling subconsciously wanted to slash out with the tyrannical profound from before, which was the peak of 60% sword intent. But in the end, he restrained himself. After all, his sword was very sharp. Once his sword was out, a head would fall. If he couldn't restrain his power in time, he was afraid that he would kill Qin Jingtian with one strike. Once a swordsman made his move, it was always earth-shattering. Tyrannical Song of the World. Holding the sword with both hands, Lin Ling's expression became indifferent. An extreme sword intent spread out, causing Qin Jingtian's expression to become serious. He had seen Lin Ling's sword before, but seeing it from the sidelines was different from seeing it in person. Only when facing it in person could he feel the tyrannical power of that sword. The sword wanted to kill and destroy everything. Not only was this sword sharp, it was even more tyrannical, and it was filled with endless battle intent. He was sure that Lin Ling had cultivated a battle intent martial art, but his guess was right. Lin Ling had cultivated the war god fist in the past. Black Tortoise Boundary Palm. With a low shout, Qin Jingtian also used a powerful martial art. An ancient black tortoise shell appeared and spun continuously. It was displayed by Qin Jingtian's powerful palm technique, and its defensive power was extremely strong. It was said that it could block a second-grade Emperor realm martial art. It was extremely terrifying. Rumble. The sword slashed on the black tortoise shell, and a deafening sound rang out. A terrifying aura spread out from the two of them, and the garden was instantly turned into dust. An open space appeared. In the open space, two young figures clashed. Gotcha. In the next moment, Lin Ling's sword intent disappeared, causing him to frown. Qin Jingtian's martial art was very mysterious. It could actually turn his attack into nothingness, and even disintegrate his sword intent. Hee, Lin Ling, although you didn't break my martial art, you made me use the black tortoise boundary palm with 120% completion. You're also very strong. Feeling Lin Ling's sword intent disappear, Qin Jingtian smiled faintly. That's not necessarily true. Lin Ling smiled, then stood up and put away his sword. The moment he put away his sword, the huge black tortoise shell shook slightly, then shattered like glass. It appeared. It was the same sword intent realm as before. When the sword struck out, the leaf wouldn't shatter. This. Qin Jingtian's pupils constricted. This sword was too domineering, and it definitely wasn't an ordinary 60% sword intent. Following this, he bitterly smiled. I didn't think that this move would end in a draw. The bitterness in his heart wasn't because he'd lost to Lin Ling, but because Lin Ling was merely at the peak of the King's Spirit Realm while he was at the early stage of the Emperor's Spirit Realm. However, such a battle had actually ended in a draw, and he hadn't won. No wonder even the great Qin King thought highly of Lin Ling's potential. His martial arts foundation was simply too deep. This one move was just a spar. If it was a battle of life and death, I, Lin Ling, would be the one to lose. Lin Ling said with a smile, causing Qin Jingtian to chuckle. However, he didn't say anything proudly. He also knew that this was just a spar, but if they really fought, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to defeat him. After all, Lin Ling had only been able to break through one of his moves with his full strength. However, he could easily use the same move again. This was the difference between them. Even though he knew this result, Qin Jingtian still comforted Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't seem to care at all, but only he knew in his heart that he hadn't even used the subtlety realm. After all, that sword was simply too terrifying, and he was afraid that Qin Jingtian wouldn't be able to react in time and would be injured by his sword. Moreover, Lin Ling's strength wasn't just in his sword, but also in his fire intent. For example, the Great Vermilion Bird's flames was also at 60% fire intent, and it wasn't any weaker than that sword. In addition, he also had the blazing sun of the sun, and so on. Lin Ling was confident that he had the strength to defeat Qin Jingtian. This meant that if he had to be ranked on the Heaven's Pride roll, he would be ranked in the 400th. After all, the Heaven's Pride roll was on all 7 martial arts halls, and apart from the top geniuses, the rest of the rankings were almost the same. Such a nice garden was ruined by you guys. At that moment, a laugh sounded out in the garden, and a tall and sturdy figure walked in. It was Qin Xiao. After walking in, he calmly looked at Qin Jingtian before his gaze fell on Lin Ling, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. He could sense that in the short time that Lin Ling had been in the Qin clan, his strength had once again increased. Moreover, he could roughly guess that in the previous battle, Lin Ling hadn't used his full strength. It was just that Lin Ling didn't say it out loud to save little Tian's face. It just so happens that both of you are here. Not long ago, the great Qin King sent me a message saying that an ancient martial artist's tomb appeared in the Ice Plains region of the upper 3 regions. The great Qin King wants our branch to go and take a look. What do you think? Qin Xiao said with a serious expression. An ancient tomb? Lin Ling and Qin Jingtian looked at each other in shock. It's said that there are countless treasures in the ancient tomb, including a large number of spirit crystals. The great Qin King wants to take back the spirit crystals, and it's said that there are also spirit artifacts. Qin Xiao continued. Spirit artifacts? Chapter 660. What is the Icefield region? Spirit. It represented a spiritual artifact. It could increase a martial artist's combat strength by as much as 50%. It could be said that even if you were an ordinary martial artist, if you were lucky enough to obtain a spirit artifact, you would be able to soar to the heavens and roam the rainforest Holy Land. Besides spirit artifacts, there are also many ancient martial artist treasures. This is very beneficial to us. Qin Shao licked his lips. Even he was tempted. Lin Ling's heart violently jumped, but he still calmly said, "Such an ancient tomb, I'm afraid that many people will go there." Yes. The treasures were precious. The competition was naturally fierce. Yes, it is said that the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family have obtained a key. The geniuses of the 7 martial arts halls have also received the news. Therefore, we must find the last key before they do. Qin Shao frowned. Qin Shao said with a frown. The location of the ancient tomb had been revealed, but if they wanted to open it, they would need 3 keys. 2 of the keys belonged to the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family, and the last key was in the ice field. We only know that the ancient tomb is in the Icefield region's Black-Yellow Mountain Range. Qin Shao continued. Qin Shao looked at Lin Ling and Qin Jingtian. Qin Jingtian nodded without hesitation. On the other hand, Lin Ling pondered for a moment. He was currently stuck at the peak of the King's Spirit Realm. If he wanted to make a breakthrough, he feared that he would have to fight. If he returned to the 7 profound martial house, he would have the Mountain River Valley. His cultivation speed would be faster than others, but he was still not satisfied with this speed. The ancient tomb was a place that allowed a genius to soar to the heavens. Therefore, Lin Ling planned to go and experience it. Okay, 3 days from now, let's set off. Yes. The Icefield region belonged to the upper 3 regions. One had to ride a dragon boat to reach it, but it was extremely close to the rainforest Holy Land. The rainforest Holy Land was the core of the 100 territories. It was also the Holy Land of martial arts. There were 7 martial arts halls here, as well as all sorts of powerful forces. If one were to compare it, it would be like a country's main city. The 100 territories surrounded the rainforest Holy Land. Although it seemed like they were separated by an ocean, the truth was that they were like 100 cities. These cities were divided into strong and weak. For instance, the lower 3 regions were like small villages. The middle 3 regions were like a country city, and the upper 3 regions were main cities. Every city's martial artist wanted to cultivate in the core rainforest sacred land, and they also wanted to have their own influence there. Up until now, the most famous influence was the 5 great ancient countries. As for the Icefield region, it was also famous in the upper 3 regions. It had a long history and its warriors were not weak. It was also very close to the rainforest. It was rumored that this place used to be a great land of ancient ice, vast and boundless. However, a long time ago, a great battle happened here, causing the ancient ice to melt and yellow sand to fill the air. That was why it was called the Icy Plains region. However, in reality, it was a region filled with yellow sand. However, the martial artists here were valiant and overbearing, and they worshipped strength. At this moment, on the yellow road, a carriage was slowly moving forward, bringing up a cloud of dust. Inside the carriage, 3 young figures sat quietly. Through the window, they looked at the world of yellow sand outside. One of them was Lin Ling. He had finally arrived at the Icefield region. I haven't been back to the cloud domain for a long time. I wonder how my family is doing. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Cloud domain? It doesn't seem far from here. Elder Lin, if you want to go, I, Qin Liming, will accompany you after the ancient tomb is over. Next to him, a 19-year-old girl smiled. She had a round, oval-shaped face, black eyes, and rosy cheeks. She gave off a youthful and lively aura. Liming, don't mess around. Next to him, Qin Jingtian immediately reprimanded. This was his cousin, also a member of the great Qin bloodline. When she heard that they were going to the ancient tomb, she immediately volunteered to come. The 3 of them represented the great Qin Empire and were the first batch to come to the Icefield region. As for Qin Shao and the other experts, they would come after dealing with the Qin family's pill store. Hearing Qin Jingtian's reprimand, Qin Liming stuck out her tongue, looking somewhat cute. The Icefield region has always been chaotic in the upper three regions, especially Xinhuang City. It's said that it's a lawless region. After entering the city, Liming, you must not cause any trouble. Even the great Qin Empire doesn't dare to be too arrogant there. Qin Jingtian warned again, causing Qin Liming to nod helplessly. Lin Ling laughed. Qin Liming's personality was straightforward, naive, and lively. She was much better than Qin Lan. Hiya. At this moment, two black leopards as tall as a man quickly passed by the yellow road, moving forward at a speed as fast as black lightning. Mid-stage Emperor's Spirit Realm. Lin Ling looked through the window and his eyes flickered. As expected of the upper three realms, there were so many Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators here. And from the looks of it, these two were also here for the ancient tomb. Those aren't geniuses. They can only be described as ordinary mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators. If you want to fight them, Lin Ling, you may not lose. Qin Jingtian said with a smile. He knew that Lin Ling's foundation was terrifying. He was a true monstrous genius. Fighting above his level was extremely easy. No way, Elder Lin is only a King Spirit Realm cultivator. That's fighting 2 levels above you. Qin Liming didn't know Lin Ling's strength and couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say anything. However, it was true. He was confident that he could defeat ordinary mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators, but it would be difficult for him to defeat geniuses. Stop the horses. At this moment, an angry roar sounded in front of the yellow road. The voice was very loud, causing the horses to neigh and jump up, causing the carriage to almost flip over. What's going on? The sudden change caused Lin Ling to frown. His tyrannical strength exploded as he pressed down with his foot. The horses neighed and the carriage was finally pressed down. Then, Lin Ling and Qin Jingtian stepped down from their horses and looked indifferently at the people in front of the yellow road. There were 3 figures in front of the yellow dirt road. They were all men in their 40s. One of them had a scar on his face, giving him a ferocious look. They were also looking at Lin Ling and the other 2 walking over. The corners of their mouths could not help but curl into a sneer. These 3 little fellows are quite strong. My lion's roar earlier flipped over several horses, but they still managed to stop it. One of them shrugged. They blocked the road and suddenly frightened the horses and played with the passers-by. However, not only did they not feel guilty, they even seemed to enjoy the feeling of playing with others. These 3 were obviously not kind people. Why? Lin Ling looked at the 3 of them indifferently and asked. No reason. This road was opened by us. Those who pass by have to pay spirit crystals. 100 mid-grade spirit crystals per person. The leader, the man with the scar, said indifferently. This road is endless. At first glance, it's obvious that it's often used by passers-by. Thus, it formed this yellow road. You say that you opened it? Moreover, the 2 cultivators who rode the Black Panther passed by here. You didn't collect spirit crystals because their mounts weren't weak. Lin Ling coldly stated, his words causing the 3 cultivators to frown. Lin Ling's words were true. Earlier, the 2 cultivators were riding on black cloud leopards. Since they were able to tame such demonic beasts, they naturally weren't weak. Therefore, the 3 cultivators didn't stop them. Chapter 661. The 7 Profound Martial House's Elites. Are you going to hand it over or not? One of them impatiently asked. And if I don't hand it over? Lin Ling finally frowned. Then don't blame us. Every year there are many martial artists that die on this road. We don't lack you. Also, I think you're stupid. For money, you don't even care about your lives. The martial artist leader helplessly shook his head. Every time they blocked the road, they would meet some arrogant juniors. But when death approached, they would tear off their mask of arrogance and kneel down to beg for mercy. Lin Ling shook his head. It seemed that he had no other choice. In the mysterious Yellow Mountain Range, the strong were truly revered. He slowly removed the sword from his back. As for Qin Jingtian and the other youth, they stretched their necks. Naturally, they understood. Since you dare to attack, then I won't let you live. 2 early Emperor Spirit Realm martial artists, and one isn't even at the Emperor Spirit Realm. You'll all die here. The Knife Scar leader sneered. He wasn't surprised by Lin Ling's choice, and this was even better. Because if Lin Ling refused, then they could kill him and steal his treasures. These rich young masters always had many treasures. This was a deal worth it. I'll kill this arrogant youth. The Knife Scar leader's first choice was Lin Ling. This wasn't the first time that the three of them had tried to rob someone. They knew that in order to deal with an enemy, they had to first deal with the weakest. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was the weakest. Shio. Without any nonsense, Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. Sword astral light shone like the moon. Clang. The Knife Scar leader didn't even take out his weapon. His head instantly exploded. It wasn't cut off, but exploded. The power behind this sword strike was terrifying. What? The two remaining youths' pupils shrank. An early Emperor Spirit Realm martial artist couldn't block this youth's sword strike. Wait, they anxiously shouted. This youth was too terrifying. Kill them. Lin Ling softly said, then turned and walked towards the carriage. Come out, you'll pay for this sooner or later. Qin Jingtian and the other youth didn't hesitate. They attacked and killed the two remaining youths. After a moment, the carriage continued onward. What a powerful sword! In the distance, many people of the younger generation were also heading towards Xianhuang City. They had seen the scene from before, and their hearts were greatly shaken. The three cultivators blocking their way were all at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and there were two on the blue and white-robed youth's side. However, they were clearly prodigies of the martial arts hall, so it wasn't surprising that they were able to defeat their opponents. What was surprising was that the blue-white-robed youth was only at the peak of the King's Spirit Realm. Sword intent. Could he be the 18th young master? A young girl frowned. In the 100 territories, the most famous of the younger generation was none other than the 18th prince. Among the 18 young masters, there doesn't seem to be any master swordsman. He should be a newcomer. I wonder how strong he is compared to the 18 young masters? Someone else asked. The 18 young masters are all geniuses on the genius roll. That young man's strength is not bad, but he is not a match for the 18 young masters. Someone said with certainty. Then they also moved forward one after another. These young geniuses were the disciples of the 7 martial arts halls of the Rainforest Holy Land. Now that they had heard the news, they wanted to try their luck in the ancient tomb. If they were lucky and obtained a spirit weapon, then they would soar into the sky. Xianhuang City was the only city near the Xianhuang mountain range. In the past, this city was ordinary, but today, because of the news of the ancient tomb, it was instantly bustling with noise and excitement. All the major powers had gathered, and there were even many geniuses from the 7 martial arts halls. Of course, the most famous of these geniuses was none other than the 18 young masters. The 18 young masters represented the most outstanding of the younger generation in the upper 3 regions. There was a representative from each region, and they were true geniuses that could surpass levels to battle. Besides that, they were also prodigies on the genius roll of the 7 martial arts halls. In the city, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and the wind and clouds were surging. In the vast Dragon Gate Inn, there were guests arriving like clouds. The Dragon Gate Inn was an extremely famous restaurant in Xianhuang City. Travel-worn cultivators loved to drink here, and at the same time, inquire about the information they wanted to know. At this moment, as the yellow sand blew in, a slender figure appeared at the entrance. He stepped on the ancient bricks and walked in step by step. His half-narrowed eyes swept across the vast inn, and his face was slightly cold. Pa. What was even more frightening was that the yellow sand was blown towards him, but when it got close to him, countless tiny electric snakes slithered out and actually electrocuted the yellow sand into powder. What a strong aura! It's the true meaning of martial arts. The previously bustling restaurant instantly quieted down. Countless eyes stared at the youth that walked in, their faces extremely dignified. They could feel that a bolt of thunder had entered the Dragon Gate Inn. If this thunder was angry, it could obliterate everyone in the inn. Not only that, but this thunder was not ordinary thunder, but it seemed to contain the true meaning of thunder. This was a terrifying prodigy of heaven. This person's strength is good. On the second floor of the inn, 3 figures looked at the young man who walked in below. Then, one of them said in a low voice. This person was Lin Ling, one of the 18 young masters, the Purple Lightning Young Master. He is the #1 prodigy of heaven from the Blue Heaven region. That's right, he is also a prodigy on your 7 profound martial houses genius roll. He is ranked 399. Qin Jingtian smiled as he spoke, causing Lin Ling's eyes to widen. A prodigy of heaven from the 7 profound martial house? Moreover, he was ranked 399. This meant that this youth was nearly invincible in the early royal spirit realm. From his conversation with Qin Jingtian, Lin Ling had a rough understanding of the prodigies on the genius roll. The prodigies that were ranked below 400 were all at the early royal spirit realm. But those that were ranked above 400 had the strength to sweep away all those at the early royal spirit realm. He's from the same school as me, but is he a prodigy from the Blue Heaven region? Lin Ling picked up a wine cup and fiddled with it. In the past, Iron Soul City belonged to the Blue Heaven region. He didn't think that he would meet someone from the Blue Heaven region here. Lin Ling, if this person were to fight with you, would you have the confidence to win? Qin Jingtian suddenly smiled. His boundary is the same as yours, and his ranking is also the same as yours. His strength should also be equal to yours. He is a true prodigy of heaven. So if we were to fight, you should know the result. Lin Ling shook his head, causing Qin Jingtian to smile even more. He was ranked 400 on the genius roll, and his strength was indeed equal to the Purple Lightning Young Master. But Lin Ling had also exchanged a move with him, so he also knew the result. Lin Ling was not the Purple Lightning Young Master's match. Of course, this was only his guess. At this moment, a cold shout came from the side, causing Lin Ling and the others to frown. They turned around and saw several youths sitting nearby, drinking wine. One of them didn't even look at Lin Ling. The Purple Lightning Young Master is a prodigy of our 7 profound martial house, and also the #1 talent of the Blue Heaven region. You actually say that his strength is equal to yours? Can your face be any thicker? That person said again, causing Lin Ling to be stunned. These people were also geniuses of the 7 profound martial house. Chapter 662. Small lesson? You dare to talk back? An ordinary-looking girl among the young people immediately replied. She seemed to worship the Purple Lightning Young Master the most and would not tolerate anyone speaking ill of him. Qin Liming frowned and was about to say something when Lin Ling's calm voice sounded. All right, stop talking. Don't pay attention to what others say. All right. Qin Liming pouted unwillingly but still listened to Lin Ling's advice. After all, according to seniority, Lin Ling was their guest elder and had a higher status than her. Black Tortoise Young Master, your servant seems to be lacking discipline. All right. At this moment, a calm voice sounded from the first floor, causing everyone's heart to tighten. It was the Purple Lightning Young Master. And he seemed to be calling out Black Tortoise Young Master? One had to know that there was a Black Tortoise Young Master among the 18 young masters who was extremely powerful and possessed the ancient Black Tortoise bloodline. Could it be that he was also here? Everyone's gaze turned and landed on Qin Jingtian. Lin Ling was also shocked. He did not expect Qin Jingtian to be one of the 18 young masters. One had to know that those who could become the 18 young masters all deserved it. After all, they represented the most outstanding geniuses of their respective regions. Although these geniuses could not be compared to the top geniuses, those geniuses were much older and were already in their 20s. Therefore, they did not have the qualifications to become the 18 young masters. As for the people beside Lin Ling, their hearts trembled. They did not expect one of the 18 young masters to be sitting next to them. Black Tortoise Young Master's strength is said to be on par with the Purple Lightning Young Master and is ranked at the bottom of the 18 young masters. He is not someone we can profane. One of them said solemnly. But very quickly, the girl from before said slyly, Black Tortoise Young Master has such strength, but what qualifications does that young man beside him have to speak? He's just taking advantage of Black Tortoise Young Master's light. All right. Qin Liming heard this and frowned again. These people were too arrogant and rude. However, Lin Ling did not care at all. He picked up his wine cup and drank. With his strength, he could not be bothered with these ordinary disciples. Black Tortoise, young master, you have the qualifications to speak to me, but your servant lacks discipline. Just at this moment, on the first floor, the Purple Lightning young master calmly drank his wine and spoke once more. He didn't even look at the second floor as he flicked his finger and a bolt of lightning shot out like an arrow. It was extremely fast. At this moment, Lin Ling was still drinking. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck and pierced through his wineglass, causing the wine to spill all over him. What? So, they were surprised, the Purple Lightning young master's speed. To them, the Purple Lightning young master's young master. Lin to Black Tortoise, attention young masters, young like young lightning, young black young masters, young toys, young master lightning to be. Lightning was domineering and majestic. It possessed the power to destroy everything. Other than its terrifying attack power, its speed was also terrifying. It's at least 40% true lightning intent. I just don't know what kind of true lightning intent it is. Some older martial artists said with a serious expression. There were 3,000 Tao of lightning. The most famous ones were the 5 elements lightning, fire lightning, metal lightning, and so on. The rarer ones were the purple lightning, heavenly lightning, third fire, heavenly lightning, and so on. It was obvious that the Purple Lightning young master's king physique was average, but the most dazzling thing was his true martial intent. Basically, for a famous genius, he or she must have a unique skill that made him or her famous. Some had a king physique, some had a deep foundation in martial arts, and some had true martial intent. Possessing at least 40% true lightning intent in addition to being at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit realm, the Purple Lightning young master was worthy of being one of the 18 young masters. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He did not care about the disdain of others. After all, they were mouths and he could not change them. But the Purple Lightning young master, in order to prove his strength, had attacked him for no reason. This was too overbearing. He turned around and looked downstairs. The Purple Lightning young master was still sitting there calmly. He was playing with a wine cup in his hand and gently sipping from it. As if he had noticed Lin Ling's gaze, his indifferent voice sounded out. For the sake of young Master Xian Wu, this is just a small lesson. Next time, pay attention to your words. Calm. His voice was very calm, but it carried a strong sense of pride. The 18th young master is indeed powerful. At this moment, the crowd woke up from their shock. Looking at the frowning Lin Ling, they all laughed. This young man was so pitiful. He thought that by following young Master Xian Wu, he could ignore everything. But he did not know that the Purple Lightning young master was only afraid of young Master Xian Wu, not him. This young man could not see through himself. Purple Lightning young master, you are too arrogant. Qin Jingtian could not help but stand up, glaring angrily at the first floor. Lin Ling patted his shoulder, indicating for him to sit down. Then, Lin Ling continued to look at the Purple Lightning young master. His gaze was very calm, so calm that it made many people curious. What was Lin Ling going to do? Finally, Lin Ling's mouth slightly moved, his gentle voice sounded out. Purple Lightning young master, you were teaching me a lesson earlier? The Purple Lightning young master raised his head, looking at Lin Ling with incomparable surprise. In his mind, Lin Ling was young Master Xian Wu's servant. After being taught a lesson, he should have swallowed his anger. But now, Lin Ling was asking him a question? Is it strange? Everyone saw it, or do you want to be taught a lesson again? The Purple Lightning young master seemed to be talking to himself. Lin Ling nodded, no longer speaking. He slowly took out the sword from behind his back. This action caused the crowd's pupils to constrict. This young man seemed to want to attack the Purple Lightning young master. Was he crazy? It had to be known that although the Purple Lightning young master was the weakest of the 18 young masters, his strength was far above the rest. Not to mention here, even in the 7 profound martial house, there were not many people under 20 that could shake the Purple Lightning young master. As for the Purple Lightning young master, he laughed at himself, as if he were helpless that his influence could not even intimidate a servant. It seemed that he would have to come out and make a name for himself, and let others know his strength. From beginning to end, he did not seem to care about Lin Ling's attack. Lin Ling did not think that he would care, so he gathered the spiritual energy in his body and gathered it on his sword, causing the Tyrant Song sword to instantly shine. He stood on the second floor, and his sword cut down. Shio. A terrifying sword light cut through the sun and moon, directly cutting towards the Purple Lightning Young Master on the first floor. The Purple Lightning Young Master held the title of the 18 Young Masters in his eyes. Besides the Black Tortoise Young Master, he did not place anyone in his eyes. If he wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, then let's see if he had the qualifications to teach him a lesson. The sword. The sword light had just appeared, and many people in the restaurant narrowed their eyes. They were aware of just how terrifying this sword was. No matter how fierce he is still not the Purple Lightning Young Master's match. But many people still muttered to themselves. After all, the name of the 18 Young Masters was like thunder to their ears. At this moment, the Purple Lightning Young Master was still drinking. He disdainfully shook his head and pointed out with his right hand, "It seems that the lesson I gave you was too low. Even if the Black Tortoise Young Master is here, I will give you an even greater pain." As his voice fell, thunder shot towards the sword light. He wanted to break that sword in one move. However, he was thinking too much. Chapter 663. How about another battle? Gotcha. The invincible thunder was split into two, causing the eyes of the inn's crowd to narrow. The Purple Lightning Young Master's other hand was still holding onto the wine cup. He originally wanted to slowly drink, but in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He turned his head and saw that the blinding and merciless sword light was already slashing towards him. Everlasting black hole. In his anxiety, he threw away the wine cup in his hand. Both his hands moved rapidly, and a terrifying thunder whirlpool appeared in front of him, wanting to block that sword. The limitless black hole was his trump card. It had reached 50% of the true meaning of thunder. In the past, he had relied on this martial art to dominate the early sovereign spirit realm. But today, facing 60% of the true meaning of sword and even a sword strike that contained the profound meaning of tyranny, this trump card had been broken. Gotcha. The sword slashed across, and the everlasting black hole was split into two. That extreme sword light was unstoppable. Not good. The Purple Lightning Young Master anxiously retreated, knocking over a large number of tables, causing wine to spill all over his body. He then roared out, "Purple Lightning Firmament Palm." Rumble. Following his palm strike, there was a crackling sound of thunder. A purple lightning ball appeared, like a sea urchin, and crazily clashed with the sword light. Boom. Terrifying energy exploded, blowing the restaurant into pieces. The two powerful forces collided, and only then did the terrifying sword light disappear. When the energy gradually dissipated, everyone's hearts trembled in fear as they looked up. On the first floor, the Purple Lightning Young Master was standing there in a sorry state. His long hair was disheveled, and because he had broken a large number of tables, his body was covered in wine. Below his eye, there was a sword wound, and blood was flowing out. He might have blocked that sword, but his face was still cut by the sword chi. 3 moves, he used a total of 3 moves to block that sword. That young man is a servant? When everyone saw this scene, their hearts violently jumped. After Lin Ling attacked, they were still thinking about how the Purple Lightning Young Master would deal with it calmly and teach Lin Ling a lesson. But the result was that the Purple Lightning Young Master's face was disfigured. "You think you are qualified to teach me a lesson?" At that moment, an indifferent voice came from the second floor, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble again. What a terrifying young man. On the first floor, the Purple Lightning Young Master's body was violently trembling. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because he had been humiliated. Earlier, he had broken Lin Ling's wine cup, causing the wine to spill all over Lin Ling's body. And now, Lin Ling had taught him an even greater lesson, causing him to break several tables and chairs, drenching himself in wine. "It's been a long time since I've lost face. Are you not afraid of death?" The Purple Lightning Young Master emitted a terrifying chill. He was enraged. On the second floor, Lin Ling indifferently said, "If you can kill me, then come. There's no need to talk nonsense. Moreover, you're the one who lost your face." His gaze was fearless as he looked at the purple lightning young master. His words caused many people's eyes to flicker. This young man had asked the purple lightning young master to come and kill him. How arrogant! Did he really want to enrage the purple lightning young master? However, the purple lightning young master's face was extremely gloomy. This time, he didn't say anything. Previously, he had lost all face, so he was enraged and said those words. But now that he thought about it, his heart trembled. Because he could feel that the young man's sword was also a true martial intent, and it had probably reached the peak of 60%. After all, his true intent of thunder had always been tyrannical. Even if the opponent had a 60% true intent, he had the confidence to destroy it. But now, he needed 3 moves to break it. "Who the hell are you?" the purple lightning young master asked. His face was ugly. After all, he had come here with pride. He thought that in the restaurant, only the black tortoise young master could make him afraid. Everyone else was just an ant. However, he had casually taught a servant a lesson, but that servant's sword had caused him to lose face. Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't hide anything and said indifferently, "What, he is Lin Ling?" Behind Lin Ling, the disciples of the 7 profound martial house who had worshipped the purple lightning young master had their pupils constricted. As disciples of the 7 profound martial house, how could they not know of Lin Ling's name? Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling had entered the proud Son of Heaven role not too long ago. But in just a month, Lin Ling was able to make the purple lightning young master fear him. This meant that Lin Ling's strength could be ranked in the top 400. This was terrifying. It had to be known that in the 7 profound martial house, everyone thought that Lin Ling was still at the bottom of the proud Son of Heaven role. This sword is different from the one I used to compare notes with. It is even more tyrannical. Qin Jingtian seemed to be silent, but his heart was violently beating. He suddenly realized that the reason Lin Ling had let him win in the last match was because he didn't want him to lose face. Thinking of this, he bitterly smiled in his heart. At that time, he had comforted Lin Ling, but who knew how laughable it had been. But soon he was happy for Lin Ling. After all, during the Dragon Coiling Lake tournament, he had thought that Lin Ling was a rare talent. And now, he was even more certain. Lin Ling. The purple lightning young master's pupils constantly flashed. He had naturally heard of this name. He lightly said, "Before, it was because you sneak attacked me, so I wasn't able to react in time. If we really fought one-on-one, you are not my match. Also, my thunder speed is very fast. You have not experienced my movement skills yet." He heavily emphasized the word sneak attack, as if to say that the reason he had lost face before was because of Lin Ling's sneak attack. Not only that, but his true meaning of thunder had another characteristic, and that was speed. Thus, he was confident that if they really fought, Lin Ling would not be his match. What's the use of speaking so much nonsense? How about we fight again? However, Lin Ling's expression was as calm as before. He only said a few words, "Fight again. You say I sneak attacked you, fine. You say your movement skills are fast, fine. Then how about we fight again?" This Lin Ling, he's crazy. The crowd's hearts fiercely trembled. When Lin Ling was low-key, no one knew who he was. But if you thought he was a soft persimmon and wanted to bully him, he would bare his fangs and reveal his sharp edge. "Don't be too proud." The purple lightning young master roared. Lin Ling was very straightforward. He did not fear him at all, as if he simply did not place the purple lightning young master in his eyes. Only fight? The purple lightning young master was somewhat hesitant. Although he was confident that he could defeat Lin Ling, Lin Ling's sword made him somewhat afraid. Not only that, but Lin Ling was only at the bottom of the proud Son of Heaven list, but he was around 400th. Whether he won or lost, he had already lost face. The purple lightning young master does not dare to fight. Seeing the purple lightning young master's silence, many people's hearts trembled. One of the 18 young masters actually feared Lin Ling? To them, this was just a dream. As for the 7 profound martial house disciples that had worshipped the purple lightning young master, their complexions were even more ugly. The person they worshipped did not dare to fight again. At this time, Qin Liming's voice sounded out. Your purple lightning young master is very awe-inspiring and does not allow others to blaspheme him. You only spoke a few words, and yet you say that he has a thick skin. But why does your purple lightning young master not dare to fight? Several people were silent, especially that crafty and mean girl. She did not even dare to look at Qin Liming. She had been humiliated to the point that she had nothing to say. The purple lightning young master has also lost face. He actually lost to a newcomer. Chapter 664. Sir Snow Spirit, so cold. Looking at this person, many people were stunned for a moment. Then, some of the geniuses from the 7 major martial halls narrowed their eyes. It was another 18th young master, Sir Snow Spirit. This person was the #1 proud son of heaven of the icy plain region. He came from the great Sun Void Temple and was one of the proud disciples of Elder Black Ice. It was said that Elder Black Ice's sect only accepted ice attribute martial artists, and the lowest qualification was a 5th grade king body talent. Sir Snow Spirit had the power of ice and could laugh proudly in the 100 territories. His strength was above the purple lightning young master. Pumph, pumph. The purple lightning young master knew that Sir Snow Spirit was mocking him. He coldly snorted, but he seemed to dread the other, so he did not say anything. Lin Ling, I've heard of you. You are the youngest genius of the 7 profound martial house, the #1 of Dragon Lake, and you even killed Long Zhe. Your strength is not bad. I wonder if you can defeat me with my power of ice? Pumph. Ignoring the purple lightning young master, Sir Snow Spirit waved his right hand. An icy mist of spiritual energy gushed out, turning into a crystal fan that he gently waved. This ability to control ice was extremely terrifying. That fan was probably a pretty good weapon as well. What a strong strength. Pumph. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. This person's king body talent was very high. It made people feel that this was not a person, but a 10,000-year-old block of profound ice. Sure enough, none of the 18th young master were weak. You can try. Pumph. Although the other party was strong, Lin Ling was not too afraid, so he indifferently replied. If it were any other time, he did not want to provoke too many enemies and might have chosen to endure. But now that he wanted to break through to the next realm, fighting was unavoidable. So he wanted to test the strength of the 18th young master, who was ranked even higher. You have courage, but I'm not interested for the time being. The ancient tomb is more important. Pumph. However, Sir Snow Spirit indifferently smiled. His smile was a bit cold, but it had a different kind of attractiveness, causing the hearts of many girls in the inn to surge. It had to be said, Sir Snow Spirit was really handsome. Before that, I want to settle some old grudges. Rhinoceros Eagle Fort's 3rd master, do you think I can't find you if you hide here? Humph. Young Master Xueling suddenly sneered. Rhinoceros Eagle Fort? There was no lack of native martial artists present. Naturally, they had heard of this colossus. This Rhinoceros Eagle Fort was the local tyrant of the mysterious Yellow Mountain Range. It had 3 great leaders, each of whom possessed extremely terrifying strength. It was said that the great leader even possessed a powerful weapon, which allowed him to unify an area of 10,000 miles. And now, the 3rd head was actually here? Many people's hearts began to tremble. The 3 great leaders were all people who killed people like Scything Flax. If they appeared here and were implicated, then they would also be in trouble. Young Master Xueling has a nose like a dog. Finally, a cold laugh sounded from a corner of the restaurant. A tall and sturdy man who was almost 2 meters tall stood up. He had tattoos all over his face, and his head was closed. He had a ferocious and domineering aura about him, and the most terrifying thing about him was that he was actually at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit realm. Since you've come, then stay. Without further ado, the 3rd head elder shouted coldly and took a big step forward. His body turned into an afterimage as he grabbed at young Master Xueling. There seemed to be hatred between them, so it was either you die or I die. True intent of martial is similar to the true intent of earth. This 3rd head strength is not bad. Lin Ling's soul force was very sharp, and he immediately sensed something strange. The third head elder's speed seemed to be connected to the earth and the desert. It was extremely strange. Looks like he's not an ordinary Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. Qin Jingtian also said with a grave expression. Bang! With a claw, the third head elder seemed to have grabbed young Master Xueling's neck. He only needed to exert a little strength to know young Master Xueling's fate. Young Master Xueling is in danger. He's at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, but the third head elder is at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and he's not an ordinary cultivator. The crowd's pupils constricted as they stared at the battle in front of them. Bang! At this moment, the third head elder exploded with a terrifying strength and crushed young Master Xueling's neck. He's dead. Many people's hearts trembled violently. The great 18th head elder had died here? The Rhinoceros Eagle Castle is very bold. How dare you take liberties with my servant girl? Anyone who dares to take liberties with her must die. However, at this moment, something terrifying happened. Endless fog spread out, and a handsome figure condensed behind the third head elder. It was young Master Xueling. Then, young Master Xueling shook his head. He waved the crystal fan in his hand lightly, and a wave of icy energy blew out. It was very cold, as if it was 10,000 years old ice. With one move, the third head elder was frozen into an ice sculpture. In the next moment, a crisp sound like glass was heard. The ice sculpture shattered, and it turned into an icy fog that was hard to see with the naked eye. The third head elder had turned into powder. A great Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator had died in front of everyone's eyes just like that. Young Master Xueling's strength was very terrifying. The inn quieted down. Countless eyes stared at young Master Xueling, shocked speechless. Even the purple lightning young master frowned, afraid of young Master Xueling's terrifying strength. I only kill one person a day. This is my principle. Lin Ling, you're very lucky. After dealing with the third head elder, young Master Xueling smiled at Lin Ling. Many people suddenly realized that the third head elder had become Lin Ling's scapegoat. Otherwise, with Lin Ling's courage, the one who would be frozen into an ice sculpture would be Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled, but did not say anything. He sat down and continued to drink his wine. His indifferent attitude surprised many people. Lin Ling still seemed to be fearless. Then, the inn returned to its peaceful state. Everyone sat down and drank, but they maintained their silence, causing the inn to be filled with an oppressive atmosphere. Many people quietly looked at the 18 young masters and sighed in their hearts. The competition in the old tomb was fierce. Currently, 3 young masters had appeared, and with the mysterious Lin Ling, it was hard to determine who would have the last laugh in the old tomb. That night, more and more people gathered in the Xianhuang city. The Dragon Gate Inn was also overcrowded, causing many conflicts. Of course, no one dared to provoke experts like the 18 young masters. The old tomb hasn't appeared yet, but 2 young masters have already arrived. When the key appears, I'm afraid even more young masters will come. In the room, Qin Jingtian said with a solemn expression. It was impossible for the Qin clan to monopolize the treasures in the old tomb. As long as they could get a share of the loot, they would be satisfied. Lin Ling nodded, agreeing with Qin Jingtian's words. He then asked, how strong are the 18 young masters? Yes. There are 18 of them. Starting from the 8th, they are all at the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. They are also ranked very high on the prodigy ranking and have the strength to fight against the top geniuses. Qin Jingtian sighed. Although he was also one of the 18 young masters, he was ranked at the bottom and could not be compared to the top 8. Chapter 665. Xianhuang Mountain Range, Elder Lin, there is a young girl outside the inn. She says her name is Heavenly Concubine and she is an old friend of yours. At this moment, Qin Liming pushed open the door and said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Heavenly Concubine is here too? Then, he quickly left the room and came back with a young girl. It was Heavenly Concubine. Hee, I knew that once the tomb opened, Lin Ling would definitely come. In any case, Lin Ling's nose is sharper than a dog's. Heavenly Concubine was clearly very happy to see Lin Ling again. She immediately teased him. Lin Ling bitterly smiled. This girl would tease him every time they met. However, he wasn't surprised by Heavenly Concubine's appearance. After all, many people from the 7 halls had come. As a disciple of the ancient Dao martial palace, Heavenly Concubine naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Your strength has reached the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. After scanning Heavenly Concubine with his soul force, Lin Ling sucked in a cold breath. One had to know that his cultivation realm had always been higher than Heavenly Concubine's, but this time, Heavenly Concubine had actually surpassed him. This is all thanks to Master. This time, Master also allowed me to come to the tomb to gain experience. Perhaps it will allow me to break through again. Heavenly Concubine immediately smiled. Qin Jingtian and the others also looked at Heavenly Concubine. After learning from Lin Ling that this young girl was only in the Heavenly Spirit Realm, they were immediately shocked. This young girl's talent was also very terrifying. Lin Ling shook his head. It seemed like he wasn't the only genius. Anything could happen in the rainforest sacred land that created miracles. The few of them sat down and chatted. Heavenly Concubine came with her senior sisters this time. After hearing that Lin Ling had appeared in the Dragon Gate Inn, she immediately rushed over and planned to explore the tomb with Lin Ling. The Heavenly Concubine suggested, if we want to unlock the tomb, we need a 3rd key, and the 3rd key is in the Xianhuang mountain range. Rather than waiting here for news, why don't we explore the Xianhuang mountain range first? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. They were also waiting for the experts from the Great Qin Empire to arrive. However, during this process, no one could guarantee who would obtain the 3rd key. Since this was the case, they might as well search for it first. He and Qin Jingtian looked at each other. Both of them had the same thought. Then let's set off immediately. They slowly stood up and nodded excitedly. The mysterious Yellow Mountain Range was vast and boundless. There were countless demonic beasts. It was said that no one had ever passed through the endless mountain range. Although there were many who tried, they all died in the end. At night, the mountain range was even more tranquil, but there was also a hint of ferocity. After stepping into the mysterious Yellow Mountain Range, Lin Ling's sharp soul power sensed that they weren't the only ones searching the mountain range. There were already many small factions. Although these small factions couldn't be compared to the 5 great ancient nations, their leaders were all experts. It said that someone saw a light at the Old Master Mountain. It was like a giant key, so this time, our escort team can only bring you to the Old Master Mountain. The mountain range was very large. Lin Ling and the other 3 weren't local cultivators, so they hired an escort team from Xianhuang City. This escort team was led by a woman with a hot figure. Although she was a woman, she was also very strong. She had reached the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Of course, the most important thing was that she was very familiar with the mysterious Yellow Mountain Range. Lin Ling and the other 3 nodded. The long team continued forward. Through conversation, Lin Ling found out that the woman with the hot figure and wheat-colored skin was called Yu. However, this woman was a little cold. She seemed to think that Lin Ling and the other 3 were a little too bold for daring to enter the mysterious Yellow Mountain Range. One had to know that most of the people in their escort team were experts. The middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm was the most basic strength. Moreover, these people were all in the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and there were even some juniors in the King Spirit Realm. This was obviously a tough job. If there was a conflict, her escort team wouldn't be able to take care of so many people. Sister Yu, it's so quiet here. Qin Liming, who had always been lively, finally couldn't help but ask. It seems quiet here, but there are hidden dangers everywhere. Demonic beasts in the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm are everywhere, but they hide in the dark. So, if you can avoid talking, then don't. Er's cold eyes looked ahead, causing Qin Liming to stick out his tongue. Then, said, the weak ones stay in the center of the team. Don't look around. This time, her words were directed at Lin Ling. After the escort team entered the Black Tortoise Mountain Range, the others were well behaved, but Lin Ling was looking around. This made her a little unhappy. Was this King Spirit Realm Jr. courting death? If the escort team was too far away and was devoured by the demonic beasts, they wouldn't be able to save Lin Ling. In the distance, Lin Ling walked back, while the heavenly concubine looked at Lin Ling with a strange smile, as if saying, "You've become a burden." Lin Ling also smiled helplessly, too lazy to explain. He naturally wasn't looking around just now because he was bored. He was using the eye of time to observe the surroundings, to see if he could find any clues. As for him being a burden, he knew that the heavenly concubine was only joking because she was very familiar with him. If they really fought, there probably weren't many people here who could be Lin Ling's opponent. "Sister Yu, I don't understand." Among the four of them, the three in the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm are all well-behaved, but the weakest one is restless. It's good to be a rich young master. You have bodyguards when you go out, so you don't have to experience the cruelty of the outside world. All right, old Saber, stop talking. Bring the guest to Master Mountain and our mission is complete. We can't make any mistakes during this process. Yu Er was clearly a very responsible person. Even if she looked down on Lin Ling, she would still protect Lin Ling thoroughly. This made Lin Ling admire her. For the rest of the journey, Lin Ling experienced the benefits of having an escort team. Lin Ling almost wanted to remind everyone to take a detour when they came to a few demonic beast lairs, but Yu Er reminded him in advance. This made Lin Ling not need to be so vigilant and could relax a little. Who is it? Just as they passed through a forest, a cold shout suddenly came from ahead. When Lin Ling and the others walked out of the forest, they saw that the grassland was densely packed with cultivators. They seemed to be searching the mysterious Yellow Mountain range, and there were several bonfires in the middle. Among them, a one-eyed man looked over like a wolf in the night. People from the Rhinoceros Eagle Fort. On Yu Er's side, the faces of several men instantly turned ugly. The Rhinoceros Eagle Fort was very famous in the mysterious Yellow Mountain range. It was a true formidable fort. No one wanted to face them because they were also people who killed people like flies. "So it's Yu Er." The one-eyed man clearly recognized Yu Er and said coldly, "Let's go." Yu Er glanced at the one-eyed man indifferently and didn't say anything. She urged Lin Ling and the others to leave as soon as possible. "You've met her, and you want to leave just like that?" Yu Er, a famous escort in mysterious Yellow City. "We've been longing for her for a long time, and you want to leave without leaving anything behind?"